Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to episode 2, Trading Places, here on El Tel Cockerel. Not sure whether people have noticed, but yesterday was episode 1, which was the good, bad, and the ugly. So it looks like I'm naming my shows after films. But no one said the word to me yet. Anyway, welcome, Adrian. How are you, mate?
I'm fine. Looking forward to the show. Yeah, it's good to be here.
It's just broken about Leicester. They reckon that Leicester could be facing the biggest point deduction ever given out for next season. I reckon they could be going up to 15 points deduction. It's just broken now, just now. They'll start the upcoming campaign. They reckon it could be up to 15, minus 15 points.
Yeah, they had issues when they were relegated, didn't they, as I recall, and they thought they would be safe because they were there in the Championship rather than the Premier League. Well, I think it's come back to bite them. I think it was going to bite them anyway, whether they stayed in the Championship or not. If you broke the rules, you have to answer. So, well, we'll see. I mean, like, is there anyone from Leicester we want? I mean, Ndidi. We were linked with Ndidi at one time. We were linked with the guy with the double-barreled name.
Dewsbury Hall.
That's it, Dewsbury Hall. But they already got rid of, didn't they, Barnes and Madison. So, well, that won't be a good start from, will that, and make up 15 points.
They said it could be up to 15 points. They're saying it could break the record now, and it could be up to 15 points.
I know on the existing rules that they'll be done by, there is actually a scale of punishment, and it's that scale is fines and points deductions. The fines and points deductions are also according to how much you are over the limit. There are like there's little sections in the rules, in the scale of punishments, that like if you reach certain section, you get this fine and this points deduction. This is why Everton and Forest didn't receive massive points deductions, because they were arguing like minor points of detail. They're trying to squirm their way out of things, and they were over, but they weren't heavily over the limit, so they didn't get hammered. Yeah, Austin has signed a 5-year contract. That surprised me, actually.
Sorry, I'm just typing this out.
And so and you've got the rumour that Werner's on loan again. But Werner always was, guys in the chat. I mean, like, Werner always was an Ange player. And Ange did okay the deal prior to this one now. I mean, and the same with Johnson. And both those players I'm on record as saying I didn't want. But the reason he wanted Ange wanted Werner and Johnson was because they're both wingers, wide wingers that hug the touchline that suit his system. And you don't give Johnson his debut away to Arsenal. I mean, come on, if you don't really want the player or really trust the player. So he wanted both of them now. This coming now, as it's a loan, that's very telling to you in the chat. It's very telling. We don't want to buy him. Why? We only want to loan him. Why? It's temporary, right? But he's an Ange player. So I'm not going to get too excited about it. I'll only get excited if we have a poor transfer window in general. But it's not a surprise. I mean, like, that we've gone for him. If it means that, bang, he's one player in early, but I expect Johan Langer and Rob McKenzie, the chief scout, to have been working all season, making lists of players and things like that. I mean, you don't just pay them for 3 months of the transfer window, which opens on June the 14th, the same day as the Euros, and closes, you can say, end of August or the 1st of September.
Second, I think it's 2nd of September this year, Adrian.
Is it? All right.
Yeah, I think it's the 2nd of September.
I know it was, well, actually, and we know that the Turkish transfer window and the Saudi window goes on a little bit longer, which means we might be able to get rid of some deadwood at a later date. So, yeah. So, no, I wouldn't get too wound up about the Werner thing. If our transfer window is not going to depend on Timo Werner, is it? Let's be fair. We know that going into it. And we know, we've said it every season, that this window, because Ange is here and he's a new kid on the block, trying to prove himself in the Premier League, and I think he's done well to finish 5th with that world's best striker and get his European football, right? We know he must be backed. He must be backed. There's no shadow of a doubt. He must be backed. So I'm expecting 4 quality players in this window. I'm not including Werner. So it's wait and see, guys. I wouldn't like.
Right. So let's say hello to a few people.
Mate, I've been on record.
Hold on. Let's say hello to a few people, and then we can have that discussion. Right. So Dan's obviously cheesed off because I saw Dan in another chat before he's come here. He says, disgrace, all this BS in the summer that we heard, that this was a new dawn for Tottenham, and Ange is one of the ones who decides to sign his team of owner. No effing chance. Ange has lied. He can do one pissed off. He's just another yes man. Good afternoon, Dan. Hope you're well, mate. Adrian is here saying good afternoon to Dan as well. And good afternoon, Adrian. Sai, good afternoon, Sai Dancer. Says good afternoon, everyone. And then he says, Brandon Austin has signed a 5-year contract. And when I was talking about the deduction, he says, points deduction and lose your manager. Ouch. Jamie Wooten. Hi, Jamie. Hope you're well, mate. He says, hey up. And then he's also chimed in with when I was talking about, if it's true about Leicester, it's on TalkSport having up to 15 points for them on the new season. Yeah, it just broke as we come on, so that's why I thought I'd just mention it. Daniel is not letting it go. Daniel's saying, what surprised you were a joke of a club. No surprise we're giving 5-year contracts to a third choice football who's never played 1 minute of senior football. Adrian, mate, you don't justify this Werner loan. He's effing yeah. Side dancers in saying, how long has Ndombele got in his contract? I think he's got a year left, Si.
Yeah.
Ronnie, Werner on loan next season, deal done. What are you doing, Ange? I don't want Werner at Tottenham next season. Absolute rubbish. Dan is then saying, Ange is happy signing Tommy Tank players like Werner. You say basically, Adrian, screw that. Good afternoon, audio. It says good afternoon, big up chaps and the chat. And Kuva, good afternoon, Kuva says another loan for an absolute dog shit player. Not only is it awful to see him in a Spurs shirt, it also means that money's being squandered that could have been spent on a footballer.
Right.
So we have welcomed people. We have welcomed people into the chat now, Adrian.
Dan, I'm on record of my comments of Werner and Johnson are on record on many podcasts, mate. You should go and check them out, right? I'm not justifying him being signed on loan. I don't want the player. I've said it, and the same with Werner. And I'll repeat what I've said on previous podcasts, right? Since 1992, to win the Premier League, you had to win 82. You had to score 82 goals, right? This Spurs team hasn't got 82 goals in it, right? We all know that. Right. In the last 10 seasons now, when Man City have won 7 of them, it was taken about 87 goals to win the league. This year, I think Arsenal scored more than that and didn't win it. So it might have gone up to about 89 or whatever. So if Spurs front 3 have to score goals, I don't care if we've got Messi on one wing and Ronaldo on the other. If they beat 10 men and get fans off their seats, if they can't score 10 goals each, I don't want them in my team. Right, because we're never going to win a league, and that's what we should be going for. The league, we're never going to win a league with front 3 that can't score goals. Son's the only one we got, and I find it a bit tiresome when people criticise Son when he's our only goal scorer and score with his left and right foot. Right? Oh, we should sell him. Yeah, and watch the club collapse and finish mid-table. Yeah, great stuff. Great.
Man City scored more, Adrian, than Arsenal. Man City scored 96 goals in the Premier
League. Yeah, they've scored 101 and 106 in the season.
Yeah, they scored 96 compared to Arsenal's 91.
So you have to look. When fans say to me, get Pedro Neto, well, one thing, I would take Rafinha every day awake and twice on Sundays, as Jose says, because he scores more goals. He contributes more. His stats are twice as good. So Neto's injury prone. And this is one thing let's not go for players that got baggage like a Tony unless his baggage is gone now, or injury hit players, or players that can't do the job we want them to do and produce in the final third if they're going to be part of our front 3. So I didn't want Werner. I didn't want Johnson. For the money we paid for Johnson, he should have been oven ready. I've stated it over and over again. I've tried to convince Spurs fans. Well, not convince them. I don't have to convince them. They either listen or they don't. right, to the fact that the front three have to score goals. If we want to win a league or a Champions League, which is a dream of all of us, right, we have to have players who can score goals in the front three. And also, then the midfielder got to contribute as well, which they're not. Basuma can't score a goal, doesn't seem to score a goal. Sarr will give you the odd one. All right, we know Maddison could get us 10, 12, 15 goals a season on the right side, but he's the only one. He's the only one. So it's not good enough. You know, Romero's got 5. He's showing them how to lead the way, you know. So, yeah, anyway, we'll move on. We know Werner's not good enough. I agree, Kuva. You know I've agreed. I've said it many times. But he is a loan, which tells you a story. This is what I'm trying to explain. If they really wanted him, they'd buy him at that price, right? But we aren't. So the Spurs, if this is true and it comes to fruition, and Leipzig said, obviously, don't buy him, you don't have him, with Spurs probably said, well, you can have him back then. Or we'll loan him for one more season. We got Europe. We need a bigger squad. So, you know, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I'm not trying to justify it, right?
Daniel says, I want to give Ange a chance, but I can't defend him on this one. I'm so against the move. I'm not settling for trash because the manager is okay.
But Dan, I believe Ange, he was an Ange player. I believe Ange wanted him in January. It was an opportunist signing, but I believe Ange wanted him then because he does suit the system, even though he don't score the goals. You know, the same with Johnson. You know, and Johnson's not going anywhere because he would have signed a 6-year contract. So first season, he's probably got 5 to go. So Johnson's been Marmite. I want to see a lot more for him. I want to see him improve his finishing, especially after that miss against Sheffield United away with 2 yards out. You know.
And then you've got Alan Rakdosman saying, hi, Jose and Adrian, happy Tuesday. Audio is saying that Bergwijn scored a lovely volley the other day.
Yeah, it was a
Dan is then saying, could be on loan, could be free transfer, could be for 1 pence. I don't care. Get them out of my club. And then Ronnie is saying, Eze, Nico Williams, Kvaratskhelia, players like this we should be going for, not Werner on loan again on 170 grand a week. Look, I'm just going to chime in and back up a bit of what Adrian said, right? Is that to me, it makes sense in the sense that we're saving money for other players to bring this player in, but he's not your starter. He will be your backup and not your star. People need to remember that we're going to lose players in these positions. Sessegnon's already been released on a free.
Perisic.
Or is being released on a free. Perisic is already gone. And the signs are that Solomon may well be going as well, which means that we're really empty in that area. Now, for me, we are going to talk about transfers today. And this wasn't on our radar because this is broke today about an hour ago. We talked about doing this show yesterday. So I wasn't clairvoyant. I didn't know Werner was going to happen today. But we will be talking about other transfers. And hopefully, when we talk about other transfers or what we'd like to see, then this may make sense further on down the line. Would that be a sensible assumption, Adrian?
Yeah, it only makes sense if you try to justify it. The only way you justify it, in my opinion, is the fact that we'll be playing a lot more games next season. But I want to see some of the youngsters brought in on that side. I'd bring Mikey Moore in. I'd bring Santiago in. You know what I mean? I would bring them in and give them a go. And they may well get a go this season in some games. When games are, if we know we've got games done and dusted and there's half hour to go, you'll find them probably introduced for 20 minutes and then a bit more if they perform in other games. And we'll see.
So to me, right, good afternoon to Dan from the Hotspur Hood, who says, then use the youth and spend big on 3 quality players. And you've got Jim from Just a Guy Who Loves Spurs. Good afternoon, Jim. Says, hi, Jose and Adrian. Hope you're both well, gents. And he's saying hi to Dan. Right, so what I was going to say, right, I'm just going to take it back a step and then I'm going to ask you a question, Adrian, right? And the step I'm going to take you back to, for all these people that follow social media and believe in social media, that follow X and everything in the world that's on there, right? The saying is that Tottenham are looking to get rid of 12 players at least, or up to about 12 players, right?
Right. Okay.
Hold on. Just 12 players, and that we're looking to bring in 5 players, make 5 quality signings in the summer. Now, when we're talking about quality signings, I'm going to dismiss Werner as one of them signings. All right,
Definitely.
that's just an opportunity one I'm going to miss out. So the saying is 12 players out. Oh, you've probably got a list, but I'm going to say what it says on Twitter or on X and social media. It's been banging on saying that we're going to get rid up to 12 players. Do you have the players' names there that we're looking to get rid of? Because you obviously you reach for something straight away.
Yeah, I'll justify it as I go through them. Like now you've got Skip, right? Now Skip, he can do a decent job for someone, but Skip must know that like he's barely made the match day squad in games, had a few injuries this season. And he must know the rumours about us wanting to bring in midfield players. So he knows he's so far down the pecking order. The only reason you keep Skip is to make up the 4 academy homegrown, which you need 4 academy homegrown, not the normal 8 homegrown for European competition. Now, the signing of Austin is telling because he's one. Whiteman would be another one. Skip would be another one. Session would be another one if he stayed, as would Parrott and Tanganga, probably 6. But we can safely say that Tanganga's going to go.
Millwall have already put a bid in for.
Yeah, there's other clubs interested.
Yeah.
Ipswich and things like that, you know.
But they've put an offer on the table for Tanganga already.
We'll have the 4. So I actually think Skip will stay. Lo Celso will go, right? Roden will go 2. Regulon will go 3. Gill will go 4. And Dombley's on a year. They might just sell him off, sign him off. 5. Spence will go 6. Heuberger will go 7. Tanganga will go 8. Right, and like you've got Sessignon will go 9. I think we get rid of 9, and the others that I think will keep
Emerson.
Emerson, yes and no. He's happy at the club, but his agent's been having talks with Milan at the moment, so that's an option. Parrott, do you keep him? He's had a good season at Excelsior. Do you keep him because he's 22 now? He would count as academy homegrown. Do you keep him or get rid of him? To be honest, the little I've seen of him, he's got something about him, but not outstanding. But so do you give him another loan, or do you like bring him into the squad next season because we got Europe, you know? So you got Richarlison. He's happy at Spurs. He doesn't want to go to Saudi according to his entourage, although they'll probably come in for him. Like obviously Werner I would get rid of, right? So Spence, if he's got an attitude problem, he goes as well. So you've still out of that you've got Lo Celso 1, Roden 2, Regulon 3, Gill 4, and Dumbledore 5, Spence 6, Heuberg 7, Tanganga 8, Sessignon 9. I could see 9 going out of there. You ain't going to get it all done. With you know, the possibility of maybe Emerson or Richarlison could go, you know.
What about Davies?
You keep him. See, this is the thing. When you try to decide these things and you're evaluating the squad and everything, have we got another left back? No. Have we got another right back if Emerson goes? No. So also the transfer dealings would have to be done. If those players are going, they can only be done on a 1-in, 1-out basis in their positions. Otherwise, we end up with a situation like we had when we got rid of Sanchez and we end up playing Emerson and Davis as centre-backs this season. Not that I didn't think Sanchez should go. He should have gone, right?
Right, but Adrian, but my school of thought on this, right, is that when you look at the squad itself, we had 25 players in the squad this season, right? So we had 25 squad players come January. Dyer had left. We let go of Perisic as well. Lloris went. We still had, but Lloris wasn't in the squad. But Perisic, no, but I'm talking about in the winter transfer window. Perisic left us, and so did Dyer. And yet we still had a 25-man squad, yeah?
Bigger if you...
No, I'm talking about the players that you can put in your 25. We had a 25-man squad. Registered 25 players. I'm not talking about the under-21s now. I'm talking about we had 25 players in that squad. Then what you got to factor in is your loan players. So Parrott, Rodon, Tanganga, Spence, Ndombele, and I'm missing one because there was 6 out on loan.
You've got under 21s out like Craig. What's the name?
No, I'm not talking about the under 21s. I'm talking about
what?
So it's Tanganga,
Roden, Regulon.
That's it. Regulon was the one I was missing. So you've got 6 players, 6 players out on loan, and out of them six, that takes you to 31, right? Factor in that a doggy becomes a squad player this season, right? That takes you now up to 32. Your squad, right? I don't know whether does Sarr turn into a squad player this season?
Sarr he was registered with the club and he had 3 years away in France, and before he was under 21. If you do the 3 years, it's a moot point. This is with the rules of Europe and Premier League. If you do the 3 years and you're registered with your home club, you count as academy trained. You do for the Premier League anyway.
Okay,
it's
so
a
that
moot
means
point whether you count. I've had this, and I've looked at the rules, and they're not clear. Jose, they're not clear.
Yeah. So that takes us to 32. If a doggy's now becoming a full timer, that takes us to 32 players. We're not talking about the young'uns now. I'm just talking about a squad, because the under 21s don't get included in the number for the squad, right? So that then means that whatever we do getting rid of players, if we're going to bring 5 players in, and we're not looking at under 21 players, I'm talking about 5 players that are over the age of 21, then we've got to do quite a bit of shifting to get a squad of 25 again. Because if we're on 32 players, right, my maths is correct, we need to get rid of 12 to bring us down to 20, and then that gives you the 5 spots that you can bring in.
Well,
we know already next season we're getting Bergvall is coming, but Bergvall is under 21, so he won't count to your squad numbers. Vuskovic, we know, is coming in February, under 21, won't count towards your numbers. Veliz returns from loan, but he's still under 21, so won't count towards your numbers. So basically, we need to, or Tottenham would need to, by the math, Tottenham would need to either get rid of 11 players if they're going to bring 4 over 21s in, or you get rid of 12 players if you're going to bring 5 over 21s in.
Right. Well, you see, if it's 4 or 5, it's okay. If you get rid of Lo Celso, Reguilon, Gil, and Ndombele and Højbjerg, who we reckon they're going. So if you get rid of those 5 out of the squad, and I've picked them particularly because they're foreign players, right? And you maximum 17 for Europe. So we could get rid of those 5. So I'm thinking it's more likely they'll go. If we got pushed right at the last minute of the window, I think you just pay off Ndombele and get rid of him. You know? So, So Lo Celso, clubs want him. Reguilon, clubs want him. Gil, clubs want him. And Ndombele, no one wants him. Even his mum and dad have disowned him, I think. And then you've got Højbjerg, clubs want him. So 4 of those players you would get money for. We could bring in easy 50 mil for those 5, even without nothing for Ndombele, you know? So that's a plus. I mean, the other loanees, we know we'll get money for Roden. We know we get money for Spence, you know? So that'd be 2 others. I don't see any others. Sessegnon will probably be let go on a free. So I don't see... Tanganga, we'll get some money for him as well, right? So we could bring in 60 mil easy, and that's being conservative, right, on those players. So
Audio's saying, I thought Parrott might be given a chance to be Sonny's backup on the left wing just because of the home goal rule and a decent loan. He
may be kept for that reason, Audio.
Yeah.
He may well be kept for that reason because he is homegrown academy trained.
You got Dan saying Werner, so Dan E saying Werner has a level 3 hamstring injury, so New says that can take 3 months to heal. You also have who else? Someone else just joined us that I haven't said hello to. Ronnie's saying give Mikey Moore or Jamie Donnelly in the squad next season instead of Werner.
Definitely.
Kuba says I've never believed any of our managers have much choice in signings other than take it or leave it. But Ant has accepted responsibility, so he's put this on himself. Brave, too brave.
Yeah, I agree.
Danny says keep Davies. He's good squad.
He's got a year, so I think they will. His guy's well. He's going to have a good career in the game.
Then let him go free next season. He's saying.
Yeah.
Ronnie is saying, and saying we'll be better next season, and he wants to go for the league. Yet he wants Werner again. Crazy. Good afternoon, Paul G. Paul G's here, so he's saying good afternoon to us all. Leo is here. Maha Hotspur saying yo my homies. I hope everyone's huge. Well, hugs. Jishnu Raju's here saying big up to Jose and Adrian. Coover is saying, Ange said very clearly to judge him on his second season. Werner is the reason for Ange to keep a packed suitcase near the door. I fear for him. Audio is saying, surely Cesc gets paid off. Audio, what's happened with Sessegnon? Sessegnon was on a 5+1, so 5 with an option of a further year. His 5 ends this year, so he goes on a 3, doesn't get paid off. What they did is they just didn't enforce the further year, so he's actually going. I don't know whether he leaves on the 31st of May. It might be the 31st of May, and then he becomes a free agent on the 1st of June, which is Saturday. I
There's
believe.
been interest in him, like West Ham and other teams, because they don't know they're going to get a player for nothing. So he'll be all right. But I hope he gets his fitness back. Can't see it. But like.
And then Jim's asked us a question, and it's been answered already by Daniel Coys. Says, question, what happens to Endon Bailey? Do we rip up his contract, or do they try to sell? He's an interesting one, isn't he, Adrian? Because he's been away on loan for the last 2 years and won titles in the last 2 years.
He's won titles in Italy with Napoli, and now he's going to win one with Galatasaray, isn't he?
He's won it with Galatasaray. They won it at the weekend.
Right. Okay. So I didn't know that. So
he didn't come. He was a sub, and he didn't come off the bench. He hasn't come off the bench for Galatasaray in I don't know how long. It will depend
on how or whoever the manager of Galatasaray is, and how he wants to shape his squad for next season.
They've said they don't want him.
Right, fair enough. Well, then he goes.
Even for €5 million, they've
got a lot of ex-Premier League players in their squad, Galatasaray, haven't they? And they're like, so, well, if he's going to shape the squad and he doesn't want him, then he goes. I mean, I don't know where he goes from. Well, he could, if we got money for him, if the Saudis come in, please come in for him, right? And that league may well suit him, right? Yeah.
Did you see him? If you look at the size of him, I mean, I don't know because I haven't seen him play now for a while, but there were pictures circling. How I don't know because you get AI now, don't you, and stuff like that. How accurate the pictures were, but if the pictures were to be believed, he looks a tad bit overweight to be a pro footballer. I mean, there's big footballers like you had Akin Fenwa, who was a big boy, a big lad for Wickham, the striker for Wickham, but Endon Bailey hasn't got his body frame or anything like that. But Endon Bailey looks top heavy, but in the wrong areas type thing.
Yeah. So well, if like he'd lose that weight in Saudi, that heat. Because they're not all air conditioned stadiums out there. I mean, you had one in Qatar when they had the World Cup there, but it was the only one. But teams only had to play 7 games. In Saudi now, they've increased their league for 16 to 18 games, and they play their games at night because it's so hot that it's played under like 35 to 40 degrees centigrade. And that's why a couple of players out there haven't liked it. And I think we've heard players that want to return that sign contracts have gone there from Europe and our league. So,
in answer to Jim's question, Dan Coys has been quick. Daniel's been quick. He says, Jim, we'll sell him to McDonald's. No football club is buying him. Right. So moving on. So what I was going to say, right, is Adrian, I know you've looked into this. And you're going to have to repeat yourself again, mate. How much money we got to spend this summer on the 5 players? On the 5 players that we reckon that we're going to get.
Okay. Now, under the old rules, FFP, Financial Fair Play, or PSR, Profit Sustainable rules, clubs were allowed to lose 35 million a year for 3 years, 105 million off their accounts. Right? If you exceed that, you get punished. But all those old rules, they're a bit complicated, they're going. We're not going to take on the American rules that someone suggested about fines for clubs that overspend. They're allowed to overspend, but they just get fined because that's just cheating as well, as far as I'm concerned. So now they're going to vote on what they call SCR rules. It's another Ponzi descriptive narrative for what was FFP and PSR. And that is squad cost ratio. And the way it works, it's quite simple, right? Spurs earned 549 million last year, right? So what you do is you take all football-related expenditure off that figure. So what you're talking about is the 251.1 million we spent in wages as the 5th highest wage payers out there last season. Then we've got 300 million in football-related debt on agents' fees, transfer fees, payoffs, basically. So that will be amortized over 5 years. So you'd have to take 60 million and add that to the 251 million. Now at 311 million, right? So then we paid 20 million interest on a stadium debt of 671 million. So now you're on like let's say I'm not going to go list everything because it gets too complex, right? So say out of that 549 million, we had 349 million, right, as football related expenditure. What is left is 200 million. This is the figure you're looking for, right? Whatever it is for any club, that's the figure you're looking for. So out of that, under Premier League rules, you can spend 85% of that amount. So that would be 170 million. But we're in Europe, so there's a slight difference. Under European rules, you're allowed to spend 80% of that amount. So we'd be able to spend 160 million. Right. Now, so let's just logically look at it because, you know, obviously other football expenditure would come down to pre-season tours, which you make a profit on, but you've got air flights, stays in 5-star hotels. You've got football-related costs with the stadium, travelling to games at here and all that, costs for putting games on, etc., etc. We'll ignore all that just to keep it simple, right? Now, there is a caveat to that, in that the poorest club in the league, when they declare their accounts, if, say, they were only allowed to spend 30 million, right, whereas we could spend much more, from that lowest figure, the caveat is clubs will be allowed to spend 5 times that amount. So in which case, clubs could spend 150 million, no matter what their accounts say.
Yeah.
Right? So that's just a caveat. But all this is all in the balance at the moment. It gets voted on in June. So I think it's going to go through. I mean, the only 3 clubs that voted against the votes before were, believe it or not, Chelsea, I think Newcastle, and Villa. And Villa have got rich owners, so they've got multi-billionaire owners. That's why, you know, and the multi-billionaire owners think they just, and, you know, so this is what Europe and the Premier League want to try and introduce a level playing field. And it stops clubs, really very powerful and rich clubs, buying success. Like Newcastle have got owners that are worth 36 billion, but they can't spend. They've got to sell. Villa have got to sell. Chelsea have got to sell. Wolves have got to sell. And I'm not sure if it's Man United have got, Man City have got to sell. I'm not sure before they can buy. I'm not sure about City one. I know there was 5 clubs. I can't remember the other one. They've all got to sell players. So Spurs are in a very advantageous position now. We can go and cherry pick for them clubs. I mean, like if you can basically force them to sell, if they're really under threat and they can't do business. I mean, at the moment, Newcastle are hamstrung. Chelsea reckon they're within the rules. Well, I don't think they are, from what I'm hearing, but we'll wait and see. Yeah, so you wait and see. So, okay, let's just shift a second to what we have done since the stadium opened. From 2019, Spurs have brought in 29 players, and get this, right, and spent £685 million, right? I got this from a financial expert. I'm not going to name him, right? So that works out £137 million a season, which I can believe in some of the costs with players we brought in, right? So, but even ignoring that, right, if we only had 100 million to spend, right, we could put 15 million to 20 million down on 5 players and still have money left over to go again in January. We're in a very good position. And you amortize that. You amortize, amortize just means to reduce the debt, right? So you amortize that debt over 5 years. We can sign players for 8 years, like Chelsea did with Mudryk, and they're paying his fee £12.5 million a year to pay it off. But because that loophole was closed, we can sign players for 8 years, but the transfer fee has to be paid over a maximum of 5. You can pay up earlier, but it's got to be paid over 5. You could sign a player for 10 years if you wanted to. That's not the problem. So with that, we've got the money. And this is why it does hurt me about Werner as well, guys, in the chat, right? Because all right,
how much money we got is what I'm trying to get to. What do we reckon our money is for this season?
I reckon
because our money can only be whatever it is when the books closed the 30th of June last year.
Yeah, but
or right. So that's if you're buying, because my thoughts are, Adrian, if you're buying players pre the 30th of June this year, you're buying them at whatever money you had at the close of last year. So let's say, for argument's sake, what do you reckon we've got for this season?
I reckon we could spend 150 million.
Okay, 150.
But we won't.
So, okay, so if you're then going beyond the 30th of June to make sales or signings, they go towards next year. Is that right?
Yeah, but you'll still be paid. Yeah, but what happens is, if I buy something off you tomorrow, you're still giving me the money now, aren't you? Right?
If I'm paying you,
I would just
paying you,
yeah. So I mean, like I've got a proportion of that money, like say a 20th, if it's a fifth, it's paid over 5 years. So I've got 20% of that money. I've still all got that money. That just puts me in a real good comfort zone because I've already got 150 mil from last year, right? Yeah. So that puts me in a good comfort zone. I can confidently go out and spend that 150 mil now. If we brought in 50 mil for player sales, I think we could bring in more. I'm honest about this, right? Because we've got a lot of deadwood, right? We've still got that. But we don't need, see, there's a myth that a lot of fans seem to think, oh, you got 100 mil, 250 mil players and the money's gone. It doesn't work like that. Like I say, and when clubs buy a player of us, they don't pay that money up in full. There have been rare cases in the past when I think Barcelona have been held to ransom. If you don't pay the full amount for this player, you're not getting him. But that doesn't happen. Most deals are structured. That's why a lot of the finer details are the structure of a deal, how it's going to be paid. Will it be paid over 3 years, 5 years, whatever, 5 years max? You know, that's where it is. But you don't need hundreds of millions. When people say, you know, even if we could spend 500 million tomorrow, right, you wouldn't do it. It doesn't make economic sense for your club to do that anyway. If you can structure a deal and you can manage the amortized debt, then like it just doesn't make sense to do it. It's bad business, you know. You keep as much of your own money and your cash flow as high as you possibly can if you've got it, you know. So no, 100 million, even 120 million, you know, 150 million, you could keep virtually 40 million over for January. You know, you could keep
what I'm trying to get to is, if we've got 150 at the moment, Adrian, right? Because I'm trying to understand all this. If we've got 150 million at the moment, that was from when our books closed last year, right? That's the 150 million that we got to spend at the moment.
Right. The reason I'm saying 150 million is because if we've had averaged 137 million for the 5 years since the stadium's opened, but we had our best revenue last year of 549. I've just upped it a bit. So you 120 would be ample anyway. It would be ample.
But what I'm trying to get to is, if we've got, I'm going to stick to 150 for now, Adrian. Okay. If we've got 150 million, right, that's what we got, because that's when the books closed last year on the 30th of June, says that we got 150 million to spend now, right? What I'm trying to understand is if we sold players before the 30th of June, right, of this year, does that mean that we've got that money as well, or does that money roll into next year?
The money goes on to next year's accounts.
Okay.
As the full amount, it's the full amount that goes on next year's account.
Okay.
Even if we aren't paid all that money in full.
Okay. Right? And so what happens if we sell players after the 30th of June? Where does that money go to?
Well, it's got to go on next year's accounts. It can't go on last year's, can it?
Okay, but for next year's accounts,
but you've got a little bit of difficulty here, right? Because last year's accounts have been done under PSR FFP rules.
That's right, and this year's will be done as well.
Which the new rules haven't been ratified yet, so we're still under PSR FFP
up until the 30th of June, because we won't be able to start the new rules if it's ratified.
And then there will be also, which further complicates it a little bit for clubs, because there's going to be a changeover. There is going to be a transition in the rules. Now, I don't know what the transition is. The finer details will come out when the rules are ratified, no doubt. Yeah, but look, guys. At the end of the day, we have got money to spend. We can buy, as far as I'm concerned, we can buy 4 or 5 quality players, and they can be 60, 70, 80 million players if it happens. But say we bought 500 million pound players tomorrow, right? And we had 100 mil, and we put 20 mil down on each.
Yeah.
But don't forget, because of the new rules, and so as clubs are sustainable and they don't go bust, we paid 20 million on each of those players, but there's 580 mils left over to be paid. That's 400 million. That 400 million would go on that 300 million I mentioned earlier that we owe on agents' fees, players and transfers fees, but we've took 60 mil off of that. So you'd have 240 million, but now you're adding 400 million to it. So now that's 640 million going on to the next year's debt. And if then you'd have 20% of that, and it's getting complicated now, isn't it? Now you'd have 20% of that 640 million would have to come off, would be football related expenditure to come off next year's accounts. Only, so it goes up. So the idea is, the whole point of these rules to make a level playing field and stop clubs going bust like Bury or going into administration by dodgy owners is for clubs to be forced to keep a balance between their cost expenditure and what they bring in as revenue, right? You don't want that 300 million, which we've taken 60 million off now, to grow exponentially. You don't want that to grow. You want to keep a tight rein on that. So that all comes into wages as well and things like that, So that's how it works. And it's going to stop clubs like Newcastle and Man City and Chelsea for buying success, bending the rules, and these rules will benefit Spurs. They will benefit Spurs in the long run. Because we're a massive revenue generating club. That's why. With all the events. I'm nothing against those events, by the way, as long as the money goes into the football team.
Yeah. So basically, just going back to some comments here, and then I'll go and we'll break it down again. But Daniel saying 250 million, I think we need to spend to be serious. We're spending nowhere near that though. Talking beer. So Nick, good afternoon, Nick. Nick says for those acting like Timo's going to be cheap option, remember he's making 165k a week.
Yeah, it was.
Hold on. Just read. We'll catch up. Daniel was saying in modern day football, 150 million only just about gets you a quality number 9 and a number 6. 2 quality players. We need more quality than that. Mr. M says good afternoon to us both. Daniel saying problem is not every club wants to monetize their deals when selling quality players. That doesn't happen in every deal. Drew Lalat is here saying afternoon, Jose, the man with the knowledge of Mr. Stroker, and hello to chat. Hasper TV, good afternoon. Has says Adrian still in after Werner joining. Daniel Coys again, Adrian mate, what about teams who only want to sell their players of a match their release clause in one lump sum though?
More than the club. Go on.
And then you've got Stu saying good afternoon everyone and saying smash the like, subscribe beautifully, thank you. Right, so Daniel, just to emphasize the point that I understand what you're saying, right? But when Adrian talks about what he says about monetizing the deals, if we're paying for players from Italy, let's say, right, and you're buying a quality player from Italy and he's going to cost you 60 million quid, right? Let's just say I'm just plucking a figure out, 60 million quid for a quality player in Italy. Italy, if you're giving them 20 million pound, or even if you did it over 5 years and gave them 12.5 million over the 5 years, they would jump and bite your hands off. Clubs in Spain would jump and bite your hands off. The people that are really stuck for money in Europe, they would bite your hands off, and they don't care about you doing a 5 year over 5 years. They just want money to come in because they need the money. So at the end of the day, you can go. What we're trying to say is, with 150 million to spend, you could, if you wanted to go wild scenario, right, you could end up paying or buying 500 million pound players. Although I don't think there's going to be many 100 million pound players anymore, but you could spend up to 100 million pound on a player and give them 20 million per year over 5 years, and you could do that times 5, and then you get 5 players and you're spending 100 million pounds per year. But in most scenarios, I don't think there's going to be 100 million pound players anymore. I really don't. I don't see it. I've just seen them. The
new rules will put a stop to that, Jose, because
I think we've hit the ceiling.
Yeah,
I keep saying it. Sorry, I've said it many a time, though, Adrian, and I've said this for ages. Started saying this last summer. The 100 million pound deals are not going to be to a penny like they have been.
No.
Money and signings will drop, and they'll continue to drop. It won't be just this season. They'll continue to drop, and you'll get to more of what I'd say is a sensible position rather than the wild positions that we've been in over a number of years. Now, with that, it's all right saying that, but then by the same token, the people who we are selling, right? The people that we're selling, Adrian, the same thing's going to count for that. You're going to get players that we're going to sell, and some of the players that we're going to sell, the teams offering to buy the players from us will do the same thing. They'll structure it over 5 years. So there's a bit of give and take, right? Both in buying and in selling players, but it can be done. Sorry, go on, Adrian.
No, what I was going to add to is, like, we've seen the effects of COVID, right? The loss of gate receipts of clubs in Europe, they're skinned. They're all skinned, right? They haven't got the money. If we sell players, we're probably going to have to take, a knock on some of the players we want to get rid of because these clubs are skinned. They're barely recovering. But what it's done, as Jose's rightly said, is what it has meant is that the transfer market has gone through a period of deflation. And with that, right, prices for players have dropped. A £60 million pound player might be a £40 million pound player now, and players demanded, if Ivan Toney thinks he can demand 250k a week at Spurs, he can go and take a long run and jump, because it's not going to happen, right? And agents will be told, and I'm glad it kicks agents in the teeth. I've never been a fan of agents, right, in football. And what it means is when agents come and say my player wants this and all that, the club says, we're not paying those wages. And it won't just be Spurs, it'll be loads of clubs, because they're going to have to work within the new rules. And actually, the new rules will suit the poorer European clubs as well, because the Premier League clubs have always had more money to spend, and therefore they've gone out and been out to bid these European clubs. But once this all, settles in and stabilises, it will suit the European clubs, because they'll know they haven't got to compete at such high prices for players. So, it is a fairer, if it's coming, I think it's a fair system, right? It's the new system will be a fair system, much fairer system, and it will give other teams a chance of competing much better against more bigger and powerful clubs.
Julia last saying apparently Werner deal will be announced soon. Good evening, Chang. I'm surprised you're still up. I'm sure it's late for you at the moment. It says to the channel subscribers and show watchers who are watching this live or on playback, help Senor Garcia build up your subscriptions by sharing and liking the stream and the channel. Keep up the good work, Jefe. Most kind words. Thank you very much, Chang. Daniel Coy says, I don't understand though, if I'm monetizing so easy in Italy, why ain't people doing that to get Vlahovic? Then Juve have been a mess. I'll come back to that in a second, Daniel. What we're saying is, the monetizing is that you're going to get more money from outside of Italy. So we're talking about the Premiership. The Premiership could afford to go for these players. Excuse me. Right? And you could go and offer Juve, if they accept it, you can offer them £60 million, right? And then you monetize that deal over 5 years, which is 12.5 million. English clubs can do that. Italian clubs can't. Clubs can't offer another team 60 million and monetize it, because the Italian clubs are the ones that need money. So basically, a lot of these Italian and Spanish, and I'm going to include Spain as well, lots of the Italians and Spanish teams, they want to sell players to the Premiership because they'll get money back for it. So it's not Spanish teams buying from within each other and Italian teams doing the same likewise, or French teams doing the same. It's about selling your players to the Premiership. That's what we're talking about. So it can be done. But someone like Vlahovic, I mean, I don't know because I'm not in Italy, but someone like Vlahovic, I don't know how much he's got left on his contract. But if he had, say, 3 years left on his contract, then Juve would probably hold out for a little bit more in the hope that a Premiership team would come in for him, as opposed to trying to sell him to another Italian side. It all depends. So the thing is, each year, it doesn't matter how well or how bad you play. I suppose it matters. It doesn't matter how well you play. Your value is going to come down year on year as your contract winds down. If you're playing poorly and your contract's winding down, then it's going to come down at a faster rate. People like this might be on the market, but there could be a load of different variables that are going on. Vlahovic could be playing with a known knee injury, let's say, and therefore he's only going to be playing for Juve, and Juve can't get rid of him because there's a known injury. I'm not saying there is, but there's all these different hypotheticals that could be going on, which stop players from moving.
I've been banging on about Vlahovic and Cambiasso at Juventus. I'd love both of those players, but you've got to understand Juventus. Let's just talk about the scene in Europe a little bit. Juventus, Barcelona, and Real Madrid were three of the clubs that were pushing hard for the European Super League. Why? Because all those three clubs are heavily indebted, and they knew that with the European Super League, each club that entered it was guaranteed 300 million, which would go a long way to help amortizing their debt. Now, when people talk about Barcelona, Juventus, not like in the old days when Serie A was a lot bigger and more powerful than it is now, and when you talk about Barcelona and Real Madrid, those clubs, they're two of the richest clubs in the world, but also two of the most heavily indebted. Barcelona had to sell off part of their TV rights and at like something like 25% of their merchandising rights to finance their debt. Every time they juggle their finances to bring in like a Galactico, right? But this can't go on. This can't go on with those clubs. They are not a threat to the Premier League now. If you want to come and buy a Premier League, look, Spurs managed to force Bayern, are in good health, right, financially, to pay 80, nearly 90 million for Kane. We don't know the exact figures, right? But like the likes of Barcelona that coming in now, they couldn't compete with us because they needed to keep their money, Barcelona, for Lucas Bergvall. Who's the biggest club, Barcelona or Spurs? Well, it answers itself. Barcelona are a miles bigger club than Spurs, aren't they? No, worldwide. And yet they weren't willing to pay 8.5 million for a youngster with enormous potential, right? They weren't. So obviously, Xavi, or whoever's there, has got to keep is balancing what he's got in his transfer market, and they need to sell as well, as do Real Madrid. I mean, they've been hawking players. Both clubs have been hawking players. In fact, a lot of Spanish and Italian clubs are hawking players. We hear of the ones we're interested in, but they need to bring money in, So Spurs are we need to really take advantage of this window because we are still under FFP PSR rules, and those European clubs know that. So they know that under these rules, and they haven't been changed yet, so those rules have carried on into this financial year as well. Those clubs know that they can still try and squeeze money out of these clubs before these rules are enacted, So it's going to be a fascinating transfer window. I think we'll have a good window personally, but we'll see. The Werner news isn't great, is it? But
Talking beer saying the window hasn't even opened yet, and people are acting like the sky's falling.
That's normal.
Nick Brown, good afternoon, Nick. It's been a while since I last saw you, mate. I hope everything's well with you, Nick. Says Jose, I was thinking the same, especially head coaches, and we will witness an influx of punts for far less money. This is when I was talking about the £100 million not being spent anymore. Mr. M sounded like Chang sounded like Mr. M, and there's a lot of people saying hello to each other. Nick's then saying European Super, I think this is European Super League, is back on the table after it was deemed illegal to ban them from USL is back on the table after it was deemed illegal to ban them from CL.
No. Won't happen.
And Daniel Coyes is saying after the news I don't really know how to take this summer anymore.
Wait and see, Dan. Wait and see.
So Dan, right, the news today has not changed my mind at all. I mean, you've watched me enough times, Dan. And I haven't changed my stance. My stance is what I said, and it remained that way. And I said I will not judge what we're doing and where we're going until the transfer window closes. So that means I won't be able, unless I can form an opinion a lot quicker, then my opinion won't be formed till the 2nd of September. And I've said this on many a show. To me, the interesting thing is, and it's another interesting conundrum that we've got bloody Euros and the Copa America in the way, haven't we?
Mm-hmm.
Because Adrian's quite right. The window's open on the 14th of June, the day that Euros start. Excuse me, Carl,
This is why
the day the Euros start.
I might interrupt just for a second. I find our own transfer window. This is another thing that grinds my gears, right? We know that's happening, right? So what annoys me is the fact that if we're in for a European international player, unless we've got something agreed now or close to a signing to be signed off, by the time we get the 14th, these players are going to be away, right? The tournament will last a month. They normally do these tournaments, maybe 3 weeks or whatever. So you wait until after the Euros finishes when a player's price might have gone up, gone down or whatever. You might not be interested. You know, to me, our transfer window should open as soon as the season ends. I just find it ridiculous that it doesn't. I don't understand it. If there's a logical reason for it, someone please explain it to me.
But you are aware that deals can still be done while the Euros are on, because all they'll do.
Oh, of course.
All they'll do is they'll do the medical in the country that the Euros is on. So if they're playing in Germany, they'll do the medical in Germany, and the paperwork just gets signed in Germany.
It's not helpful, is it? I mean,
no, but it can be done, because we've had players sign while there's been Copa Americas, Euros, AFCONs, World Cups, all sorts have been going on, and people can still be signed because you just do the medicals in the country.
I mean, another thing we consider, you know, our recruitment team, which is mainly Johan Lang and Rod McKenzie, the chief scout, with Scott Munn and Enge. Really, that's it.
And right? Fabio.
Yeah, they won't have been sitting around all season waiting until now to sign players. I mean, otherwise you'd only pay them for like a month in a season during the transfer window to do their job. Like, they will be working on deals and compiling lists of players in every position, right? So they will have been sifting through. There will be contacts made. Some contacts. The reason I don't like agents is they can't keep their mouth shut. It's a bit like Dragason's agent. You know, he's got to go down for mouth of the year, and he's mouthing off every opportunity he gets, right? So, yeah. So, but, you know, I mean, like, so they'll be working on deals. Now it gets to the nitty gritty when the lists are drawn up or the short list are drawn up. Quick hit on payer. First of all, does the player want to come? If he don't, move on. Contact the agent. Does the player? Most agents will agitate for their players to move because they want to make money, right? I don't think a lot of agents work in the best interest of their players. There's those out there that don't. There's those that do, right? So you've got them. So then once they're interested, the things we need to be interested is not all the rumours. I post loads of stuff in my group about the rumours of players, but the time to, and you should take it all with a pinch of salt, as I do, the time to set up is when you know contact has actually been made. That talks have been, okay, talks. What you want is, have they made an agreement with the player? Before any signing, money's part, has there been an agreement with the player? Once there's an agreement with the player, I think, oh, okay, this is gained traction. This is interesting now. It might not be interesting if I don't like the player, but you know, then it's the time to take note. I think we'll find that things are going to speed up now.
Right. So, because the interesting thing is, and we haven't even touched a lot of the stuff that I wanted to discuss yet, and we're nearly an hour in, because this Vernon news just thrown us all in it. Yeah, but this Vernon news just threw us all. So it's interesting. I mean, I've said all along, Adrian, and I remain committed to what I've said in the past. The work started the minute the transfer window closed last summer. That's when you started doing your ID, your scouting for every position, not just where we need, every position. You would have scouted for goalkeeper, rights, left backs, centre backs, 3 midfielders, the 3 wingers. If you're going to change your way of playing, they would have done all that, and they would have started. And thereafter, they would have already started tapping up. Well, not tapping up, but they've already started speaking to agents, saying, you know, what's your player doing next year? Does he fancy coming along? Blah blah blah. What's your stance? You know, all this stuff should have been started throughout the season, because at the start of last season, unless they identified certain players, certain positions, then throughout the season, we've had Ange and the team must know where the weak points are in the squad. And therefore, you start concentrating on them weak points. So by the time you got to December time, let's say January, you start saying to yourself, well, we're weak in this area, so we'll look at the players that we've got in that area, and we'll start speaking to their agents like now, right? And start to do a lot of the groundwork that you need. So basically, what you're then doing is is that you're putting an offer in for that player, and it doesn't then drag out because you know that that player wants to come. You put an offer in that's going to be reasonable and accepted by the other club, so that it doesn't drag out, so you can do your business nice and early. That work's already started. That work continues to go on, and I'm hoping that work then comes to fruition. I'd like to see. I think that some teams will start announcing players. Although you can't buy them till the 14th of June, you can announce players that are coming to your club before then. And I have a feeling that clubs will probably start announcing players this week. Worst case scenario starting Saturday, but I reckon that some may start this week already. So I'd like to think that we are going to have some players come through the door. The only concern that I've got is the players going out. How quickly are we going to be able to get them out the door? But that's another question. Well, what I was going to ask you is, right, now that we're talking, so if we believe what Twitter's saying, excuse me, sorry, if we believe what Twitter's saying, right, and it says that we're looking to sign 5 players, and we're not including a loan of Werner, we're not including Bergvall, but we're talking about 5 players. What positions, Adrian, do we need them 5 players in?
Well, the strongest evidence we have in the rumour mill is that the priorities are striker and midfielder. They are our first priorities. If we're bringing in 5, those 2 positions, unless trying to get those 2 positions filled is delayed in some way and we end up getting something else. But we know I would like a left-footed centre-back, Calafiori, Incapi, whether that would happen or not. Who knows? You've heard rumours about Calafiori. Oh, he's going to go to Juve and all that, yeah. But, don't forget, I take all that with a pinch of salt, or he wants to stay in Italy. Really? What are you on? 70 grand a week? Well, we're going to give you 150. You still want to go to Juve? You know what I mean? So, I think, it can happen. Players might want to stay in their particular league. I get that. If they're settled with their family and kids in school and stuff like that, I get all that, right? So but striker and midfielder, if it's Conor Gallagher, I'm not keen on what I've seen of him. I only seen him really play 90 minutes against us when Palace beat us 3-0 when he was on loan to them, and he looked very good there. But he's an England player. He must be good. Half the Chelsea fan base, I think it's normal fan base, is half from love him, half from mate him, apparently. Don't like him. If Ange got him, I wouldn't complain. He doesn't come across as a sexy signing, but okay, fine. If he comes in, yeah. Does he improve the squad? In energy wise, probably yes. He does give you energy. So otherwise, watched him in that Liverpool League Cup final, missed a couple of sitters.
Let's go for the positions first, and then we can
talk
about after.
Right.
So you said one striker first, one striker, one midfielder. Where else?
Left-sided centre back.
A left-sided centre back, and where else?
Well, then left back and right back. If Emerson doesn't go, or what's happened with Davis, that would be 5 for me.
Okay, so for me, I think, right, personally, if we can push the boat out, I think we need 6 signings, right? And I'd include every position you just said, right? Because I know we've already got Bergvall coming, right? I also believe in some of the younger players we've got.
Yeah,
right.
I do as well.
So because of that, I would say, for me personally, I think we need 2 strikers, whether it's 2 that can play across the line, whether it's a 9 and someone that can play across the line. I personally think we need 2 strikers, right? And that's the only extra position I would say. 2 strikers, a midfielder if we need if we want to top up in midfield. I'd say a centre half and two fullbacks to challenge Destiny and Pedro Porro. So, and that's what I'd go for. I think the goalkeeper one was one that we were probably going to, I thought we were going to look at that next year, hence why Forster's still with us. But signing Austin on a contract today tells me that Austin's going to be the number 2.
Yeah, he's under 21 goalkeeper as well, isn't he? And on Drula down there, I would take Tabibo. I would take him.
Austin ain't under 21.
He was under 21 goalkeeper. He was.
Brandon Austin.
Yeah, he was under 21 goalkeeper.
But he's 25 years old now.
I know, but he was.
Okay, yeah. But what I'm saying is, if they've signed him on a deal today, it tells me that he's going to be the number 2, and that maybe what's he called? Forster moves on. Is what it tells me. Sorry, just
yeah. I was wrong there because I thought Josh Keeley I thought Josh Keeley was going to be the number 2 goalkeeper next season.
We've got Destiny 5's coming. Right, sorry, Destiny 5's coming. Says if Ange is behind a signing like Johnson, Werner, then I'm worried. Jishnu is saying disappointed to see the Timo loan deal extended. His final third decision is just awful. Doesn't even have the quality to be a backup. Peter Kagas, good morning to you, Peter. Says hi all. It's 2 a.m. in Melbourne. Werner in, yeah. Daniel is on one a day, and Daniel's not a happy chappy.
No,
Next up, Martial, and probably end up trying to re-sign Dyer again. Drew Lalart is saying, I see that we've been linked with Todibo again.
Yeah, the only thing with that is that Todibo's with Nice, and Jim Ratcliffe's group own Nice as a football club. So if Todibo goes anywhere, it's probably a Man United who need to improve their squad. Yeah,
Jishnu's saying, I think we are good in defence. We have Romero VDV as first option, Dragusin Davis as backup, and both Ashley Phillips and Vuskovic showing great potential.
And Dorrington.
Dan is saying, Drula, no, we're getting Dyer back. This club ain't serious, and Angie's a yes man, and he will take him back. And then Side Dancer saying Luke Gunter's the under 21's goalkeeper.
Yeah,
right. So
very good season.
Right, let's go back to. My belief is that we should be buying 2 strikers, whether it's a 9 or 2 that play across the line. However, I just think we need 2 attacking players in the final third of the pitch to bolster what we've already got and what we're getting rid of. 1 more midfielder if you want to bolster up the midfield to give you further options, to give you 6. Because at the moment, what we've got Sarr, Bentancur, Madison, and Bissouma. Bergvall. If you need another midfielder, you bring in another one if you need it. But then we've got Donnelly, Devine, Mikey Moore in them positions. Up front, you also got you can look at Scarlett, you can look at Troy Parrott, you can look at Veliz. I know they're all younger, but do you bring in 2 more experienced players? I believe you do.
And in midfield, you could add Tyrus Hall to that because he looks a talent to me.
The saving grace is that you can use as many of the under 21s as you want because you don't have to name them in your squad. So basically, Tottenham can have a squad. No disrespect, but they could have a squad of 36 next year. You could have your 25 named players and then 11 under 21 players. So you can have as many players as you need in that squad, but they're bounced up by the youngsters. But going back to what we were saying, Side Dancer says he'd like to give Lancashire a chance. Jishnu is saying bring Santiago Jimenez and Mats Wiffer and Nico Williams. And Daniel is talking to Drula. So forward-wise, Adrian, and I know that you do plenty of work on your Facebook page, but I want you to narrow it down to 4 strikers. I don't want it because otherwise we'll be talking all day about strikers. What 4 strikers are we looking at, or what 4 strikers are a mixture of these 4 strikers could we bring to Tottenham and would be good for us?
Well, what we've looked at, and not what I want, because I'd like Vlahovic, but I haven't heard no rumours about that. But those. So
what impresses you so much about Vlahovic, Adrian?
I just think he'd be perfect for the Ainge system.
Why?
He can when he's a bit deeper, he can break for midfield. He can cut him from the left and right. He'll take his man on. He'll shoot. He's a good finisher. I mean, he would suit Ange's system perfectly. But and he cost. I think he cost 40 million euros to Juve, which is 34 million. So if you offered 50 million to him, I think they would be sorely tempted. Anyway, we've been strongly linked with Tony. Obviously, we have a baggage concern with Tony, and wages might be an issue. We've been strongly linked with Santiago Jimenez at Feyenoord, which it's cooled a little bit on him recently, but don't let that fool you, because I expect surprise signings with Paratici still in the background as well, right? Any mention of Jonathan David went quite along. We were linked with Serhu Geresi. Now he's an interesting one.
He's going somewhere else, isn't he? Ain't someone else buying him? Ain't Dortmund or someone like that buying him?
They may well be, because he's got a buyout clause of about 15 mil. He's 28 and he's hit straps this season, which you could question, well, why hasn't he done it in previous season? I looked at the player. I like him. And another thing, I'm not one of those that think, oh, the higher the price a player is going to cost, the better he's going to be, because that's never worked out with an Ndombele and Lo Celso, is it, or Sanchez? So, I mean, like, the fact it would be cheap, I could imagine if we did get a player in like that, the fan base, oh, no, look, we're buying cheap, we're buying in Poundland instead of Harrods. I get that as well. But I just want to know if the player's good enough or not. Who else we've been linked with apart from Tony? Omar Mamouche at Eintracht Frankfurt. He's been recommended by Mido, who did recommend Salah to us when he was playing in a French league before he ended up at Southampton and Liverpool, I think wasn't it? So because he's lightning fast and he happens to be Egyptian as well, because I understand why Mido's recommended. And then we've had another one, Muhammad Umara. I forget who he plays for. We've been linked with him. We've been linked with lots of young wingers. You know, we've been linked with a few youngsters from Belgium, which seems to be a popular raiding league for clubs. There is a dearth of strikers out there, though. There is a dearth. I mean, like, you are going to be taking a gamble on some of these. Even Santiago Jimenez, who's dropped off the pace a bit recently. So
there's one player that I want.
You like Solanke?
No, I want at Tottenham, and you've not mentioned his name. And I'm hoping that he's someone that we are looking at, and that's the reason why his name hasn't been mentioned. And the only player that I want leading our line for Tottenham next season as our main number 9 is Benjamin Sesko.
Right, okay.
Sesko is fucking quality.
What
20 years old.
The other one,
Openda. Lewis Openda.
Yeah.
I think Sesko knocked spots off him. I think Benjamin Sesko.
And we've been linked with the Sporting number 9, Evan Nilsson. Yeah.
I would love Benjamin Sesko at Tottenham, and another, but Benjamin Sesko is my number. He's my number 1.
I'm like you. I want to see like Velez given a chance, or Dorrington. You know, look. If you give them the chances that Richarlison and Johnson and Werner have missed, these guys can finish. They can finish. And Donnelly's he came as a striker. Burnett converted him to a number 10. He can put a lovely through ball through, you know, split defenses and play a player in. I mean, I want to see this happen. And I'm hoping now we've added another game to the pre-season tour, because Spurs are going to play QPR. So I don't know if we're looking at one of their players or not. Right. So we're going to play QPR. So we've got QPR, 2 games against Bayern, and we got a game against the Japanese side, Kobe or whatever they are.
It's not Kobe.
Yeah. So that's good. That's all good, getting games under players' legs. Better than the shambles of last season's pre-season anyway. So.
But yeah, Benjamin Sesko. Benjamin Sesko is the man, and that's who I'd love to have at Tottenham. But I don't settle for one. I think, honestly, we need to bring in a second striker. Another. I don't mean a second striker to play second fiddle. I think we need to improve our forward line by bringing 2 players.
We have been also nicked with Nico Williams and Danny Olmo. I wouldn't mind Danny Olmo.
Danny Olmo, yeah, he's a really good player. Danny Olmo,
he's got a 50 million release clause. I don't see why. Well, does he suit Ange's system? This is the thing, Ange. It's not a question of how good the player is. If Ange thinks they'll suit the system or not, you know. So,
Williams and Olmo are both good players. But I mean, there are so many good players. But if we're believing everything that we're being told, right, then by believing everything we're being told, we're only signing 4 or 5 players, and you know,
That's enough if we're blooding youngsters, though.
And that's the thing. We've got to be careful what we wish for, because at the end of the day, we're talking about players that we'd like to bring in, but we're, by the same token, we're also saying, well, we've got to give our youth a chance as well. So if you've got to do that, then you can't bring too many players in if you're going to give the youth a chance.
The youth will be given a chance. Now, I don't know if it's going to be this season. The simple reason is because sooner or later, well, like when Sessegnon goes, if Skip goes, and
Sessegnon's gone. Sessegnon leaves us on Friday.
When we lose, at the moment we've got 4 academy trained players for Europe. We will get to a stage where is Whiteman going to stay as a goalkeeper? If not, he goes. So over the next season, or towards the end of next season, I'm expecting young players to be given a go, some to be given a go next season anyway. But there will be room for a pathway, simply on the reason by the time you get to the end of the season or next season, the academy homegrown players we've got now will probably been got rid of because they won't have been used. So once they go and the other under 21s or 22, there will be a natural pathway anyway for four of them, because we've always got to fill those 4 places while we're in Europe anyway. While we're in Europe, so it will happen. I want it to happen this season because I love what I've been watching. But will it happen? I think it will for a few. They're not sure, 90 minutes, but in Europa League, if we're spanking aside 4-0 at half time, blood them. You know what I mean?
You've got Peter Kagayas saying, "Come on, Ange knows what he's doing."
Yeah, I believe he does.
Side dancer saying Victor Boniface for me, but won't get him as he's at Leverkusen. And Destiny 5 says that we won't be paying Vlahovic's wages. Destiny 5 also says Solanke is Spurs price range, but rather João Pedro at Brighton, Elise, Gibbs White, and a 6. And then he's also saying Robinson as left back cover. Jishnu's then said Adrian Vlahovic is another poacher. His ball playing ability isn't good, just like Nunes and Haaland. See how City and Liverpool lost their fluidity with Nunes and Haaland. Side dancers saying bring Janssen back, and Dan is saying no, Openda is that guy. Trust me. Right. So midfield, Adrian. If we're bringing a midfielder in, who's the midfielder going to be, or who do you want it to be?
Rather than Gallagher, I would rather have Morgan Gibbs White if we're going for homegrown. I'd rather go for Gibbs White. As Danny Olmo's versatile, isn't he? Like, you could bring him in. Let's see what I've got, if I've written anything down here.
Because to me, Maresca, who they reckon is going to Chelsea, he says that he wants to keep Gallagher.
Oh, I'll tell you what I would like, because everyone's been screaming about a number 6. I'd like Edison at Atalanta. I think.
Do you know what? Gennaro as a number 6, and he's not been spoken about for 2 or 3 years now, is Ugarte.
What, he's at PSG still, isn't he?
But he's not been getting game time. He ain't been getting game time, has he? Sorry?
Uruguayan. How old's he?
Yeah, but he's not been getting game time at PSG.
How old's Ugarte now?
23.
That's young.
Ugarte, the midfield that Uruguay have got is ridiculous. They got Ugarte, Bentancur.
Yeah, I've always got age on my mind because Ange tends to want players that are not older than sort of like 26, and you can give them a 6-year contract. Nowadays 25 and all that. He tends to go for that, unless someone's exceptional that's older. So, like, that's why I don't think we'd go for Garassi, because he's 28. Jimenez, I think I could see us ending up with Jimenez, actually. I'm not sure Ange would fancy Tony. If Tony's not got an attitude, or again, I don't think Ange will go touch him with a barge pole. I mean, people talk about Ferguson at Brighton, but he's a work in progress.
Yeah, but no one's going to pay the silly money to Brighton. Brighton last year said 120 million to get him.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting ridiculous prices spouted for players, 100 million for someone who's not a striker, Brentford, Everton. That's not going to happen. Everton are skint. They're in danger of going bust now as it happens. But I mean, yeah. So, yeah, other strikers, players say we go and get Usyk. Usyk or Gordon from Newcastle have to sell, right?
Do you know what's funny, Adrian?
How much are you going to spend on your transfer budget on those? Sorry, go on.
Let me tell you, you just reminded me a name. How funny that you're now mentioning, not Isak, you're mentioning Gordon. Do you remember when we were linked with Gordon?
Yeah.
Do you remember what the fan base said at the time? Most of the fan base was saying he's shit, he's not worth the money. What are you trying to bring him for? He ain't good enough for Tottenham. You know, we're downgrade, stepping away from what we should do. We're not going to challenge all this stuff that I'm hearing all over again. We heard and we didn't sign Gordon. Gordon's gone to Newcastle, and if Gordon had that season at Tottenham, we wouldn't be finishing 5th.
Yeah,
the season that he's had for Newcastle. I
was undecided on him because it's like I say, he wasn't an established player, and I'm very Spurs centric. I mean, like, and anyone says when we're interested in a player that have gone out and watched that player play 38 games for their teams, if he's just a new player in their team who's broke through and making the media get agitated and excited, like, is a liar. And I always say, well, look, you're asking me to comment on a player I've seen play twice, 3 times in a season when they've played us. I can't comment on players. If they're an established player, I know they're good, then we know they're good. But Gordon wasn't a known. He had a breakout season. He was doing well at Everton, but he weren't outstanding because at the time Richarlison was taking all the plaudits.
Yeah,
you know. So that was that. So, Pete, I'm Angian. I'm fully Angian. I don't care about the Werner deal, and I'll tell you why. Because I believe he wanted Werner in January, so he was an Ange choice. He wasn't being a yes man then, and I believe. Although we looked at Johnson for a couple of seasons under Paratici, I still believe he was an Ange choice because both those players suit his system. So I don't think Ange is being a yes man. And the other reason I don't believe Ange is a yes man is because recently in his press conference when he's saying this club's fragile. The club's fragile inside and out, remember? And he had a little bit of a rant. And I think they just knocked it back to the board. Back me or else I may walk. You know, so I don't think Ange is a yes man at all. I think we have to look at the big picture of the transfer and how we're getting in, what we're moving in positions, what's been decided. If signings have already been agreed or about to be finalised, and we're spending this amount of money, and Ange still wants to fill a particular position or two, and they say, "Well, we got this, we're willing to lay out." Do you want to take Werner back? And we don't know what's going on behind the scenes, guys. There's always a lack of transparency, and not that the club should tell us anyway, because the price of players goes up, right? If that happens, and the selling club hears or whatever, it's going to have to be a wait and see. Wait and see. I'm not a Werner fan though, you know.
Okay.
So I'm fully behind Ange, or he gets my backing all next season, because you have to do this. We can't keep binning managers. He gets my backing for next season.
He gets my backing for the whole 4 years that he's been signed for. End of. And I said that at the start. Right, Jishnu saying Matt's Wiffer as a number 6, Bergvall as a number 8, Maris as a number 10 will be mouth-watering. And he says, Jishnu says to me, there's a reason why Ugarte is benched by Luis Enrique. Look, to me, Ugarte, Bentancur and Valverde is a potent 3 for Uruguay. I've seen Ugarte play when he was in Portugal as well. Seen him play for his national team. And the limited game time he does get, I see him play. And I think he's a fabulous number 6. And he'd probably be a cheaper option now. Wasn't before, but will now be a cheaper option than some of the other 6s that we are being linked with. Peter is saying, Jishnu, if Bergvall can step up, he will be fantastic. Side dancer is saying, Christoph Balgamanta from RB Leipzig. And then Jishnu says, I will say Gordon for 50 million still overpriced. There are better players than him under 50 million. 50 million for Gordon is, I tell you that lots of clubs now would pay 50 million for Gordon quite comfortably, because he has proved with assists and goals at Newcastle, and he's the only one out of all them Newcastle front 3 or front 6 that's remained constant, fit. He's the only player that hasn't had injuries this season that's remained constant and fit. Hence why he's had a really good season.
We were linked with Pedro Goncalves as well, weren't we, at one time? I mean, I think it's a good player. I like the young kid in Belgium, that's Skov Olsen, the winger. This kid can finish. And I thought, a winger who can finish his dinner. You know, when you go and watch him, he's young though. You know, but we're also linked by the other player there, wasn't we? Which Brentford came in for us, and now I reckon he's got his fitness levels back or something. He's supposed to have had back trouble. I forget the winger's name.
Not Damsgaard.
No, not Damsgaard. The one from the Belgian club, the winger that Brentford were going to out. They nearly signed him, and then they found out like, oh, he's got back issues or leg issues.
Oh, yeah. I know you're talking about the youngster, aren't you?
Yeah.
Scandinavian, plays in Scandinavia.
Yeah.
I forgot.
We're also listed with that Jaden Philogene of Hull, but I mean, that can go and die.
Well, today there's two Middlesbrough players that we've been linked with: Van den Berg and Hayden Hackney.
Yeah, they've just come on to. A lot of these are just filling. We were also linked with like Samuel in Junior at Juve.
Yeah.
And then there was like Adamba Muzambo from Ajax as well. Oh, the player at Belgium, is that Rooney Bargy?
No, but he's another youngster.
He's from Copenhagen, wasn't he? Yeah.
He's another youngster.
We don't need these young wingers because we've got wingers in the academy. This is the whole thing, you know. We don't need them. But the one, everyone was looking at the young winger in that Belgian club. I like that Scott Olsen. I like the look of him, but like.
So let's go to centre halves then. Centre halves, we've been linked with Calafiori, Buongiorno.
Yeah, we've been linked with Lloyd Kelly, Tyson Adarabioyo, haven't we? We've been linked with a German centre back. We were linked with Brantford. That's not going to happen at that price. We were linked with Buongiorno, like you say, Calafiori. I'd like Calafiori.
There's another return. There was three Italian players that we've been linked with, and I can't remember the third one now. But it was Calafiori.
We were linked with Albert Goodmanson, weren't we, of Genoa as well?
But he's a striker. Yeah. I was talking about centre half. There's another centre half that we were linked with from Italy as well. We were linked
with Kilman at Wolves, wasn't it? Kilman at Wolves.
Yeah, but I was talking about in Italy. There's a third one in Italy that we were linked with.
What Calafiori in?
Calafiori, Buongiorno, and there's one other. Oh. I can't remember the guy's name. Anyway, regardless of that, and then obviously we have been linked with Lloyd Kelly and Tosin Adarabioyo, and it looks like Tosin and Lloyd are going on frees, and they will go to other Premiership clubs.
Yeah.
Although Lloyd Kelly's been looked at from abroad as well. Yeah. Germany and I think Italian clubs are looking at Lloyd Kelly as well. So therefore they're not. Yeah, I know they're frees, but the thing is, they're not good enough for the Tottenham Hotspur fan base, but they're good enough for other big clubs throughout Europe. So, it's just how fickle we are as fans sometimes. And it's interesting because as fans, we can be fickle because there are players that we like and stuff like that, but they don't necessarily fit what we're trying to do, but we like the players anyway. So, you got Julius saying, why are we going in for Gallagher? It's so much better out there.
We were linked with the Japanese centre back as well, weren't we?
Ito?
Yeah, I think there was a couple we were linked with. I'm not sure if they're playing in Italy.
He says, a guy has one major flaw in his game. He doesn't have pressure. Jose, next time you watch him, he struggles when surrounded by players. The back pass he makes always puts extra pressure. That's why Enrique has dropped. He is more of a number 8 than a 6. All the artisan is the centre half Bremner. No, it weren't. It weren't Bremer that I'm thinking of.
I like Bremer, but I don't. He's 29 now, maybe. But he was the Italian virtually centre back of the season and all that at Juve.
And Jishnu is saying Nico has a 50 million release clause and he is miles ahead of Gordon. I'd like to see how many goals Nico scored compared to Gordon and assists compared to Gordon. Gordon has had a fantastic season. Nico Williams is a fantastic player, don't get me wrong. I love Nico Williams, but Gordon's done it in the Premiership, and I think that his stats this year are higher than Nico's. Could be wrong. I guess, because Gordon has scored so many goals this year and got so many assists. Also, Matthias Sula, Marcus Edwards are also available less than 50 million, who are more promising than Gordon. Right, I'll tell you now, right? I know that he's one of our own, Marcus Edwards, but if you gave me a option of Marcus Edwards and Gordon, I'm taking Gordon all day long. That's me personally. I'm taking Gordon all day long, even though Marcus was one
Sula's
of
at
our own.
Juve as well, isn't he, with Illing Jr., isn't he? So they've got players. I'm expecting us to raid Italy. I really am. I don't know who we're going to get, but we got your doggy, we got Vicario. I'm not. We got Bentancur. We got Decky.
The value is in Italy. We know that already, isn't it? The value is definitely in Italy. So, right. What about the fullbacks, Adrian?
Cambiasso, I'd love him from Juventus. 24.
Are we linked with Cambiasso?
Recently, there have been links, but I think he loves it where he is. Other fullbacks, again, it's to suit Angie's system as an inverted fullback. They've got to have pace and stamina, haven't they? So, I mean, there was talk of Kyle Walker-Peters coming back. I don't see. He can play on both sides, though. That's the only thing with Walker-Peters, because when he was a kid at Spurs, he played on the left in the England side that lifted the mini World Cup or mini European tournament. He can play both sides. And he has matured, so with Southampton, but now they're promoted, I would think he'll probably stay. It's hard, isn't it? What about the Fulham guy? What's his name? Robertson, is it?
Robinson.
Yeah. I haven't seen enough of them. I've heard rave reports. It would be handy if we could get a left centre back that can play left back as well. I'm sort of, I don't know. On fullbacks, there aren't. It's like number nines. There aren't standout contenders. I don't think of. We can go. There's always loads of midfielders, isn't there? Because most teams are well stocked in midfield. But defenders in a chat. Come on, give us some right backs and left backs, if you can think of any. Apart from Hakimi at PSG. I'll take him tomorrow. Yeah. And I'm trying to think. I mean, that's why we were interested in Chalobah at Chelsea, because he can play at right back. And you never know, because this new guy in charge, Bowley at Chelsea, he would sell players.
So Chalobah, right, if people look at it, Chalobah costs you 30 million. Say Gallagher cost you 50 million. That's 80 million, right? If you were to amortize that over 5 years, that 80 million,
16 million.
It's nothing, is it?
It's peanuts. This is
completely.
why I say this is why I can say we can go. It's a question of what if then it's a question of not how many players we can get in. We could bring loads in. We brought in 7 in the last few transfer windows we've done, right? It's a question if Ange wants them for the system he wants. Now, like I say, I believe he wanted Werner and Johnson. If we could have upgraded Werner, I don't think we'd be in for him. But there may be a hidden reason for this. I mean, we got to wait and see before we get too excited about it, because we know we're going to bring players in, and a lot of the, let's be fair, a lot of the players we've been linked with are quality players. Let's be fair. I mean, Chalobah wouldn't be a sexy player. Conor Gallagher wouldn't be a sexy player. But if we'd have had them both this season, we'd have probably finished higher than we have anyway. They're not sort of sexy signings. Sexy signings are like skillful attackers and, playmakers, aren't they? So, yeah. So it depends, if Chalobah's not going to get a chance at Chelsea in front of Reece, whatever, James and Cucurella, whatever his name is, and Cucurella and players like that, he may decide to move.
Cucurella. Right, Audio Artisans asked us a question. Good, we've got a question to have been asked. I have an answer for this already, but I'm going to ask you first.
One player, possibly. Would you take?
I would say only one player as well. I wouldn't take anyone from Leeds apart from one player.
Yeah, the player that's got the rave reviews over the season, but he's only done it in the Championship, is Somerville, isn't it? The winger.
He's not the player that I would take.
All right, okay, go on.
I'll take Archie Gray all day long and 3 times on a Sunday.
Right,
He is a player that you can build around. Archie Gray can play anywhere along the midfield. He can play at any of the positions, 6, 8, 10. Archie Gray can play fullback. Archie Gray can play different positions. And I think his ceiling is huge. He's only 18. And he's playing first team football already. I mean, I look at Adam Wharton, who's gone to Crystal Palace, and I would say Archie Gray looked better than Adam Wharton to me.
Fine.
And
I ain't seen enough of him. I looked at a video. Some of them, I thought, yeah, the guy's got talent, future prospect, but we don't need to gamble on youngsters because we've got our own. You know, this is the thing. We don't need to. No, I wouldn't take any Leeds. And
I watched Leeds the other day, and I don't want to be too bad on Leeds, but I watched Leeds the other day in the playoff final, and I had no time for Somerville, Nonto, Gruev, Kamara, Ruta, and Pirro. I thought their front six were awful. Awful.
What do you think about us? We were linked with vaguely about a month or so ago with Ndidi at Leicester and Dewsbury Hall.
I don't rate either of them either for Tottenham. I don't think they're that good. I think Dewsbury Hall is a good championship player. I still think he's yet to do it in the Premiership. And Ndidi, he's played well in the Championship. Didn't do it in the Prem though, like when the season he played, or the 2 seasons he played, didn't do it in the Prem at all. There's not many players that I would take from the Championship, to be honest. I'm a bit like you. The difficult one is, Adrian, they've got first team experience because they've been playing in the first team in their respective for their respective teams. But we've got youngsters that are really, really good players. They just haven't played first team football.
Tyrese Hall looks like an incarnation of Moussa Dembele, and that is an enormous call to make. But he's so confident on the ball, and you can't get the ball off him. And he does lose the ball occasionally, as all players do. But I mean, like, he's always like Bentancur. He's always looking for the forward pass and all that. He's 18, just coming to the squad.
Yeah,
you know, he's just coming in 18, 20. With Abbott, who's 18, who was captain of the under, who scored actually the other day. He's just come into the squad. You know.
So Drew is saying, so from Leeds, you would have taken Somerville.
If the only one I would like is like on what I've seen, but I haven't seen Archie Gray like you're saying. So at the moment, I could say I probably wouldn't take anyone.
Okay. Drew is saying that it says Lloyd Kelly's going to Newcastle. Howe has agreed the move, which is interesting because Tosin was they were looking at Tosin there, but it looks like Chelsea are now sniffing after Tosin.
Which would surprise me. I mean, because rumour was Man United were in for him as well. So now we're talking wages then, aren't we? Because Spurs, look, and I don't blame them. They're not going to pay. If these, Man United would give like probably someone like Wan-Bissaka $300,000 a week or something. And what's Marcus Rashford on? Like probably on $400,000 a week or something stupid like that. I mean, these are mental amounts of money. And we're talking to build. And I think this is part of the reason that Ange, part of his philosophy, not because players, if they're worth the money, fair enough, but they're not proven to have worth that money. Spurs have got very generous incentives if players win something, which is a way to go. You know, if you win, you get enormous bonus. Right, fair enough. But if we're trying to we're trying to compete on a level without upsetting all the other members in the squad, you know. I don't think the players would worry if Sonny's given another 20, 30 grand a week and signs a new contract. He's done it, isn't he? You know, he's proved himself over and over again. But, you know, and players in the Premier League, like, you have got Premier League tax on them. They all cost more than they should, most of them. And then they all want top wages. Look, we've proved you can get quality out there without having to do that. We've got Vicarian, we've got Udogian, we've got Sarin, we've got Van der Ven in, right? They'll probably give Van der Ven a new contract and a wage rise because he's probably on about 70 or 80 grand a week, right? If he can't survive on it, you can always go down a food bank, can't he?
Right, talking beer. So Nick's saying, and I hope you're well, Nick, by the way, says, I personally don't care how much any of these players cost. I
I
just
don't
want to see
either.
the squad improved. If we
Exactly.
continue to make lateral moves, we don't improve overall.
Exactly.
And
Talking there.
Jishnu is saying, how about Ethan Ampadu? Ethan Ampadu, I don't think even. I think Ethan Ampadu is not even a centre back. He's played centre back and he's fitted in quite well at Leeds. But Ethan Ampadu is more of a central midfielder and hasn't done it in the Premiership. Again, he's another one that hasn't done it. Came through the Chelsea academy and whatever, hasn't done it in the Premiership. But in saying that, you've got some untested players from Ipswich who've not got Premiership experience and they're coming up. You've got Leicester with some of their players who are not tested in the Premiership. Some of the new players that they brought in for this season. Southampton are going up. Southampton will be interesting because Southampton are now going up, but they had a load of players on loan as well. So it'll be interesting whether they make these loans permanent and stuff like that. To be honest, I fear straight away for Southampton. Straight away, I fear for them. I think that if I look at Nottingham Forest and Everton and Bournemouth as teams that are further down they were just above the relegation zone. I think them three teams that I've just mentioned far stronger than Southampton. I think they're far stronger than Leicester as well, than what Leicester look at the moment. And without being too awful, I think they're stronger than Ipswich.
Have Brighton got a manager yet, Jose?
No.
They could be under threat next season.
No.
But
with Brighton though, Adrian, the only thing I'll say with Brighton, mate, is that with Brighton, they had loads of injuries, Adrian. They had more injuries than what we did, to be honest, throughout the. But theirs wasn't just in a period of 3 months. They had the injuries throughout the whole of the season, and I think that if you look at Brighton's squad, right, a manager taking over that squad would be taking over a healthy squad.
We don't know what we call, without being unfair to say, less wealthier teams, or we don't know the effect of the transfer windows going to have on all these clubs. I mean, you take Palace. If they lost Eze and Lisi, right, would they be relegation fodder?
No, I don't think they will. I think Glasner's a really good manager.
He's done really well, hasn't he?
And I think
in the last games,
he knows the German league inside out, and he would raid. I'd be surprised if Palace didn't raid the German league and pick up some gems for double cheap, because he knows that league and he knows the system that he wants to play in. So, I mean, we give plaudits to other teams and managers, and I don't think we give enough to our team and our manager. We've got a manager that plays a certain system in a certain way, right? And if I'm saying give them the right players for Crystal Palace, I think they'll thrive. Well, then the same can be said for our manager and our team, can't it? I just don't think we give enough plaudits to our own, and we give far too many plaudits out to other teams. But I think Brighton's squad and what Brighton have got, I think that they'll manage quite comfortably. They've got some really, really good players. Crystal Palace, if they lose Elise and I don't know whether they'll lose them both though, Adrian, but that's a lot of money.
They'll probably lose Eze.
It's 120 million pounds worth of money if you lose both players. But
what if Brighton lose the Japanese winger?
Matoma.
I like him.
They got Carlos Baleba. They've got other players. They've got Bonanotte. They've got Enciso. They've got other players.
But I don't know how many goals he scores. If he's not a goal-scoring winger, then I'd just like to look at him, but I wouldn't want him. I mean, my view on a front three.
Matoma this season has had an injury-disrupted season. Last year he scored goals and he got assists last year. This year this season just gone. It's been one of them ones that he's been injured and all sorts. So, but Mitoma's a decent player. But yeah, Brighton. I mean, I can see straight away down in it. Nick saying raid Brighton. Nick's saying there raid Brighton, and Nick's also got the right idea. That says make sure y'all hitting this like for these fine gentlemen. Colin, just to let people know, Colin is travelling back today. He was flying out of Shannon Airport to fly back home. I think he had Shannon to New York to Atlanta, and then Atlanta to Evansville. and then there was wherever his mum lives, an hour further than that. But I think that they were looking to get back at midnight their time, midnight their time, or 5 o'clock in the morning our time, which means that they're probably still 12 hours away from getting home. So, and my dog's going mental again. I don't know why. We're being asked a question here. Why did Brighton sack De Zerbi? Jishnu. I think what happened with De Zerbi, Jishnu, and Adrian may have a different take on this, but my understanding is that De Zerbi felt last season he missed out on some roles and some jobs because he was tied into a contract with Brighton. And what he did at this season, he spoke with the board, and Brighton are obviously have got a model. They buy young players and they get them in for dirt cheap, and they sell on for big prices. And it's like a conveyor belt, and that was going to continue happening. So therefore, you can't build a team to build an assault on the league or an assault into a consistent assault, because all you're going to be doing is selling players on and on. And they agreed to part ways, and I think along with De Zerbi doing that, it was quite coy, because I think De Zerbi did that in the hope that when jobs came up this summer, that he'd be a front runner in some of them. But he's not. He didn't get the Liverpool job. That's gone. He's not going to get the Chelsea job. By all accounts, that's going to Maresca. I don't think Man United have got him on their radar, although they haven't sacked Ten Hag yet, so that still remains. Although there are reports saying that Ten Hag will go sometime this week.
Poch will go to Man U, won't he? Poch.
I would have thought so. But De Zerbi's not going there. De Zerbi's missed out. It looks like on Bayern Munich as well. The only place I can see De Zerbi going to at the moment is if one of the Italian clubs wanted him. But Milan look likely to be taking. Sorry, Napoli look like they're going to be taking on Conte this week.
Good luck to them.
And then you've got AC Milan's. They've got rid of Pioli at the weekend. It was his last game. So Milan are looking for a manager. So De Zerbi's done what he's done, but at the moment there's not really jobs for him to go into. So he's taken a chance in what he's done.
And Tuchel's free as well.
Tuchel could be going Italy, couldn't he?
Yeah. So I don't think he's a good manager. I think he's trappy, but he's a good manager. He's another one who gets overexcited like De Zerbi does. That might put some clubs off over the way they act, the way they carry themselves. Yeah.
Jishnu saying that they lost Calcedo and McAllister, and then their key wingers, Matoma and March, were injured all season. They still finished 10th. What more did Brighton expect? And Chris, hello Chris, I hope you're well, sir. He says Milan have signed Paulo Fonseca. Okay. So the Milan job's gone already then. I didn't realise Fonseca had gone there. So
and Jishnu, I don't think Brighton missed Casado much this season. The little I see of him.
But the interesting thing about the Chelsea situation, if rumours again, Adrian, are to be believed, the reason why Potts turned around in his meeting with Todd Bowley and whatever, and they did discuss Gallagher's and your Chalobah's, but I think he told Bowley that the model that they're following and that is not sustainable and will not help the club out at all. And he actually dropped a hint, which is quite surprising because he doesn't normally shit on his fellow countrymen. But he turned around and said to them that ever since Enzo has been injured, so he was more or less saying that he was forced to pick Enzo, right? Because Enzo was a £100 million signing. But as soon as Enzo became injured, he turned around and told Bowley and the board and that we've become a better team without Enzo in it. And players like Caicedo ended up shining. And because he had to change the system round, he ended up playing with Madueke in the side. And he had room to bring in Madueke and play Palmer.
He caught the eye, Madueke. He was at Spurs, wasn't he, as the under-21s?
Madueke played really well towards the end of the season. But Madueke weren't given the chances. And neither was some of the other players when it was Enzo, Caicedo and Gallagher in the midfield. The only
Mudryk hasn't exactly, tore down fences, is he? No. For his price. And when you talk about Manor Solomon, just go back to him. Well, I haven't seen enough of the formal opinion, who had his best game in a Spurs shirt away at Burnley beginning of the season, 5-2, 2 assists, and he showed me he's got vision as well. Because I'd seen him actually come on as a sub on the right for us, jinking past players. Well, he's got something about him, but we'll see. And I'm still undecided about him, right? And but when he was at Shakhtar Donetsk, he kept Mudryk out of the team some of the time, right? So we get this with a lot of foreign players that like one season they're really, hitting their straps, and then but you don't know they're going to perform in the Premier League. So I don't want Solomon sold. I want to see thing to do with Solomon. I don't know if he's fit yet. That's the thing. I know he had bad injury, he had another operation on his knee or something, didn't he? If he's fit, we've got 4 pre-season games. Let's see if it can show us something.
We've got Graham's joined us. Good afternoon, Graham. And then Jishnu is saying they should sell Enzo because Enzo is tailor-made for La Liga. Caicedo, Lavia or Caicedo, Gallagher is better. By the way, Chelsea's squad is scary. Yeah, Lavia hasn't played at all this season, has he? He got signed from Southampton and didn't play either. He's another one who's been injured all season.
You can have scary squads, but you can only play 11 players on the pitch at any one time.
Yeah, but then at the end of the day, Chelsea are one of these teams that may well be forced to sell a lot of their starlet players in order to conform with FFP. So, but that remains to be seen.
And they sold a hotel as well. Yeah, ain't been sanctioned.
But that's not likely to. But that's went through last year, Adrian. It still hasn't been sanctioned. There's 5 weeks left.
No, we're talking about 70-odd million to one of their own companies. I mean, it doesn't stink, does it? Everything about it. You had the Willian deal, which threatened wages when he had done Spurs was paid by offshore companies. You've had one of their executives was paid or loaned millions of pounds for a house in the middle of the city or something like that. There's all this stuff, and Chelsea have, and you've got Todd Bowley admit that there were financial irregularities when he came to the club and exposed them to the Premier League, and Chelsea are digging and digging. There was a Guardian article on their executives were supposed to receive money for a house and stuff like that. And they haven't even received a single charge yet. They're going to get done on what Todd Bowley admitted anyway. Now, they might not be, if they've been clever and they're not, as he said, we're not in breach of financial fair play. Fine. You might not be in breach of that, but you might be in breach of fraud. Because if you've been paying other people under the counter and dodgy accounts and through different companies offshore and all, that's fraud. You haven't declared it on your accounts, it's fraud. It's plain and simple. There's no other way around it, it's fraud. And Man City have done the same thing. So we'll see. Most fans are thinking, they want to see him get punished. Of course, it would make us smirk a bit, wouldn't it? We're smirking a little bit there in the Conference League, even though we were in it, right? But we'll wait and see. They're going to get done. Both those clubs will be done. Clip this, they'll be done.
Adrian has spoken. Clip this, they will be done. What else you got here? You've got Chris Met Football. Chrissy's saying Lavia was out from September to December, then went injured again from December and has no return date. And Spurs, Graham said, let's get me to 400 subs. Yeah, if only, mate. If only. But anyway, so transfer-wise, I think it's going to pick up pace from this week onwards. I think it'll pick up pace. And I'm just hoping that we've done what we said we wanted to do and we've done it nice and early, is what I'm hoping now. Like we said, we think we're going to get four to five players, not including the Werner deal today, not including
Vuskovic
and Bergvall, but we're still bringing 4 or 5 players. But then, and as we keep saying, people, if we're going to do this, right, then we've got to trust in the process and give our youth a chance as well to pad up the squad even more. And then next season, you look to move on more players and bring other new players in, whilst you've been giving your youngsters a chance to come through the first team. So that's what we're hoping. I mean, I will say, to finish up on this transfer stuff, Adrian, you got Spurs play, didn't you?
Yeah.
So you get to watch the under 21s and the under 17s or the under 18s or whatever. I only ever see highlights because I haven't got Spurs play, so I've only ever seen the highlights. And to me, on the highlights, they don't look ready, mate. To me, from what little I see, it's just the highlights are just about attacking, isn't it? It's not about defending. It's just all about attack. And it seems like every team that we play against, or it's either us or them, are always open to attacks. But do you think, because you watch it, from watching it, and obviously you go and watch the first team as well at the stadium, do you think any of these players are definitely ready to come into the first team next season?
Yeah, there's more than a few that wouldn't be out of their depth. Dorrington's had an injury. He's a centre back, left side, and he carries the ball forward like a number 8 into midfield. And we've had Devine and Phillips out on loan. If they didn't think they were near ready, they wouldn't go out on loan. Matthew Craig went out to Doncaster's. Like, you don't put them out on loan if you think, okay, these guys need a bit more experience now. You know, this isn't good enough for them. This isn't challenging enough for them. Now I'm looking at Tyrus Hall, who I think looks fantastic. The strikers, Lancashire, right? He had 21 goals before they won the final the other day, and he got another 2. He's got Premier 2 Player League of the season. Soon's up Bell, Santiago Diago. You know, that's in that team. When you're looking at George Abbott, right? And then the goalkeeper, Gunter. I mean, like, the saves he's made this season. You know, and you've seen Michael Moore already. Looks a generational talent, right? You know, but no, there are players there that either you've got to send lots of them out to the Championship, or you send them out to the league below that, depending on how Wayne Burnett thinks what level they perform best at. You know, if he thinks they'll be out the depth in the Championship, or if he thinks they're ready, which rumour is that he does think some of those players are ready, but there's been the argument of the pathway. Well, when you've got a squad of players and you start putting kids on the bench, you're balancing the psychology of your bench and your existing, you know, adult squad anyway, because you can affect their morale. If players come and say, well, here comes he's on the bench and I'm not on the bench, or here comes he gets a game and I don't get a game, and things like that. So that's all down to the manager, though. That's what he's paid for. He's got to juggle all that. He's got to juggle all those things, hasn't he? So, yeah. No, I think I'd have more on the bench. I'd have Donnelly on the bench. I'd have Scarlett on the bench. You know, I'd have Velez on the bench because I think he deserves to be given a chance. And like, even with Lancashire, look, you got a squad of 20 players on a match day. 5 don't get into the squad. That's without any youngsters. You've got 11 on the pitch and 9 subs. You can use 5 substitutes, 6 with a concussion substitute. So say that's 17. That leaves you 3 places. Surely you can find place for 2 academy players on that bench out of those 3. Just give them some of the match day experience, which some were given last year. Give Angie's due. He's given Mikey Moore a runner. He's given Donnelly time. He's given Scarlett time. So he likes them. He obviously likes them. When I watch a game, and we pick a game over a few games, barring injuries or suspensions, I'm always looking at the 9 on the bench, because the 9 on the bench are an insight into the manager's mind. He's picked them. Now, he's not going to pick all strikers, is he? He's going to go, if 9 on the bench, he might pick 1 goalkeeper, 2 defenders, 3 midfielders, and 3 attackers or something. It might be wingers and number 9s or whatever. Or a variation thereon. It might be 3 defenders, 3 midfielders, 2 attackers, and a goalkeeper. All right? So I'm always looking, right, okay, who does he fancy? And if the other players are fit, the other 5, and they're not in the squad, I'm thinking, well, what aren't you doing to get yourself into the squad? So we'll see. I think we're going to have a great season next year. I really do. I think we'll make some top-class signings. And by that, I mean quality signings. I'm not talking about price. I'm not interested in price. I want quality. You know. Hello.
Morning.
Buenas tardes, Cristobal. How are you, sir?
Right. Not bad.
I don't know, because you've only just joined the chat not long ago, so I'm not sure whether you've heard what we were saying. But today we've just been talking about transfers.
No, can you start again?
Yeah.
Really.
No, I was just going to
No.
recap. So
No, I've just come in.
Okay, so we're talking about transfers. So we started the show off. This show was planned yesterday, and an hour before we was due to come on, the Werner news came out, and obviously everyone's had a meltdown about it. But we've gone on and we've said that if you believe social media, right, then social media says that Tottenham are looking to get rid of up to about 12 players, and that we're looking to bring 5 players in. We're assuming that them 5 players do not include Werner, because Werner's a loanee. So we're assuming it doesn't include Bergvall, who's already been signed, and Vuskovic, who's already been signed.
Vuskovic coming next year, not this year.
Vuskovic is coming next February.
Exactly, so it's not this year. So yeah.
Well, but it's next season, because Bergvall's not coming till next season as well, because he comes at the end of the season, don't he? So we're talking about 5 players. We think about 5 for next season. And then we were saying to each other, so Adrian and I have talked about this, so I'm going to ask you the same thing. So if it is 5 players then, Chris, what positions do you think we're looking for?
At least a centre-back.
Multi or left or right, or
Multi
centre-back.
Multi because I believe that Ange wants multi-players. Versatile.
Sorry, when I meant multi, do you mean left? I meant left or right foot. No.
I mean, I don't know if I want to go too specific into it, but I think that even if he's a right-footed centre back, he can still play left centre back. But his reading of the game and the necessity of the game is more important than whether he can play a left-sided, even though he's a right-footed centre back. It doesn't really make a difference. If you're an elite player and you're right-footed, because predominantly most players are right-footed anyway, right? But they can play on the left side anyway, right? And I haven't got the stats to back that up, but from what I see, your left-sided, your left-footed players are not as predominant as right-footed players, but they play on the left anyway, right? So bar your left wingers and your left backs and your left wing backs and your etc. But your left-sided centre backs predominantly are right-footed, or at least they can play. They're left or right, but they're predominantly right-footed. So if I were Ange, I would think, is his reading of the game better than his left foot? Right, well, I'm going to have him in, because I don't care if he's tap sober. I don't care if he's, Dragoshin. I don't care if he's Joe Bloggs from down the road, that he's not a left-footed player, as long as his game reading and his rest defence and his all of these things, they're better than his left foot, which I don't care about.
The only caveat I'd throw into that, right? Okay. I add to it, right? I get it. Right-footed players can play there. I remember when we conceded our first goal at the stadium to West Ham, and Antonio's cut in, and Van Tongen, he was injured, didn't play. So Toby played. You're talking about Vertonghen, right? Vertonghen didn't play. He was injured. So Toby played as the left-sided centre back, and he's right-footed. And when Antonio came at him, if you're right or left-footed, you've got a different shape. You lead if you're going to lead, and you stand there as a defender, and you lead with your right foot, or your left foot. Your body shapes from a different angle anyway. And I couldn't think in afterwards, it might have been rubbish. I said to the guy next to me in the bar afterwards, I went to him, do you know what? I can't help feeling that if we'd have had a left-footed centre-back there, we would have prevented that goal. Now, I might have been wrong, right? But I just thought, because the shape of Toby, against Antonio, to me, would have been a different angle. You know where I'm coming from, Chris, on this?
Yeah, I know. I totally agree with you on that. But more so than your foot, it's your body shape.
Yeah.
To get low to the ground, to get your knees bent, and to right. So what you want to do as a defender is guide the player, from away from the goal. And if he cuts in, you have to know how to change your body shape in a split second. And that is more than your foot. That is more body shape and is more staying low to the ground with your knees bent, more than your foot. But what I'm saying is that I agree that if you're a left-sided centre back, you should be more predominantly left-footed just to maintain the equilibrium and the symmetry, which is fine, which is no problem.
I think you have better balance if you've got a left-footed player. It sounds stupid on the left side. You know what I mean? But
But then if for example, if that were me, right, I wouldn't worry about that so much, because I would be worrying about how to parapet my midfield, right, and other details, rather than whether my left centre back is a right or a left footed. You know what I mean? To me, there are more important things than that. That's what I'm saying. That's you know, it makes no difference to me. So you for example, Zambrotta, right? Remember Zambrotta, who used to play for Juventus, Barcelona, the Italian team? He could play in like De Celio. They're players that can play indistinctly right back, left back. It's all about body shape, regardless of what foot they play. So that's, you know, like your friend, what's his name? Cambiaso from Juve. Now you put him in the mid, you can on the wing, you can put him a right back, you can put him a left back. He's very versatile. Really, his foot makes absolutely no difference, because he's so good at what he does. You wouldn't realize whether he's a left-footed or right-footed player, because what's more important is what he actually does, and the input, you know, and the impact on the game doesn't make a difference whether he's left-footed or right-footed. You see what I mean? That's what I'm going at. So the versatility of the player, I think, makes more sense when you're looking at someone to bring in than whether they're left-footed or right-footed, in that sense, right? So definitely, so that's to answer Jose's question. In my opinion, I wouldn't really worry about whether he's a left-footed, you know, predominantly left-footed as a centre-back. I wouldn't worry about that.
So would you go in for Calafiori, Hincapi, or Borguano?
Buongiorno, predominantly left-footed. Calafiori, predominantly left-footed. Hincapié, predominantly left-footed. So you're concentrating on three specific left-footed players. I wouldn't mind, but they're all young, and would they leave their teams to be backup to Mickey? I don't know if I would.
But the point is versatility, as you were saying. Which of those could do a job at left back?
Hincapi.
Calafiori. Calafiori for me.
I like what I've seen of him, actually. I do like what I've seen.
Yeah, Calafiori for me. But then
Hincapi's played that.
Sorry?
Hincapi's played there as well.
Hincapié, the Colombian, can play left back as well. Of course, he can. Yeah. But as a like a backup left back, or in a back three, for example, depending on, because I think it was Peter Bosch who was there at Leverkusen before Xabi Alonso was there, and when he played left back, he played Hincapié on a left-sided back three, so he can do that. And to convert to a left back that doesn't attack, for example, he's not going to have any problem. What if we're going to continue playing inverted wing like fullbacks? That's what you have to take into consideration as a plus. If you're just a defensive left back, you can put a right-footed right back in. Centre. It doesn't matter, because you're just concentrating on defending. But if you want to attack, and if you want to invert, and if you want to occupy the midfield and the forward spaces, you're going to have to look at someone like Calafiori. Buongiorno does it as well. He's done it very well for Torino this year. So these kind of players, I would take over Hincapié, for example, who I think is more of a defensive player from what I've seen. I could be wrong, but those two, yeah, definitely. And then a striker, definitely forwards. I mean, you've given me 5, so definitely 2 in the mid, definitely a centre back, and 2 forwards, definitely a striker. And then
so you'd go for a striker, 2 to play in, so 1 to play up the top 3 in the top 3, 2 to play in the middle third, right? And you're taking
a defender,
so a defender. 4. So that's 5.
Oh,
did you say 2 strikers or 1 striker?
2 up front, 2 in the mid, and that's 5. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So 2 forwards, but 1 has to be a striker.
Okay. So who? Yeah, because that's what. Okay. So Chris hasn't watched it, but I said something similar earlier. Adrian.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I know, because I just arrived.
Yeah. So who? I mean, do you know that everyone that we've been linked with, we're linked with or not linked with? What 2 would you like to see Tottenham go for up front?
I would like to see Goodmanson, but apparently I was made aware on X that he has some kind of personal issue with an AB can't really say it on live, but some kind of issue with a señorita, so which was dropped and then it has been reopened again. So that could be an issue for any future signing or sale or whatever football future he has. But I would like to see him because he can play as a central attacking midfielder. He's very good on the ball. His ball retention is very good. He's very good all-round player, and I'd like to see him on the left wing for us. But if that goes well, I'd like to see him up front.
So you said Goodmanson, yeah?
Goodmanson, yeah, from Genoa.
As one of the front three, yeah?
Yeah, that would be one of the three, because I think right wing is probably going to be Brennan Johnson's territory. I think that he's going to get more continuity and more chances, because I think he's done enough to be given that that token of more game time to progress and to show what he's really worth. Second season.
Decky might end up as a striker. Decky might end up as a striker after scoring 2 against Sheffield United. And that first goal was a good finish. That was a good finish.
Yeah. I'm not taking anything away. I'm just looking at on a consistency over 38 games plus Europa plus the cups. That's I don't see Decky as a 9.
No, I don't at the moment anyway. I don't.
Right, let me say hello.
Can you do it? Can you do it as a makeshift? Okay, well, but
let me just say hello to Steve D. Hi, lads, and everyone in the chat. I've been hibernating. Things got very weird for a while. Well, it's nice to see you back, Steve D.
Big up.
Talking beer, Nick saying, I believe it all when it happens. British sports media has proven unreliable.
Only British.
He also says that he would like the signings. He'd like the signings to be multi. Graham has said, and just said the signings on him. And if you want, he wants to challenge. If he delivers, I don't care. If he signs Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck, let him cook, and we can judge next season. Destiny 5 says Timo Werner is a bad signing. Plus, he cost $8 million a year in wages. It doesn't make sense, right? So that's catching up with the chat. And so, who's your second forward player, Chris?
I like Dovbyk from Girona. I think he's very versatile in the attacking as a number 9. He falls deep. He's very versatile in in the distribution. He's good in the air. He's young, and obviously, for those who don't follow the Spanish league, I see it week in, week out, and etc. I think he's someone that hasn't really been taken into consideration, but I'm not sure whether they'll let him go, seeing as they've got Champions League. But he's someone that I would take into consideration right off the bat. Gyökeres is obviously on everyone's list, but I'm not sure whether Sporting Lisbon are going to let him go. They've won the league, they've got Champions League. I think they qualified directly, although I'm not sure whether the Portuguese. I think they do. So they've got Champions League. I can't see him going for 5p. I think they're going to be asking hefty money as their number 6 Hjulman, who I'd have as a 6th. The blonde guy in the middle, Hjulman. I think he's very good. But Vlahovic is my I have to pick Vlahovic, but he's on 280,000 a week, or something like that, something stupid, and I can't see us paying 280 grand a week. I'm not sure whether that's a possibility at Spurs, but I think that's stupid money. I see him very.
Is that paper talk or is that a fact? I mean, because
the
players in those leagues ain't not on top dollar. That's why they come to us.
Listen, I used to work with a lot of Italians, and one was a staunch, fervent Juve fan, and they have a wage cap at Juve, and they only broke it when Cristiano Ronaldo signed. And everyone was up in arms and oh my god, what are you doing? But yeah, obviously it was Cristiano Ronaldo. They made that exception, but they're on like a wage cap over at Juve, and he is on 280, I think something like that, 200 and stupid a week. So, and I'm not surprised either. I mean, he's 24, 25. He bangs goals in for fun, and when he doesn't, he is very useful to the team, you know. So that is what, even if he comes to Spurs and scores 5 goals, right? But he creates 60.
He does, yeah.
I wouldn't care. I couldn't care less, because he's, you know, because it's like what Ange says. I don't want to go to Champions League just for the sake of going to Champions League. I want to progress as a club, as a manager. So this is the same as Vlahovic. If you've signed Vlahovic, he scores 5 goals, but creates 60 more, and we put 60 back in, and we can win a cup, or we can do something with it. I don't care if he scores 5, as long as he's, you know, doing the rest for the other things.
A front free play, breaks from midfield, he cuts in, he takes his man on.
He's a deep lying number 9.
He
right?
terrorizes defenses.
That's the point. That's the point. So whenever your central defenders are concentrating on what this guy's going to do, he's going to bring you out. So you say, are you coming with me or are you staying? Right. So if they come with me, he creates space in behind. So your left wing or your right, wherever he's playing, is creating problems. But if you're Sonny, and I love Sonny, right? But if you're Sonny and you're a central defender and you're looking at Sonny, you think Spurs are playing number 9 with Sonny, I'm not worried. I really am not worried. Yeah, he's got class. Yeah, he's got a bit of pace. Yeah, he's got quality. Yeah, but he's not worrying me as a number 9. Now, I've got Vlahovic in front of me. I've got Gyökeres in front of me. Yeah, I've got Dovbyk in front of me. Yeah, I've got these, you know, hard-hitting number 9s. I'm thinking, shit, right, I'm going to cover, right? I'm going to mark and you cover. And that is something that, you know, mentally, you've got to think about. But if you've got someone like Sonny, who isn't a number 9, you're not really worried as a central defender, right? And, you know, I mean, that's my opinion, but that's what I see on, you know, on the pitch.
Would you take Danny Olmo?
I think we've been, sorry?
Would you take
Hold
Danny
on. We're talking about right. So, Chris, you missed it earlier. So, Adrian, I think you said earlier, Adrian, you would take Vlahovic. If you could, he'd be your man. Yeah?
Well, there you go.
So, Adrian agrees with you. Chris, I went for someone totally different, and no one's mentioned him. I said that I'd go for Benjamin Sesko.
I think he's just too young to spearhead Spurs. I know why, and I think he's good and he's tall and he does all this stuff, and he's very good and he's got a very bright and promising future. I just think he's 20 years old, and I think putting all that on top of him is just a bit too much. I know that he's at Leipzig. I know that's fine, but Leipzig is Leipzig and Spurs is Spurs, and that's just me, you know.
But when you said multi, Chris,
yeah,
I believe that he can play 8, 10, 9. I believe he can play anywhere across the front 3, and you know, at the end of the day, yeah, age. But that's the model we're doing. We're going for youngsters, isn't we?
Yeah, but if you want youngsters to spearhead your team, then people are going to lose their crap if you finish 10th, because you're putting everything on top of youngsters, right? Yeah, okay, you've got Kuti. Yeah, you've got, you know, Vic, because he's like 27, whatever. Yeah, you've got, you know, however, like Sonny, right? He's, you know, he's almost Adrian's age. But, you know,
Werner now he's 28.
28, yeah, he's 28, right? That's fine. You've got a bit of, Madison, that's fine. You've got a bit of experience in there. You've got a bit of age. That's fine. But if you're spearheading your club, right, and you want to, you know, relaunch Spurs, and you're putting it on 20-year-olds only, right, in predominantly, I think it's just a bit of too much risk. And I'd rather have Richie up front, because he's done it, you know, not to my liking, but I'd rather have him up front as a 9 than Sesko, that has still to prove it, so to speak. Because I think it's too big of a task for a 20-year-old to spearhead Spurs. That's all I'm saying. That, you know, but I don't doubt the guy, but it's just too much.
I agreed with you, or you've agreed with me, whereby you're saying that we need 2 players in the top third of the pitch. Because I said 2. I said 2 as well. So you're saying we need 2 players in the middle of the park, in the middle third. Okay. And why? And who would your 2 players be?
Why? Because our midfield is the reason why we're conceding so many goals. It's not the defense. It's the midfield. And it's something that a lot of people, and I'm not criticizing anybody, I'm just saying that in football, it's the mechanisms, it's the way that the people perform, right, that lead you to one part of the pitch or the other. And if your midfield doesn't function as an attacking force, you won't have as many goals or goals opportunities to put away. On the same token, if your midfield doesn't parapet the defense, your defense is going to suffer. Ergo, your goalkeeper is not Superman and is going to ship a load of goals. So it's the midsection of a whole team. I've always said that. I've always said that your midfield is where your team plays. So this season, it's not the high line, it's not the inverted fullbacks, it's not Vic and his mistakes, because he's made them, and I've seen the mistakes that he's made, right? Whether he's corrected a step and he's gone left and the ball's gone to his right, and he goes, if you didn't make that left, that step to the left, you would have saved it. But he's made it, and no keeper is infallible, right? But bar all these things, the midfield and the fact that they haven't got those automatismos, as you call it in Spain, right? And I'm not sure how you call it in English, but the parameters of how Ange wants his players to set up, depending on where the ball is and where the opponents are, right? The rest defense, right, which is extremely important in football, has failed and has put a hell of a lot of stress on the defense and the goalkeeper. Right? When I say defense, I also mean, for time and clarity's sake, the goalkeeper as well. I'll just include all five of them. It's the midfield that's either lost the ball stupidly or hasn't been able to position themselves properly to regain a loss of possession. So that's why your midfield you got to get those players in. And the ones we have are not good enough.
Okay, so I think Ederson would be a cheaper option than even Morgan Gibbs-White. I like both players, but I think Ederson would be, because again the Italian clubs are skin. I think
two different types of player.
I know.
Let's go. What two players are you saying that we should bring in the midfield, Chris?
Well, Ederson has been talked about, and I know Adrian. I've heard Adrian, and I'm not sure whether I've shared screen time with Adrian when he first started talking about Ederson all those months ago, right? I think, and I've followed his statistics, and I followed a few games of his, and I think that he needs someone beside him. He's not a lone six, right? So if he doesn't have someone beside him, to me, he's useless, because he's not a lone six. So you need a double pivot there. You need two holding centre mids, right? If we're going to play like that, which I don't know if we're going to play like that, because I don't know if Ange's going to stick to the same 4-2-3-1 or the 4-2 or the 2-2-5, whatever he's playing, because that's just his magic, right, or his downfall. If we set up the same way, Ederson cannot be the lone six. That's for a start. But if he's gonna be the person to be the six, we need someone like his counterpart, which is Koopmeiners. And I've said that here. And he's had a brilliant season. Everybody's seen Koopmeiners at Atalanta. Is someone ringing me, or is someone ringing you two?
No, it's Ellie ringing me, so I didn't answer.
So I thought that was me.
She was supposed to be on. She's supposed to be on.
I'm not that important for people to be ringing me live. But if not, I like Hulmand from Sporting Lisbon. I think he's Danish. But he's Northern European anyway. From Sporting Lisbon, I think that he's brilliant on the ball. His spatial awareness is brilliant. His first touch is brilliant. And he's someone that I would bring in, and definitely Koopmeiners. I think that those two would bolster us brilliantly. That balance. Sorry, Adrian.
Ugarte's been mentioned. I didn't mention him, but others have mentioned him.
I did.
But there's a reason why Ugarte isn't playing at PSG, because okay, he's got other players that are very good, and Vitinha has had a brilliant season, but Ugarte, he's there. and I think he used to play for Porto as well. But if Luis Enrique isn't playing him, it's for a reason. And could he do a job at Spurs? Yeah, all right, okay, but it's the same every season.
Who are the two that you're bringing in? Is what I want to know.
Yeah, Hullman from Sporting Lisbon.
Say again, who?
Hullman.
Coleman.
Hullman.
He's Danish, isn't he? He's Danish.
The Danish number 6. The Danish number 6 for Sporting Lisbon. And Coop Miners. For me, whether it will happen or not, I don't know. But that's who I would bring in. And then I don't know what your next question will be, but that's my answer for now.
So let me just have a look at the chat again. So who we got? So here we go. Right. Is the forward line losing the ball where it starts from Paulio? Mr. M says we need a number 6. We need a number 6, Paulinho.
Paulinho, no.
Destiny 5 says he agrees with him. David Clark says Paulinho could play a number 6 role. He's more athletic, even though he picks up a lot of cards. Inner Hype, who used to be Who's News, is Inner Hype says Coop Miners is a cracking player. Humeland I watched in the final, but for me Benfica is a safer pool to scout.
Okay. Inner Hype.
5.
Sorry.
Destiny 5 says, where's Colin nowadays? Destiny 5, this is Eltel Cockerell, my channel, and Colin is Talking Ball. Colin is currently in the air somewhere, flying back from Ireland back to America. He flew out early this morning from Shannon Airport. He's still in the air at the moment. He should be back in America tomorrow. I don't know when he's looking to come back streaming, but that's where Colin is. And Inner Hype has then said Humeland again. Sorry, you were just about to say something.
Humeland. Who, me?
Yeah, you were just about to say something.
Big up Inner Hype. Always see you around. So I was saying, who from Benfica would he choose over the ones I suggested, for example, or who would be interesting so that I can have a look at, because I may not know them, and I'm always interested in learning off anyone. But from what I've seen, I would choose them, and they're my reason. But João Neves, and João Veloso, I don't know about, so I will write that down and take a look at João Veloso, because all the Portuguese, they've got great academies, all of them, and when they don't bring in their own, they've got great scouting network around the world, and they bring in either South American or from the northern, like the Viking areas. They've got brilliant scouts. And they do it on the cheap, and they do it well. That's the good part. They do it well.
Pedro Concalves had a good season. Pedro Concalves had a good season
for Sporting Lisbon. Yeah, the centre attacking midfielder. Yeah. But then, if you bring him in, for example, you're looking at a Maddison like for like. Although he can play more or less because he's very versatile, but. He's had a good season, yeah. I mean, they're league champions. And I saw the final, I think it was on Sunday. And they got a red card for holding or something, or from, whatever. And then it just went downhill from then. Porto were all over Sporting Lisbon. I mean, it was attack after attack after attack. And it was, 70%, I don't know what it was, but it seemed like 70% possession for Porto against Sporting Lisbon, and they did absolutely nothing. Like Gyökeres was nowhere to be seen. Oddball, over the top, and this, that, and the other, but absolutely nothing. Porto won 2-1, I think it was in extra time. But it's not the Sporting Lisbon that you would see throughout the year. And credit to Porto as well. But then Porto, throughout the year, haven't been as consistent as you would expect. But I mean, it's in moments, moments.
It's been one-way traffic, one-way traffic in Portugal this year.
Evan Nilsson's been mentioned as a possible striker.
Yeah,
I think I might have put a video up, but I haven't looked at it yet.
24-year-old Brazilian. Yeah, he's been Porto's top scorer. Pretty nifty on the ball. But funnily enough, he's not the Portuguese league's top Brazilian scorer. Which is really funny. Looking at the stats, I think it was Vizela or Famalicão, one of these teams. They've got a 30-year-old that is the Brazilian top scorer, which is really funny. But it's just stats, funny trivia. But yeah, but it's just. But he's another one that could be interesting, for anyone. Yeah. So I think Painha is someone that is 29.
Yeah.
Can he do it? I'm not knocking his age, but can he do it? Of course he can do it. I mean, yeah, but it's not someone that I would bring in. And I just,
I think Ange he has played 6, 8 and a 10, but he's mostly played in his teams 2 8s for a 10. That's why I think he wants Gallagher rather than a Morgan Gibbs White, because he wants 2 really energetic number 8s.
Yeah.
Help cover the team defensively rather than have a number 6 with a specific role. And we all know everyone's perception of a number 6 is totally different anyway, because there are variations. You know what I mean? So,
of course. I mean, I and it's not much credit to me, but I've, as a Barcelona supporter from day dot, the same as Spurs, I've been brought up on a 6 as being something different to your usual 6. From seeing it from Luis Milla, from Guardiola, from Ed Milson that used to play for Lyon, the Brazilian, and Busquets. I mean, and Busquets really redefined what a 6 was, because he was a 6 and a 10 at the same time. Because and it's just totally different when you talk about a 6 playing in England. Well, is he a lone 6? Is he a 6 in a 3? Is that spearheads, like he would be the 6, and then you've got 2 like the 8 and the 10, or the 2 8s that you're talking about, Adrian, and the 6 is a lone 6 at the top, or is he a 6 that rotates and like the 8 will fall deep, and you've got 2 holding defense? Do you know what I mean? It's all very. And at the beginning, I don't know whether it was we were doing it with Jose, or we were watching. I don't know. I can't remember now. But at the beginning, I think when they were over in Australia, they were playing someone. I think it was possibly West Ham. I can't remember. Or I was watching it on my own. And I was saying that the midfield is not a fixed midfield. It's a rotating midfield. They would the 6 would be an 8, the 8 would be a 6, and they would interchange positions. Maybe he was just tweaking it or finding out who could play what. But really, you don't have a sitting number 6.
No, he plays like 3 8s who transform into 2 8s and a 10, or a 6, 8 and a 10, and they rotate, don't they?
It's like a 5-a-side football, like a football sala. You call it here in Spain. A football sala is a 5-a-side football where you rotate. You don't have a like a fixed number 9 or a forward. The forward would come in and play on the wing. The wing, when he goes forward, the forward would come back into defence, and they'd all be interchanging positions. And that was what I would see. Even at Man United, when when either we drew with them or we beat them 2-0. No, we beat them 2-0 at home.
And drew 2 all away, yeah.
And we drew 2 all away, exactly. But when we beat them 2-0, we had a brilliant pumping game, and our midfield was. Sarr even scored, I think it was, at the far post. What's he doing there? He's meant to be a holding midfielder. Well, he's not, because our system that everybody criticise is so versatile, is so confusing to our rivals, that it permits us to do things that are not expected. So he doesn't play with a holding 6. So
right, let's go. Sorry, at least Chris, Adrian, big up. I'd love to get Vlahovic, Paulinho, and any Portuguese midfielder better than Gallagher. Destiny is saying hell to the damn no to Gallagher. Ellie's then saying that Destiny 5 is cool and she loves him. Ellie's then saying Paulinho, M's experience will help us immensely. And DC is saying my choices for number 6 role are Paulinho, Anguissa, Zubimendi, Kimmich. Right. So they're your 2 midfielders, Chris. Right. Yep. And now you're saying that we need a centre back. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
And who's the centre back that you're going for?
Well, I don't know. I haven't got anyone lined up. But I think, not specifically. But I do like, and I've always liked since January when he signed yet again from Sporting Lisbon, because I do like the Portuguese league, and I have been, following Amorim. I do like Diomende, the centre back. He's a left, he can play right or left, but I think he's predominantly a left-sided.
Has Morata had much game time in Portugal this year?
Who? Yeah, I haven't been following the Benfica games. I've only been following the Porto and the Sporting Lisbon games. But I really don't know. I'm going to have to look that one up for you, mate. I don't know. But
can I ask a question? Sorry, before I forget.
Yeah.
Was there a party at the weekend where you live, Chris?
Was there a party where I live?
Yeah, the weekend just gone.
Not my house.
No, but not near your house either. No.
A team win
Probably.
competition around your way. Then I think the team
Probably
Yeah,
there was.
Deportivo won the league.
Yeah,
and
you're
they had,
talking about that, are you? Yeah, there was. Yeah, after the match. Yeah.
did you? Well, they did their lap around Coruña, and there was more fans. It looked like there was more fans there than what turned out for Man City.
Well, bit of a stretch, but yeah, I know. Yeah.
There was,
but
the streets were full, and the camera was panning out wider and wider till streets further down and along, and that everywhere was just completely packed.
It is true, and the fans over here are very, very passionate about their Deportivo. It is very true,
and it's the third game, and that's getting promoted to the second division. Imagine the parties where they get promoted to the first division again.
But it is a long time coming. I mean, I remember when Deportivo won the league. I was working at the time in an Italian pizza restaurant, an Italian restaurant, pizza place, and I remember them getting winning the league. I think it was 2000. Yeah. I think it was 2000, 2001.
That's right.
And that was mental. Like everybody was just like, "Oh my god, we just won! Oh my god!" And everyone just like ran out of the restaurant, like stopped eating, stopped having supper, ran out of the restaurant, and that wasn't even in La Coruña. That was in like let's keep that secret because I don't want people turning up at my house. But but that was just amazing. And I'm not even a Deportivo fan, and I even felt a bit connected. Because of friends, because of family, because it's like, oh my god, it's an amazing sensation that people are going through for such a small club, as opposed to your City. Well, no, not City back then, but your Man U's, your Liverpool's, your Celtic, Rangers, your Inter Milan, you're such a small city, which is only what 280, 300,000 people.
280,000 people in Coruña.
To win the league, after what they went through in 1994 with the Valencia penalty. That they could have won the league back then.
The Djukic penalty.
The Djukic
penalty, and missed the penalty to win us the league. And then who did he sign for straight after? Valencia. Absolutely corrupt from top to bottom.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how you can pay for someone for a goalkeeper to save a penalty. I mean, I don't know how that works. But
Yeah, but no, it's the fact that he missed the penalty and then he signed for Valencia straight after.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah.
That's the bit that I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, I like Diamond. I think he's got a good. Sorry to piss on your parade, but your Deportivo parade. But going back to the central defender, I think congratulations. I mean, it means a lot, and being connected with myself and my children, they're connected to Deportivo as well. It means a lot to the people. It really, really does, and
And I keep telling people the kind of support that Deportivo get, and
it's amazing.
People don't understand for such a small club, the people out in because it's locals that support Deportivo.
Yeah,
you don't get people coming to support them from other parts of Spain. It's just a local community team type thing. And to the amount of people they get out, and they always pack out the stadium, regardless who they're playing. So it's just a really good. It's a good story.
It's something. Back up. It's like Villarreal. Villarreal is like 40,000 people in that city, right? And for them to win, did they win a European thing last year or whatever they won or something like that? They won something.
A couple of years ago.
Yeah, whatever that was with whoever it was with Emily or whoever that was, and to get to a Champions League semi-final, they lost to Arsenal, and then they lost to Barcelona, of course, but that was just obvious. But they got to a Champions League semi-final, and that's like I don't know Crawley or whoever's got 40,000 population down their town, getting to a semi-final of a Champions League. I mean. Yeah. It's equivalent to Deportivo, which is, it's big. It's 280,000, but that's like Croydon. Like I know myself, Croydon's got about 300,000, right? And that's like Croydon getting to bloody, winning the league. like second division and get into a I don't know,
Champions League semi-finals.
Champions League semi-final. I mean, like, come on, man, that's like, you know, not realistic at all. But it happens, and you know.
We got David Clark saying, let's face it, Ange doesn't play as 6. So then we need midfield players and front players who are capable of keeping possession and not concede possession in bad areas of the pitch. Destiny 5 says, I remember Diego Tristan burying Man United in the Champions League. Inner Height is saying, Benfica under 23s is normally a terrific youth team to scout. DC saying, Deportivo La Coruña, now that's a team when they won the Spanish League, were a fantastic team at keeping possession. Paulio
but they
says,
were very defensive. They were very defensive under Irureta, very defensive-minded manager. So that's quite, you know, strange. They did keep possession, but to win the league like that and to have Diego Tristan and all these players, Albert Luque, who came from Mallorca, and all these players, they were very defensive-minded. I think they actually played like a 5 at the back or whatever.
Mauro Silva and Donato as a 2 pivots.
Donato was like 67 years old. He's younger than Adrian when he played, and he was like, you know, they're centre back. I mean, Adrian, wake up. Adrian, wake up.
I remember one
of
the
players. 2 examples of ageism today. The one yesterday, right?
Exactly.
And then Chris is here. Peter's here because it's early for Peter. Must be working because it's early from in Melbourne, and he says it's always our pleasure to listen to Chris.
Thank you, mate.
Right, so Chris, as you said, 2, 2, and 1, right?
Yeah.
Adrian went 1, 1, 1. What did you go?
Get that man a calculator.
Adrian, you said 1 forward, 1 midfielder, 1 centre back. And who were the other 2 positions? Did you say
2 fullbacks?
That's it. So, Chris, I'm going to ask you.
Goes or
and whether they go or not.
Whether they last year, isn't he?
Whether they go or not, Adrian. I mean, I agree. Fullbacks is a position that we definitely need strengthening in, and I'm surprised that you never said.
And I'm not worried.
Fullbacks, Chris.
Yeah, I'm not worried about when people say, "Oh yeah, if we bring a Calafiori in, like." He ain't going to want to sit in the bench because of VDV. Look, what you got to consider next year, we've got a minimum of 48 games. You could guarantee players, if you had 2 for every position, you could guarantee players 24 games. We don't know what's going to happen with injuries and suspensions either. So like, you're going to need the cover, right? And like, we went through all this palaver before. If you bring a striker, and is he going to play as understudy to Harry Kane? You know what I mean? You know, it's the same thing. All right, if Kane's fit, he played at that particular time. But, you know, you bring him in because you've got to have cover. We sold Sanchez, who wasn't great, but then we had to play Emerson and Davies at centre-back for all those games, you know, when VDV was out and Romero was suspended, you know. So we need the quality cover. I believe we'll get it. I believe the main rumours are, the 2 main rumour mill. I mean, we know we're in for a centre back. That's been said, but the main rumour mill seems to be striker and midfielder prior to getting the centre back. But I think we'll get all 3, and we'll add. I think we'll get 4 or 5 players in.
No, I agree with you, and of course, you know, but the fact of the matter is, right? If you're Calafiori, right, and you've had a great season, you're Buongiorno, you've had a great season, right? You're even Scalvini. Right, from Atalanta.
He's a boy, right? I think he's a good player. Scalvini.
Yeah, but Ruggeri is more versatile than Scalvini, right? Okay, so he's another one that you have to take into consideration. Now, you're these players from Atalanta that are up and coming. They're very young. They've got a bright future. Okay, now I understand what Adrian's saying. You've got 48, 50, whatever, right? A massive amount of games next season. Now you're sitting there and you're saying, right, Spurs are coming in for me. They're going to pay me triple what I'm earning here. But they don't guarantee me what I'm guaranteed here or what Juve or Milan are offering me. So why am I going to go to London? And even I'm going to get more money, I'm not going to get game time. I'm a player. I want to play. So maybe for double the wages, I'm going to go to Milan or Juve or, you know, wherever, and I'm going to stay in Italy rather than play half a season at Spurs. Do you know what I mean? So I'm coming from that angle, from a player's point of view. You know, not from, you know, from any other. That's my doubt, you know. But I agree with Adrian and saying, like, yeah, everyone is going to get their chance. But do you know what I mean? I'd even go to, I don't know, the Bundesliga if I was guaranteed not obviously not with Mainz, but if I was, Borussia Dortmund, Leverkusen, Eintracht Frankfurt, Bayern Munich, obviously, if I were guaranteed minimum 35, 40 games a season on the same wages or a bit more, because at least I'm playing more, But that's from a player's perspective. And to me, it makes sense. I want to play. I'm a player. I don't want to be bench warming to Mickey van der Ven and Udogi. That's the only reason why I'm saying it, because they're up and coming, and they're up and coming, and they're actually here. If you were Buongiorno, what would you do? Bench warm in London, or stay where you are in Torino, or go to Juve and be with possibly Motta, who Motta is possibly leaving Bologna to go to Juve. If that transpires, I'd go to Juve. I wouldn't leave my country. I'd earn possibly 1.5 times more or 2 times more than earn a hell of a lot more in London to bench warm, and play sporadically. I know what I would do, but I understand what Adrian's saying, of course. And the silence is awkward. Say something, for God's sake.
Do you understand what the motto is?
È sempre prossimo. Yeah, of course.
There's always next season. That's all we got to say as Tottenham supporters. Este sempre prossimo tempore. Oh, there's always next season. That's us Tottenham supporters, isn't it?
You have to look for the one that Ange says. It's who we are, mate.
It's who we are.
We're in all these. This is another thing. All these ploys you get in the media, all the links with. Yet there's nothing concrete about talking with players, solidly, or wages agreed and all that. And then when you get you'll get the rumor Calafiori he'd rather go to Juventus. Well, is that true, or are the selling club trying to bump the price up or stir Spurs and other clubs to make it move now? To make it move. I mean, because he'll get double the wages. I don't think Juventus they're not in a good financial position.
But Adrian, sorry to cut you off. We have to find out what his wages to start off with, because he might be on $5,000 a week.
Yeah,
so you won't
exactly. He won't be on top money at his age. He won't be. I don't know. Boggiano's 24, so he might be in a bit more. He could be on 50 a week or something.
Calafiori around the same, 21 or something.
Calafiori's 21, I think, but Boggiano's 24, I think. 3 years old.
He's 23, Calafiori.
23.
22, sorry.
Destiny 5%. Robertson at Fulham.
He must have just turned 22 then.
Yeah, 19th of May. Yeah, last week.
Yeah. So he's just
saying that Robertson
at Fulham. He's 24 going on 25, I think.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Destiny saying Robertson at Fulham is a good cover for fullback.
Yeah, he's looked good. I don't see
Ellie's saying, I just want to catch Ellie saying Bremner would be a great centre-back for us. And Molina too. They will put some real steel into our defence. She says that no one's older than Adrian.
Thanks, Ellie.
That was a comment that Chris made earlier.
Right. The letter bombs in the post.
Calafiori isn't happening, says Inner Hype. David Clark says, if no good players are willing to sit on the bench, then football at a high level couldn't exist. Destiny 5 says, we need cover for the whole spine and a top striker. Inner Hype saying Atlanta's a cracking club to scout. Mick Vickers, good. Hi, Mick. Not seen you in a while. Says Atlanta players will be cherry picked. David Clark then says another comment further down. So Eddie says, Adrian, who do you want to see come in as our number 9? Vlahovic. He said it earlier. DC says that leaves Endon Bailey out of the conversation. Then Inner Hype is saying, Jeremy Frimpong. We got him from Man City, and he's absolutely rapid, with a brilliant attitude and work ethic, really humble. 34 million contract clause. Mick is saying that you are very knowledgeable, Chris. Talking Beer is saying, I'm telling you, Jimenez is going to be special.
Yeah, he may well be.
Ellie is saying, who are we? Next season, we will be one English translation, Jose. Inner Hype says that, Robertson's a great shout as well. Talking Beer, Nick saying, signing players in the late 20s in a permanent is a bad idea. Ellie saying Theo is eating salad. Miracles do happen. Good on Theo. And David Clark says, if we are continued in the long term playing inverted fullbacks, I'd rather play versatile midfield players in that role because our fullbacks are just not creative enough. And lastly, I've got Inner Hype saying Gui Guedes from UD Almeria. Vendel Silva from Porto B, 2 players, more players. And then Destiny 5 says, Levy won't give the green light unless there is a resale value there. So forget Tony. Right.
Oh.
Sorry, I just wanted to catch up with the chat.
Nothing wrong with that. That's sensible, though, isn't it? I mean, I'm not leaving Levy out. I'm not getting into politics of the club. But if you can buy a player that is resellable after, I mean, that just makes sense. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Okay. But if you're, for example, like people are suggesting, Bainha from Fulham, how much is he going to cost? Because last year they were talking about 80 million, right? That's talk. We can only go on what is talked about. We're not privy to inner dealings, so we can only go on what we're talking. 80 million for a 28-year-old, right? Who's now 29, who one day is going to be 30 if he signs for Spurs. Now, regardless of what he does, and he could be the best, defensive midfielder we've had in 100 years. Great, but then what you're going to sell him on for, or what you're going to lose when he either leaves and ends his contract to us and leaves for absolutely nothing, or you're going to sell him for tuppence halfpenny, and the investment is not that good if it doesn't translate into consistent Champions League or a trophy here and there. I
say you talk about he's not to me. Yeah, he's good at what he does for Fulham. I just don't think Ange wants that. No. He wants more from his midfielder than what Polina gives you. He's great at that defensive stuff. I mean, he'd rather take Matt Riley from Celtic than like Polina. I wouldn't mind. Well, I mean, I've looked. He looks. Well, I don't know what his ceiling is, but
no. But he's got 6 or 7 years on Bainha, right? And that is a hell of a lot, right? I'm not saying that Bainha is not a good player. Christ Almighty, of course he's a good player. But is it what we need? Is it just to shore up the defensive side of things? Could he be a good player? Of course he could be a good player. But are there other players that can do similar for less money, which is not a bad thing?
We've got players who could do it for nothing. You could put Romero as your number 6 and then play Dragusin alongside VDD.
Don't start. I'll time you out. For God's sake, Adrian. I've been hearing this since last year. I love you, mate. But yeah, from last year, you did mention, good tier 6. I personally can't see it. I'd rather play with the 3 at the back. But you won't. Yeah, but there are other options out there. I'm sure there are other options out there than playing Guti as a 6 or Bainha for whatever money he's going to cost. Plus his wages, I don't know what he's on. But for a 29-year-old, I mean, sporadically for a couple of seasons, okay. But it's all conjecture, right? We know we're playing Sabutia here. We're playing Sabutia.
Paratici will have a list of the players that the club's got, the type that we're looking for, and he'll be going for it in Italy. When you may find us even raiding something like Leipzig or Leverkusen, as they've had a fantastic season. So there's eyes are going to be on the German league now because they've had a good season against English clubs. So
So whilst we've got people in at the moment, can I just remind everyone that if you can hit the like on the stream, it does help out a lot, please. So if you haven't done so already, hit the like. I'm just going to grab these, catch up with the chat, and then I'll let Chris and Adrian carry on. I'm going to go to the little boys' room while they have a little ding-dong with each other. You've got Ellie saying, I think we buy Vissa, he's rapid and will suit Andy's system. Reminds me of Garth Crooks. Mick Vicker says, Adrian, what's going to happen to Parrott? So that's a question for you after, Adrian.
He's on his perch.
David Clark says, Tony's asking for the same wages as Man United paid Ericsson, and Levy won't pay that for a 28-year-old gambling addict who slabs the club who pays his wages. Destiny 5 says Paratici will find a doggish mid in Italy. Then says DM. Mick Vickers is saying Tony's not scored since he's returned. We need in DM
an aggressive type player.
And Ellie says Romero as a CDM will be absolutely a great move. Kudos to Adrian. I'm sliding with Adrian, even though the letter bomb is in the post. Right, I'll let you two carry on. I'm going to use the little boys' room. Carry on.
Go for it. Ellie's talking about Anguissa. I'm sure. I think he's the one that plays at Napoli and was at Fulham.
Don't know him.
No. If that's the player, we don't. I mean, that's obviously conjecture, like what we're doing as well. Who would fit? Who would we like? Who do we think? Blah blah blah. Conte's going to Napoli, according to the latest reports. Could he be a Conte player? If not, etc. I watched Napoli this year against Barcelona in the Champions League, and for all our faults and bad season we had, they didn't have a great, run at the Champions League. I think it was it was quarterfinals or something. But I didn't think that he was especially noteworthy. Has he got legs on him? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, but it depends on what you want. It depends on how Andy's going to sit up next season. And all we can go on is what we've seen this season, right? So is he going to have a holding six, like an individual six? He didn't have that at Celtic, because what he had at Celtic, for example, was McGregor. But McGregor would kickstart and fly forward as well. And that's what I've seen, especially in the cup final. That's what happened. But is that going to happen next season? Is he going to have someone to sit back and to, like, for example, the two centre halves will open, right? And the holding midfielder would, like the number six would like sit in. So you'd create a back three. One would be the centre mid, and then the rest of the team would push forward, either inverted fullbacks or is he going to have a similar, like this season, a rotating midfield where you don't have sixes, tens, or eights, and they are so versatile that they can, interchange? What's going to happen? Do you know what I mean? Because even Maddison was falling deep to create from deep, and Maddison's not a six. So it all depends on how he's going to set up.
Basuma should be the one that's coming back to pick the ball up off the players, off the defenders. Basuma should be the one who's coming back to pick the ball off, like he did in the first 10 games. Maddison should be in the middle third and final third. He shouldn't be coming back that far, because when he's got the ball, he's got less options up front. There's now less option up front because Maddison isn't there. And like, I get it, and I get the number six sitting back, especially when we're defending set pieces and corners. And if we do play with number six, I want my number six to be a unit. I don't want to be somebody who gets pushed off the ball like Basuma or a Skip or someone like that. They get pushed off.
But the thing with Basuma, for example, and I think, Jose knows a lot of people from the Brighton fan sector, and I think Basuma is not a six. No. He's a box-to-box, like 8-ish kind of rugged kind of player that has got the quality that can bang you in a goal or two, that is can create, but he's not six. He's definitely not six. And
even Sarr, right?
Sarr's more of a six than Basuma.
Yeah, but he needs to be more aggressive. If you look at our squad, I had this argument. I said the biggest problem with our squad and the drop-off is not just the lack of quality squad depth. It's the fact that out of 25 players, how many are aggressive players that are going to dig you out a hole? You've got Romero, probably Vidi, Venu, Doggy. You could count Vicario now because he started defending himself better at corners with Dragusin alongside him, showing they've got it. Then you've got Bentancur, probably Højbjerg, and Richarlison, right? And I'm probably being generous, naming about 8 players there. Yeah. So 2/3 of your squad are not aggressive; they're passive, right? Yeah. These players are not going to dig you out of a hole unless it's with a bit of quality. Maddison could do it with a bit of quality, with a killer ball or something like that. But they're not, in general, when you're up against it, they're not going to dig you out of a hole. And the 8 I mentioned are not always going to be on the field of play.
No.
So this is a problem. And I've said it. And the thing I like about aggressive players, and when our fan base moaned about Romero getting a ban this season, I didn't mind the yellow cards. I want to see a few more Because when you bring a player in, if he's an aggressive player to me is a winner because they want to win. They're being aggressive because they want to win. They're the players that used to have a tug of war with the opponent over grabbing the ball when it weren't sure who was going to get the throw in, like, you know what I mean? Things like that. These players are winners. They don't need. This is why I get a bit. I'm old, right? So this is why I get a bit peed off when fans go, "Oh, we haven't got enough leaders on the field." Rubbish. Players should need. If you've got aggressive players, they don't need someone to tell them what to do on the pitch or whatever. You know, they get stuck in. They don't need.
It should be inherent. It's inherent. It's either inherent or it isn't.
So I don't mind a few yellow cards. Oh, he's a liability. He's a liability. And yet Romero, he's probably been saved now because we play a high line. Instead of when we play a low block and he's got to make a last-ditch tackle, miss time it, get a yellow card, this give away a free kick and all. Now, all we got with VD and Romero, they're in a foot race. And Romero reads the game so well that he's got the jump on the ball that's hit wide to the wing in the open space or down the middle. And he runs down and then he shields the ball so well on the touchline. I mean, a donkey would kick it in a touch, but he doesn't. He's always looking to not give the ball away and progress play as well, even when he's in a tight situation. I love him. I think he's a fantastic footballer. I understand why fans gave the Player of the Year, sexy to VDV, but he would have been my third choice. Romero would have been the second because they both missed time. Vicario easily played every match. If it weren't for Vicario, we'd finish mid-table with his saves. I'd give it to Vicario. But don't get me wrong, I'm not bothered with who gets it out of those three because they're all very good. But I deservedly, I think Vicario earned it. VDV, because he's sexy in his pace, he gets it. Got a couple of goals recently. You know, lovely finish, striker's finish, right? Got the goals. I can see it. But Romero scored 5. Don't forget that. So, you know, yeah. So I'd give Vicario, Romero second and VDV third for me. But, you know, it's subjective.
I wouldn't be able to decide, between the three because I think that all three of them have had a great season. They've all, cocked up whenever they've cocked up, and they've all had fantastic games or fantastic spells. So I wouldn't be able to decide who's had the best. As I said at the beginning when I popped on, and thank you for that opportunity, by the way. I think that Vicario has made silly mistakes that he shouldn't make, but then so does the defenders, so does the midfielder, so does an attacker. We all criticise Werner, and I know Werner's the hot topic, right? But Werner can score the same as he can miss. The same as Stoney can score the same as he can miss. Because at the end of the day, they're people that are under pressure, that are trying to do a job, that are trying to do something new for a new manager that is probably putting them under the cosh day in, day out, right? And it's not the same as, for example, Emery. Emery's been there for a season. Next season's going to be different, right? And, like Klopp's been there for years. He's not there anymore. And Pep's been there for years, and Arteta's been there for years. It's the same, the same message is always there year in, year out. And you know what you've got to do. And you know that if you're not up here, right, and you're here, you're going to get a bollocking for the manager. So but the fact that Ange is the way he is new to everybody, right? So sometimes the pressure that's going through your body is sometimes, I'm going to see if I can slack off a bit. Because you don't know what's going to happen, especially at the beginning of the season. And as soon as you slack off, you're going to get that big bollocking. So everybody's like, oh shit, what's going, and Werner can what is it that one-on-one against Johnston against Palace, right? To me, he didn't miss it, right? To me, the keeper held his position and made a great save. Now, I've got my way of looking at it. I don't want to crucify Werner because I think the keeper normally loses out on that, in that one-on-one against the striker because the striker's got either go left or right and he's got the whole pitch to do what he wants, right? But the keeper held his position so well, right, that he actually did make a very, very good save, which made Werner look like an amateur.
Chris,
but then that's my way of looking at it. So,
right. My argument has been if we don't have wide players that can score goals, we're never going to win a league, which is what we've got to go for, right? You need to score at least 87, 80, and we ain't got it in. So if we're looking at a fancy, jinky winger who's got pace, he can beat a player 10 times. I don't care. You're a wide player. I want 10 goals from you, because that's what you need from a wide player. 1 in 4 has always been considered a good strike rate. Was back in the day. Don't know what it is now, right? So you'd want, even if you got 2 wingers on that side, all right, 10 goals between them, 5 each. Same on the other side. You need your main striker get you 20 plus goals a season. If he's a top quality striker, we need the midfield to chip in with more goals. Maddison could probably get us 10, 12, 15 goals in a season, but none of our other midfielders really score. You get the odd Bentancur goal, the odd Højbjerg goal, but he won't be here next season. Basuma hasn't. But Basuma hasn't even scored for us yet, has he? Right? Sarr got the one against Man United. Did he score against Man United? Was it? Yeah, I think Man United. Well, not enough goals there, right? So we need players who can bang them in the net. Otherwise, there's no point having. We will never ever challenge for a league. Sod top 4. We should be challenged for a league and dreaming of Champions League. I know that might sound delusional, but that's what we should be building for. We should be building for that now. And at the moment, our front three. When did it really gel? 1 game, Burnley away. That was the first game of the season. Wasn't it 5-2? When is it really gelled?
Yeah, 2-5. Yeah.
Yeah. So all right, we won 4-0 away to Villa, but I mean, we beat Newcastle. There weren't, it's just our forward line has been pants, basically. It's been pants. And Sonny is not a number 9. He hasn't got the physicality to be a number 9.
Well, there you go. We've been playing with 1 striker all season.
Fair play to Ange, though. He's tried things. He has experimented. People say he's too stubborn or he doesn't change. He does.
I don't agree.
He does things. He's played Richarlison as 9 on the left wing. He's played Son as a 9 on the left wing, right? Recently, he played Decky as a 9. He got 2 goals, or false number 9 or 10 or whatever you want to call him, like.
What you want.
And he did that with Decky, right? And he also played in the game before. He played 2 wingers with Maddison, which I said, why don't he try and play the Liverpool way with the 2 wingers and Bobby Firmino playing deep? And the game before, he played Maddison deep with 2 wide players hugging the wing, Son and all that. Actually, Maddison had a free role there as a sort of 10 anywhere around there, right? He had a sort of free role. He did that. I think against Liverpool way, he took the 2 inverted fullbacks off.
Yeah,
so he has changed. His substitutions, he's been criticised for his substitutions, which is fair enough. But he has made substitutions at half-time. He's made them in the hour mark. And we've criticised them when he's made an extra time or with 5 minutes to go. Fair enough. But he has changed things. All right, he screwed up against Fulham away in the Cup, right? He's deserved, we've done critiques on him, which have been justified. But it's easy for us. We're hindsight critics, right? We don't know what's in his mind at this present. Now, he's had a good look at this squad. He knows it's not good enough. And even the likes of Basuma and that, I wouldn't be surprised if a big offer come in if he went. I mean, like players like that. I mean, you'd keep Sarr. Bentancur would be my pick when fit as out of all of our midfielders. I just think he's superb, right? Maddison's been inconsistent, and him and Basuma have been the most disappointing players this season to me. Maddison and Basuma started brilliantly 10 games. And then injuries and dropped off. We're not a bad team or bad squad. You don't finish 5th in the league if you're crap in your first season and you've lost a world-class striker.
But you do. All right, hang on, but you do, Adrian.
Get off his back. Get off his back.
But you do. Sorry, but you do. You do if you're a Farmers League manager. I just want to put that in. You do if you're a clueless manager, okay? Because if he had a clue of what he's doing, if he wasn't a Farmers League manager, he would have won the league 10 times in the same year. Do you know what I mean? You understand the humour, right? I think he's done tremendously this year. Tremendously.
Fantastic. 5th Europa League. I think he's done great with the squad he's got, and it'll improve. I just saw this comment from Inner Hype. When are you talking about Inner Hype? Are you talking about recently, or are you talking about last season, last summer? Because he says that apparently Todibo's held talks with Spurs and Man U. Is this last summer? Is this last summer or is this recent? No, it's come back on the radar recently in the reports I've read.
I can talk about Todibo.
What you have to take into consideration is Jim Ratcliffe's group own niece where Todibo plays, and it's more likely that Todibo will go to Man United if they want to bring in a centre-back. Now, I don't know what the financial situation is at Man United, but likely he would go there. You know,
right. This is an example of what I was talking about before. Like sitting on the bench, like bench warm at Spurs or go elsewhere. Right. I know Todibo, right? Not personally, but he was at Barcelona. He was signed from Toulouse, and he played Barcelona. And because he wasn't getting game time, he went into a complete revolt, and that's why he was loaned out and blah blah blah. And that's how he came to play for Nice. He's not a bad player at all. He's very, very nifty player. And I would have him, like back at Barcelona if we had problems in our defence. Is he better than Araujo? Is he better than Kubarsi? No, but he would be a very, very interesting player to have. Now, why is he playing at Nice? Why? Because he's a very, very good player. But he wouldn't bench warm at Spurs. And that's what I was talking about before. So he's more likely to go to Man United, not because of the Nice, Ineos, Ratcliffe connection, but if that didn't exist, right? If the Glazers, if Ineos and Ratcliffe didn't exist for Man United today, right, and there was an option for Todibo to go to Spurs or Man United, he would go to Man United because Varane is going. Lindelof would probably, I don't know what he's doing. He'd probably have more of a future at Man United than bench warm at Spurs. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say, because he wouldn't want to go anywhere to bench warm because he's that type
how old is he now?
Player.
Surely, if we're buying players though, right, like anybody else does, you're not buying people to come and walk benches. You're buying people to come and provide competition for places. You can't guarantee. You shouldn't be buying a player and saying to them, "I guarantee you first team football." You should be buying a player to come and vie for a position with what you currently have. So you get people of more or less equal measure or equal type of players. So if Todibo, if you're going to sell a story to Todibo, right? If you're a club and you're really serious about bringing, I don't care who you're bringing in now, whether we're talking about Todibo, Calafiori, whoever it may be, and whatever position we're looking at, we shouldn't be saying to people, you're going to come in and you're going to be our shining light for the next 5 years. You should be buying players to say, you're coming in. This is what we want to do over the next 5 years. You're coming in to provide competition to ensure that we get to where we want to get in these steps in our plan and in our forward thinking. These are the steps we want to take. You're going to be part of that.
Yes,
we should be buying players, hopefully, that will come and fight for a place. Do you see what I mean? And not just to buy players. We're going to bring you in. You're just going to warm our bench because we think.
No, but I agree with you. I agree with you. But these kind of players, and we've seen this. We've seen this with Todibo at Barcelona, and there's another one who's called Jacques Cancelo, right? Who, if he doesn't play, he's problematic. And he was problematic at Man City, which is why he went to Juve, which is why he went to Barcelona, because no one questions their quality and their output. It's the personality and the diva-esque, I need to play and I want to play and I deserve to play, even though I'm on crutches, I deserve to play, right? A bit of an exaggerated example, but you get my gist. These kind of players, right, I don't care about your 5-year project. Am I going to play? Right? And this is what I'm talking about. I would stay well away from Todibo if I were Spurs, anything to do with Spurs, I would stay well away because you're going to be a problem for Ange. Right?
You now, get players like that can be a problem, or have interfering agents like Dragason's agent or Rabiot's agent, his mum, and things like that. You just don't want to go there, do you? Just before you start. And
I've always said,
do you think this is something that I was planning on? Ange tends to go for a younger player, right? Now, I don't know if he does it deliberately. I can think of a reason why he would go for younger players, because it's what we've just discussed, right? Players on the bench. If you've got a younger player, they've got a long way ahead of them to go in their career. So they can be a bit more patient if they have to sit on the bench. Whereas if you bring in a 27-year-old, 28-year-old, they probably want to be straight in that first team. What do you think?
There's less expectancy when you are a younger player, because you understand that your road is just beginning, and there's from my opinion anyway. Okay, but if you are someone like your Buongiorno, which I looked up, and he's from 1999, so he's going to be 26 this year. Okay, but still young, still relatively young, like Vic when we signed in 26, going on 27, whatever, but still relatively young. There's more of an expectancy to count on them more for what you want to do, because you know that they're ready-made goods, than Bergvall. Now, does anybody see Bergvall starting the first game of the season against whoever it is, I don't know, away from home at City? I'm just saying. Or do you see Benny, Sarr, and Maddison in that starting three, for example, right? Regardless of who we sign or who we don't. But I see Benny, Sarr, and Maddison as our starting three, and not Bergvall taking their place.
I don't see Bergvall coming in like I can see we've got 4 pre-seasons now, 2 against Bayern, 1 against Toby in Japan, and against QPR. I can see him being given time to have a look at. I can see Mikey more given game time.
But if you were to sign Coop Miners or Edison or whoever top-notch kind of centre midfield player, you think, I don't know whether to bench Sarr for this one and bring in the new guy, or bench Benny. And do you know what I mean? You doubt that, but you wouldn't have any doubts on putting.
We may have to rely on a bit of serendipity, and if it clicks with a certain 3, he'll play the certain 3. If there's somebody they get some sort of chemistry going,
Yeah, but off the bat, you wouldn't put the 20-year-old that you've just signed from Sweden in the starting 11 away from home against City, just as an example, in your first game, away from home in the 24-25 season. You wouldn't do that.
No, you wouldn't with the season started. You would look, if we're in the Europa League and we're 4-0 and cruising at half time, you think, right.
Exactly. You use those minutes wisely and say, right, I'm sure we got the 3 points in the bag. Let's get these guys, let them have a run around the park for a bit, and let's see how they adapt to this and get them up to speed, right? Because we've got the 3 points in the bag. You wouldn't start them unless they're super crack, like, brilliant, world-class players. That's what I'm getting at. So to answer your question, if you would bring Buongiorno, you bring in Calafiori, you bring in, I don't think that they would even start. Unless Udogi is playing up in the mid-season, in pre-season, or he's not up to scratch, you'd put Calafiori left back or Buongiorno, for example, just to shore up that defence, right? You would do that because they're more or less
injured, and Udogi plays.
Yeah, because they're more or less. But you wouldn't bring in the 19-year-old that you've just signed from Djurgårdens or from Hammarby, or what I mean, from Mainz or from Bochum. You know what I mean? You wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I'm trying to get at. So
yeah, but I think but by the same token though, right?
Okay.
Who thought Sarr would start the season off and play most of the games this season? Who thought that?
Doggy.
And he's a young player as well. Do you see what I mean? So
I understand that. But then what were your other options? What were your other options? Højbjerg.
In midfield?
Højbjerg, Skip.
I understand what you're getting at.
But he got, he had a chance. The thing is, though, the one thing I would say to what's his name? The one thing I would say for Bergvall is, Bergvall is young, and don't get me wrong. I know he's young, but he comes with first team experience. He's been playing first team football. He comes with this. Okay, he's not played in our league. It might be a step up, and but that's what you do your scouting for. That's what you do your talent ID for.
Yeah, of course.
You look at all the things that we've been talking about. You don't just look at the player's ability. You look at the mannerisms. You look at his lifestyle. You look like, is he going to fit in with the rest of the boys? And you look into a lot deeper. You look into, what's he going to be like being away from home and stuff like that. You're going to look into all that, right?
Yeah.
He may well be. I mean, it all depends. Depends how he hits the ground running in pre-season. I don't think it's a wild shout for him to be in the first team squad come the first game of the season.
No, I didn't say the squad. I said starting 11.
I'm going to say squad because
Oh,
it
yeah,
all
he'd
depends.
be in the squad probably, yeah.
But
That's the agreement that he's come to with Spurs to sign.
It wouldn't be surprising that he starts in the team, but I'm saying it wouldn't surprise me at all that he's going to be in the first 20. So whether he starts in the 11 or the 9 subs, he will be in that come first game of the season. I wouldn't be surprised at all because you know we've taken a punt on the player to buy him, and we've bought him for a reason. I'd be very disappointed. I'd be very disappointed if we've bought him, right? And we've invested in him and that, and we've bought him to put him into the under 21s or to loan him out. I'd be disappointed, you know. I mean, we've done that with other youngsters that we've bought, but
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. It'd be quite surprising if he didn't, if what was agreed isn't fulfilled. But then it does depend on him, on his, you know, lifestyle and all that. But I'm sure they've looked into that before signing him.
yeah,
I'm not knocking him, definitely not. But what I'm saying is that you wouldn't start the season, I would have thought, with someone that would create a doubt in my mind when you've already got 3 that are already playing there. If you maintain the 3, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying that's what I think I would do. Nothing else. Doesn't mean I'm right. I'm just saying, you know, we hasn't even got here yet. We haven't even seen him yet. You know, that's opinion. That's opinion. That's nothing else but opinion.
Yeah, I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, as I said, for me, it's the players that the big signings of the 4 or 5 that we're talking about of bringing in.
Yeah.
Then, you know, and we've said this quite clearly. We're not talking Werner, and we haven't really talked. We're not really talking Bergvall either, because Bergvall's been done and so's Vukcevic. But the players aside from Werner, which happened today, it's not what we're talking
to them.
It's not. We're not talking about it. We're talking about the 4 or 5 players that we're signing to improve the squad, and them players are the ones that I want to bring in that will compete for a starting position. They're the ones that we're looking at. That's when we're talking about when we talked about Vlahovic, Seskos, Openders, the other striker that you said, Chris, and then in midfield when we were talking about all the other midfielders apart from Gallagher, we talked about a load of midfielders and that. These are players that we want to come in and we want them to challenge for their places and not just being given a free run at it, you know. And here he is. Look at this, Mr. Daigle. Hello, Mr. Daigle. How are you, sir?
I'm okay, people. I'm okay. Obviously, been doing a few streams, and then whilst I was doing it, one of the bombshell that everyone's talking about came in, and obviously Spurs YouTube, Spurs Twitter, Spurs everything has gone absolutely nuts.
Well, we've not. Can I just say we've not really talked about Werner because it's not one of the. We said the show that we were doing was aside from Werner, so Werner weren't included in what we were talking about. It was done. Obviously, we set the show up, and then that came out an hour before we went on.
Yeah, what happened literally whilst me and Ian met. Adrian was watching the show that I was on.
Yeah, I was watching it as well. I
have to apologise to you, Jose. I only saw the link. I saw it. And I don't know how to redirect. Ben does all that.
No problem there. No problem.
The other news. Did you get the other news about Leicester?
The manager's gone Chelsea.
No, the 15.
No, about the points deduction.
15 points, I reckon.
Yeah, that was breaking news as well.
Leicester start 15 points.
But they were under threat when they got relegated. They thought they'd get away with it because they were in a championship, right? So they might face it. Yeah, the old Werner situation. I mean, I said this on other streams about Werner. I went. People said, if he's an Ainge sign, he's a yes man. And I said this back in January. And I said, look, he's an opportunist signing, but Ainge agreed to it. Ainge agreed to it then. And people said, why? I said, no, I didn't want him. I didn't want Johnson either, right? But Johnson's got a ceiling and potential, whereas Werner's reached his, as far as I'm concerned, right? So we may yet see a better Johnson, right?
I think we will.
Got 5 goals and 7 assists, right? So I went, and people said to me, well, why do you think that Werner and Johnson were in signings or not because we were looking at Johnson for a couple of seasons. Paratici looked at me. I said, because you don't play Johnson in his debut away to Arsenal. You do not play a player you don't trust or don't think's got potential. You don't do that. And you don't play Werner either. And what they both got in common that suits their system, they're both wide players that hides the touchline. Do I want Werner? No, I do not. Right? Johnson now, I'm like that. He's not going anywhere. He's got a 5-6 year contract, so we know we're keeping him. Do I want Werner? No, because you could spend the money and the wages better elsewhere. If it is a loan, has it actually been signed off? Yes,
it's basically just everything you need to know about the deal is done. It's just now for Tottenham Hotspur official to do he's a Spurs. Romano, Plettenberg, all of them have come out. Listen, there's a lot of people that have turned on Ange immediately with this.
Well, he obviously wanted the player then, but obviously the only puzzle about it, Brian, is the fact that if you really wanted him, he's not been signed. So
I stand by Ange. I stand by Ange. I stand by Ange. I've been behind Johnson all season. I'll stand behind Johnson. I am so opposed to this Timo Werner deal. I just 165 grand a week that could have gone elsewhere. Again, I said it on the streams I was on. If we had signed, and I'm just going to choose two players now, let's just say Morgan, Skip White, and Eze, and they'd come first, and then Werner was announced. I don't think there would be the whole shit show that there is now. I don't think it would have been still favoured. I just don't see. I don't understand this Timo Werner deal. I don't understand 165 grand the wages. Ange just said, and listen, Ange hasn't helped himself, or he has helped himself, wherever you want to look at it, by saying, I have the final say in players. He's come out and said things. Like I said, a lot of people have turned on Ange now because of this news. I'm not. I won't. I stood behind goddamn Nuno Espirito Santos. I stood behind One Day Ramos. I stood behind Andre Villas-Boas. I'm not going to switch for Ange Postecoglou, but this signing, it baffles me. It really baffles me in epic proportions.
So on our left, playing on the left, you've got Werner, and Johnson's better on the right. Becky doesn't play on the left. He plays on the right now. He's been played in the centre, false nines, false centre forward, whatever. So we can but hope we're still bringing someone in on the left, and Werner's just there as a squad member because we got extra games this year. I mean, I'm trying to take if there's any positives to take out of this. Look, he can't. I've always said, Brian, in every podcast I've been on, if we got wingers in the team, I don't care how good they are. You can have Messi in one ring, Ronaldo on the other. If they don't score goals, they're no good to us. And Werner cannot score goals, right?
Correct.
Johnson got 5 and 7 assists. Not bad for a debut season. He wouldn't have got as many games as he's got if everyone had been fit. He would have been drip-fed into the squad, right? So jury's out on Johnson, although some have thrown him under the bus already. I'm not going to do that, right? But although I didn't want the player, because for that sort of money, we should have got someone who's oven ready, in my opinion, and he's not, right? Werner, no. He couldn't do it at Chelsea. He had a great season with Leipzig before he went to Chelsea. It was right. So it got him the move. He's on top money. Can't score at Chelsea. They plied him right. They trade him through the middle, didn't they? Like now he's gone back to Leipzig. Tells you a story, and then we get him. Now I can understand us bringing him in January because Perisic was injured, Sessegnon's injured. As an opportunist, fair enough, right? See how it goes for the season. He's not been outstanding. He's had some good games. You can't deny it. He has had some good games, but few, right? But he can't finish. And sorry, if you can't finish, I don't want you. It's that simple. If you're on my front three and you can't finish, no thanks.
Well, you've got to remember with this, Adrian, as well, we've lost Harry Kane, and I know I refuse to say this. He's gone. It's done. But when you say you need to replace those goals and you bring in Timo Werner, Brennan Johnson, who I believe will come good.
Hope so.
The others, you're trying to make up 30 goals and plus assists, whatever. These players don't do it. These players don't do it. When you've got a defence conceding because we haven't got the midfield right, I believe the defence are set if we can get the right midfield. But the midfield is an issue. And we all know that when you're looking at midfielders and forwards, they are the most expensive. To get what you want, you're looking at the upper price of the window for the really, really good ones. And I don't see it. I mean, I just can't see what he brings. And people Dan brought it up and other people brought it up, and then about the wages, 8.5 million for this year. Some people say I don't really care about his wages, but I'd rather we use that 8.5 million to put towards a player. And it says something when Leipzig don't even want the player back, because it was a 17 million pound or 15 million euros. I can't remember what the price as an option. That option's now got out the window, and we've got him on. That's how much Leipzig don't even want him. They've got £165,000 off the wage bill.
Yeah,
and the player will be a free agent at the end of next season.
Nothing official's come out yet. There's been loads of stuff on X. Like obviously when you were doing your show, Brian, I was looking at X while you were doing your show. I didn't comment, but I was just looking at X, and people have said that it's the same terms as last year or whatever. But is he not gone into his final? Is this not his final year of his contract?
Timo's, yeah. This is his final year. That's what I'm saying. He's now entering the final year of his contract at Leipzig.
So therefore, then it can't be the same terms as last year, because there's a fee that you could have paid for him to buy him this year. That
16 million. Or
that can't apply next year if his contract runs out, then can it?
Correct. He's available on a free. But that's what I'm saying. RB Leipzig have said, don't worry, we've been able to negotiate, whether you want to call it good negotiation skills because we've saved ourselves 15 million. You can look at it that way. Or you look at it the other way. Leipzig aren't really concerned about the 15 million. They just want 165 off their wage book. And then he's a free agent.
Probably plus a loan fee on that as well.
Yeah, you're probably right there. There's probably another loan fee of 2-3 million, 4 maybe.
So Werner aside then, Brian, because we've all had a go at this already, but Werner aside.
Sorry, can I just say something about Werner that people aren't taking into consideration? And what everyone said is perfectly great, but he's still injured, according to what I've been checking.
3 months.
Sorry?
For 3 months.
Yeah, exactly. So why I mean, and I'm not doubting that all of this is true or what they're saying, that we're going to go and sign him on loan again. Why would we be risking ourselves to sign a 29-year-old or a 28-year-old, whatever, for the loan fee plus his wages, blah, 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 who's someone who could be potentially at risk for doing his hammies yet again for those wages, etc., if he's still injured? The timing just seems a bit off. You know what I mean? And that's the question that I'm asking myself when I'm hearing, not all of you talk, which is great, and the stuff that's coming out on internet, right, or Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. Why would we be signing someone that's injured? Is it in the hope that he's going to get better and not get injured again? Because I think that's ludicrous.
He may be fit. I don't know the state of his injury. We knew he was going to be out for the season.
It's a grade 3.
Grade 3. He may be fit.
So are we doing a Van Nistelrooy then? Are we doing a Van Nistelrooy when he was at PSV and we could have signed him anyway?
I'm just trying to throw something there that it may or may be. If you're right in what you say, there's nowhere in a million years we should be signing him. Right? Nowhere in a million years.
Whether people like him or not, or whether when he's fit, people are throwing the flipping baby out with the bathwater. That's fine. That's great. That's conjecture and that's opinion, right? Whether he's good or not, but he's currently injured. So why would we be doing this? It doesn't make sense. Which is why I'm just throwing that question out there into the ether as to why we would be doing this deal for someone who's injured. And I mean, I don't know whether that's a fair point to make.
I don't mind if he's back up to Santiago or Mikey Moore. I don't mind if he's back up.
So we've all had a go, Brian, right?
Yeah.
So we were talking about, you were still on the show, you're doing your show and whatever. What we've discussed is that if you believe everything that it says in social media, we're looking to get rid of 12 players and bring 5 players in, not including Werner. We never included Werner in our conversation, right? Do you think we're looking at 5 players to bring in? Do you think we're looking at more? Do you think we're looking at less?
First of all, the thing that needs to be addressed straight away is I have heard so many times that this is the year we get rid of the players. This is the year that they're going to leave. This is the year that. What you got to remember with the transfers is, first of all, especially with the Copa America and the European Championships, you've got that's already a dent in the window, the time frame. Yeah. Then you've got to try and get these players out. Then you've got to hope Levy will take the hit or lower the price or whatever it may be. Then you've got to try and get them out. These players aren't all going to go out one by one and one. Like, oh, everything's falling into Tottenham's lap now. The sad thing for me, and I'll give prime examples, is like with Christian Eriksen, rather than we're a football club that will want the money to come in before we go and spend it, apart from the Gareth Bale money, we know that. Christian Eriksen, we knew was going. Could have gone and got Bruno Fernandes or another one. We knew that money was coming from Inter Milan, but we had to wait for Inter. Then we struck. I don't see 12 people leaving this 12 people leaving this squad. Let's just say everything happened, 12 and 5. We're more screwed than we were to start with. We're more screwed. And I don't mean quality-wise, I mean strength in numbers. We're all going on that we don't have the strength in depth. Doesn't matter what quality you bring in. If you bring in 5 but get rid of 12, you're weaker in anything you do. In anything you do, I can't see 5. I can see 5 coming in. But I actually think 7 will come in because 7's the magic number with Tottenham. Gareth Bale, 7. Yeah. When Jose Mourinho came in, 7. When Conte had the war chest, 7. It's just, will they be quality over quantity or quantity over quality again? The players coming out, I cannot see realistically how we get 12 people out the door.
Can I tell you my maths? Can I tell you my maths, Brian, so you get where I'm coming from, right? So at the moment, we have a squad of 25, right?
Yep.
At the moment, we have an announced squad that finished the Premier League with 25. Aside from that, we had 6 players out on loan, so that takes you to 31. And I think for next season, Udogie counts as a squad member because he goes past the under 21 age, so that takes the squad up to 32 players. Twitter's and X is saying that we'll get rid of 12 and bring in 5. But if you get rid of 12 from 32, it takes you down to 20. Bringing 5 takes you up to squad to 25. And the rest of your players are then made up of your under 21s to pad out your squad. That's what I think the thinking is behind the numbers. That's what I'm saying. That's what I think the thinking is behind the numbers.
Well, Brian, I've got a list of 15 players that I'd get rid of. But out of 9, I think we can be confident of getting rid of. You've got Lo Celso, who wants to go, Rodin, who wants to go 2, Reguilon 3, Gill 4, and Dumbelly 5. Then you've got Spence 6, Højbjerg wants to go 7, Tanganga looks like he's going 8, and then you've got Sessegnon 9. I think we could get rid of those, and I think we could get in about 60 mil for that lot, So
well, you mentioned Brian Hill, Adrian, you mentioned Brian Hill, but the thing I'll say about it is it was Feyenoord that were leading the chase for him. Arne Slot is now the Liverpool manager. Was it a club signing from Feyenoord? What we heard with? I cannot see for the life of me Arne Slot rocking up at Anfield and going, I want Brian Hill.
He won't. No.
Not a chance.
Spanish clubs will be after him, Brian. That's a definite.
Yeah, but again, do we take? Look, this is the thing. You look at it. We signed Brian Hill for £23 million and Eric Lamela.
Yeah. We're not getting that.
We're getting nowhere, mate. We won't get double figures for him.
Yeah, we're not getting that.
And again, this is the issue. We keep hearing a lot, which I understand. That we need to generate some money coming in to add to what we've got. I'm not saying it's spend to buy or sell to buy, but we will need to generate funds, and that's just the fact of the matter. But you've just said 60 million from 9 players. It just goes to show how bad this football club.
I'm being very conservative. It could be a lot more than that, but I'm just being a bit cynical.
Yeah, but that wouldn't surprise me, Adrian. It wouldn't surprise me.
Sorry, can I just go to Chris, because Chris has just put a message in the private chat. Chris.
Yep.
You said you
Yeah, I have to go. So I just didn't want to interrupt anybody. So thank you for having me on. Nice to see you again, Adrian. As always, looking younger every time I see you. And Brian, big up, mate. So
take care, Chris. Thanks for coming on. See you later.
Chris, I'll reach out to you. I need to talk to you. Are you still on the same number?
I am.
I'll WhatsApp you. I'll WhatsApp you later on today or tomorrow, bro.
Yeah, always here for you. And big up everyone in the chat. Thank you for being here and supporting Jose. Like it and subscribe, please do that for the good man. So cheers, everybody, Chris. Take care and all the best.
Later. Bye.
We don't need to sell to buy though, Brian. We've got plenty of money we are allowed to spend, even under the old rules, and even if the new rules come in, right? Which I'm familiar with, right? But I mean, on average. Look, since 2019, when Poch wasn't backed in 518 days of that window, Spurs have brought in 29 players at a cost of 685 million. That's 137 million a year. So as we brought in 7 players a year, that's not even 20 mil a player, but the quality's been poor, isn't it? We failed better in the transfer market over the last season or two. We failed better because we have got some good players in, So. I mean, I reckon we'll have about, as it stands without selling a player, I was doing a bit of maths, and I reckon we'll have 150 million to spend. If not, we have averaged 137, but say it's only 100 million. We could bring in 5 quality players if there are 80 million each, 20 million pound down on each. The money's there. There is no excuse for this club not to go in this transfer window and bring in quality players.
Adrian, you know how many times I've heard that. We've spoken about it privately, personally, on stream. There's always been the money. Before it was we needed to get our ducks in row for FFP. Then it was we needed to get our ducks in a row for PSR. Now we are in a very good position because of what we've done to attack it. We'll go attack it. Like I said, if we do not do it this summer, because every summer we hear that this is the summer, this is the summer, this is the summer, this is the summer, this is his last chance, this is his last chance. I'm sure cats have 9 lives. I think Levy has 999 lives, and I don't know what number he's up at. But we'll have to wait and see. I still stand by this summer's going to be an absolute flop again. I don't want it to be. And the biggest thing I'm wishing for is to be able to come on every channel and go, do you know what, Daniel Levy, you pulled a rabbit out of the hat. You have done it for one season. You have attacked this market and taken advantage of the position we're in. We didn't attack the position we were in when we were ahead of the game with the Champions League, with the finances coming in. We didn't attack it when we had Pochettino's peak team when we were a couple away. We didn't attack it when we had Modric's bow with Redknapp and we're going there. We've been in the position to attack and we don't. So this summer he has to attack it. Will he? I highly doubt it.
Well, we've never been in a better position. And the reason we're in a better position and have the advantage over our rivals is because Wolves, Newcastle, Everton, Aston Villa, and I think Chelsea, they have to sell. They have to sell. Newcastle are worth 36 billion. They can't spend a penny. They can't spend before they sell under the rules, under the existing rules, and the new rules haven't been ratified. They'll be ratified probably end of June, right? That's going to be SCR squad cost ratio, which is basically simple, Brian. Basically what it is like, we earn 549 million this year. You take off all football-related expenditure, which is the 251.1 million in wages, the 20 million interest on the stadium debt. We owe 300 million in agents' fees and transfers and all that. So a fifth of that is 60 mil. So now you're looking, say we go 349 mil. Then you're left with a bottom figure, which is 200 mil. This is how it's going to work in the future, guys, in the chat, right? So that 200 mil. Now, under Premier League, you can spend 85% of that, which is 170 mil. In Europe, it's different. If we're going to align with them, it's 80%. That's 160 mil. That is a lot of money. You could put 20 mil down on 5 players in this transfer window, and you'd still have 60 mil left over to go again in January. This club has got no excuse at all not to bring quality players in this window. Like you said, will we see it? Wait and see. It's going to be very telling. And we should strike while the iron's hot. Because the old rules are over a 3-year period. there's new rules, as I understand it, will be on a yearly basis, so it's less complicated, and so we'll see.
I think what Brian's alluding to, though,
not just one year, we'll be able to do it every year because we're a rich club and we generate massive revenue, so we'll always be able to spend in the transfer market.
But I think what Brian's alluding to, there's no doubt that we can possibly spend, but it seems to be that we get the same thing, and there's something happened this year that we couldn't do it. Then this happened the following year, then that happened the year before, and I think that's what Brian's getting to. That we hear these things all the time, and we've always been in position.
We've got a load of crap, haven't we? 29 players since 2019. Name the good ones.
Exactly.
Name the good ones. Right.
You look at this as well. David, the comment above Ellie's, and big up Ellie. David Clark has hit it bang on the money.
That one.
Yeah, with this, it's literally this is the case. And what was I going to say? I was going to say something as well. Yeah, I was on. So after I did my stream, I went on Alan's stream. Time added on. And someone actually said in the comments, it's okay with this. This is where some of the fan base is. And like I said, I have my very, very strong opinions. I let everyone have their opinions. But there's certain things when I hear it, I will have someone turn around to me or someone put in the comments that bringing in Werner's okay because he's better than Brian Hill. And I was like, that's where your standard is now. We sign players better than the standard of Brian Hill. We're doing well. Do you reckon when Arsenal bought Declan Rice, they said, let's just make sure we buy someone better than El Neni? Or the Vieira do? They said, no, let's go get the best of the best. It's what I want to see us get someone that gives. I'd love us to go get Morgan's Gift White to seriously put the pressure on James Maddison. I would love us to go sign a Branthwaite. We won't spend the money to put serious pressure on Van der Ven. I don't want to see, oh, he's a good backup. I want to see someone, your place is up for grabs. And if you mess up, there is someone ready to take your place. We've got to the point where sections of the fan base are saying, do you know what? He's better than Brian Hill. Like that's some kind of achievement. I just don't understand where we've gotten this fan base where that's acceptable.
Yeah, I'm just hoping
we on here
and Rob McKenzie, the chief scout, with Scott Munn's he's just like a deputy chairman basically, like so he's just going to deal with the admin side, all the stuff that Levy doesn't deal with, he'll deal with. So like he'll deal with that side of the club. They should have been working all year compiling lists and then ticking players off who they reached out to and said, no, I don't want to come to your club, blah, blah, blah. Or agent said, no, my player's not interested, blah, blah, blah. And then move on, right? And so they should have, before we get to June the 14th, when the window opens on the Friday, the same day as the Euros, we should be ready to strike. In theory, we should be ready to strike. This should be really hot. It should be hot already, but really hotting up between now and the 14th of June. I mean, you can imagine on all the media feeds I go to, like it's going to be crazy, like, lots of BS as usual from low tier media reporters, but yeah. And then we need to wait and see until we hear these words like, yeah, the player has agreed, right, terms. Before we go to a club and actually approach the club and try and structure a fee for a player, then we'll know where we are. But
on here, what we've been saying, Brian, is that the signings that we make this summer, or the players that we're going for, should be players that when you're selling them the club, you should be saying to them, this is what we want to do in the next 5 years, and this is what we want to do by next year. The year after, we want to do this. That we want you to be part of that journey with no guarantees, i.e., you're going to get first team football. No, you're coming into a team, into a squad where you'll be challenging for that position over the next 2-3 years. And that's what we've got to be looking for. We've got to be looking for players that will challenge what we've got already, and not players that will just come and sit on our bench, or not players that we're going to pad out for a squad. We need to get players, like you said a minute ago, you said Brathwaite. We didn't mention Brathwaite. We mentioned other centre-backs that we would look at, but they were not centre-backs that would come and sit on our bench. They were centre-backs that would give Van der Ven a run, If we're going to get fullbacks, we want to get fullbacks that would give a Doggy a run, Porro a run. If you're going to bring out someone in midfield, it's someone that's got to be equal, if not better quality than what we've got at the moment. And the same as the forwards. We said we'd like to see 2 forwards come in that are top forwards that would come in and bolster the 3 up front for us. That's what we're saying, or we've been saying today.
See, the thing is, I want to go back to what you said about signing players with the 5-year. This is the 5-year plan. If I was a player coming in, I wouldn't believe a word this club was saying. About 5 years. Listen, we all heard last summer what Ange said to James Maddison. He said, come to Tottenham or not, you're going to see a completely different Tottenham this season. He came because of that. That's saying this season.
Yeah.
If any manager, there's been not one manager apart from Poch that's last 5 years at this football club.
Yeah.
So if a manager says this is our plan for the next 5 years,
I said
as
that.
much as the manager may have it in his head.
Yeah, I threw that out. I said 5 years, Brian, but then I went down to like for this season and the next season.
Well, you mean this? You mean the next 2 seasons then?
Yeah, this season and next season. I dropped the 5 years and said this season, next season we want to get to X and do Y, and then the season after we want to get to here, and doing it that way, because you got to sell it to a player as well, haven't you?
Yeah, but that's the thing.
How would you sell it to a player then?
That's the problem we're in. Unfortunately, as much as I want Ange to stay for his contract, and as much as I want him to maybe get another contract, I can't see him lasting another 2 seasons. I can't. And listen, I'm saying, let me put some context. I'm saying this right now, based on the news that Timo Werner and this deal was blown up and whatever.
Yeah. Should
we now go on to say let's get a quality left centre back? I can never pronounce Gyökeres, who is the striker I want. Yeah. Morgan Gibbs White and Eze, and I'm just picking these names out. You see those players come in, then you're talking a very then I'll be on here going, do you know what? This is a start of something. This could be the foundations are there. I can see where we're going now. But can I see that happening this summer? Can anyone, honestly, in the Spurs fan base say, yeah, do you know what? I actually think this window is going to be different. Yeah, we are going to do it. We'll end this window, and people will be going, Tottenham mean business this time. They're not. I just can't see it. I can't see it. But when you say sell the football club, right? Like if I was to sell the football club, all I can sell the football club on right now, if I was anything to do with Tottenham Hotspur, just like Adrian, just like yourself, just like Ellie, just like everyone, Bennett, is the memories of this football club. The great glory nights and firsts that this club did, the Jurgen Klinsmanns and Paul Gascoignes and Glenn Hoddles and Dave Mackay's and Pat Jennings and winning UEFA Cup, being the first team to... That's the only way at the moment I could possibly sell myself as a representative of Tottenham, because I just don't see how I can sell this football club moving forward when I don't understand the direction this football club's going in.
I understand the cynical viewpoint of Spurs fans. I understand their perspective entirely. I think the perspective of a player coming in who's, say, 20 years of age, 27 years of age and 28 years of age and wants to win something, thinking, nah, it's not going to happen in this club for a few years, I'm not coming. You might have a more hungrier player who comes in as like 22, 23, 24, who's got time on his side. He might have the patience to wait. But I like what Ange said in a recent press conference, apart from him saying like this club's fragile and all that, right? That he said, when he was questioned, they poked at him, the media, about, oh, yeah, do you think players will come to Spurs if you haven't got European football? And his response was, he's always bruff with his mate and all that. He went, something, mate, I want players that come to this club that want to play for Tottenham Hotspur, whether we've got European football or not. So I thought that was a good answer. So we're in unknown territory. It's wait and see. We've got to wait and see how this window pans out. Wait and see. You know, the first couple of signings will be very telling, won't they? You know what I mean? So, like, I'm hopeful. because I know we got the money. We got the money. And I'm hopeful because although I'm not a Conor Gallagher fan, he's not sexy, you know, or Chabola at Chelsea who can play at right back is not sexy. There are a lot of players we have been linked with the media in a change, instead of championship players or too many young players because we got great under 21s. We've been linked with a lot of good players as well. And I've pulled videos up on them and they are good. So will we get 3 or 4 of them? I hope so. But, you know, I understand people's, skepticism.
Well, we all listen, Adrian. We all hope so. we all hope that we see so. Joe, I normally say I said this last season. Is that the window hasn't even opened, and I'm sick of it already.
We all are. I hate the transfer.
Everyone hates
it. Everyone hates it. It's all.
No, I mean, listen. This is just a wild comparison, so I'm not trying to throw mud on Levy or anything with this, because people will try and turn it. Guy from my channel, Dave, who is got a partner who's a West Ham fan. He tweeted yesterday, West Ham already got a here we go for that Brazilian defender.
Franco, yeah.
Lopetegui's in his first week at the football club. We've apparently had these meetings that I just said, and Spurs have, and again, this is all rumours. It's now over to the recruitment team to start doing what they're doing. We pretty much know the names that we've all been linked with will be representing their countries, whether it be South America either of the two major tournaments. Why aren't deals? I mean, for all I know, deals are getting structured in the shadows without me knowing or without any of us knowing. But how is it a team that has just installed a manager this week has managed to sign a Brazilian international and got it done ready before he goes to Copa America, and back their manager that's been there for days, and we are doing this? I'm not saying that we should. I wanted to see 3-4 transfers wrapped up. I just don't understand. Again, it's now with the transfer team that we brought in, Lange, McKenzie, Munn, obviously Paratici, and we're moving. We're again, it could be in the shadows, but I just don't understand how other teams are already making their moves. It's kind of like Spurs want to wait till the window opens so everyone has a fair chance, and then we can use it as an excuse that the other people, they moved a bit too, or we want. I hate talking bad about my club. I hate it. I love my football club is my first love. I love this football club. It's almost I was engaged to a different woman before Ilana in Israel. She asked me to miss a North London derby, and it was at the end of Pesach, and I was like, no. She goes, if you go to the game, our engagement is over. I told her to pack her stuff and leave before I get back from the North London derby. this club, I plead for this club, and I hate seeing this, and I hate having to come on and talk the way I do about the ownership. But I'm 45 next month, and we've been doing the same thing over and over again, and there's no light at the end of the tunnel. And every time you think there's a bit of light, the builders come in and mask up take away the light again. I've got a feeling this summer I'm going to get very loud again, and I don't want to. I don't want to, and I'm not going to do it in my shouting and screaming, obnoxious way and blaming every bloody thing on Levy. But I will give him criticism where it's due, and I'm reaching the end of my tether again. If I was in England right now, I would be either outside a training ground or outside Lily White House, even if I was by myself, because I'm just not happy with where this is going, and I can see what's about to happen.
And that we will wait the next PR blunder from the club as well to combine with that as well, of course,
So I've been on this, on what you're talking about now. I've said on my stream.
Okay, just to let you know, 100% Spurs Twitter, it's Timo time again. It's signed, it's sealed, it's delivered. This football club. It's a done. It's official.
Right. So where I've been on this channel and my stances, and it hasn't changed. I felt that last year, March at 12th, 13th, 19th, whatever it was, when Conte had that rant after the Southampton game, I thought to myself, after that, it's one of the best things that's ever happened to the club, and it's backed a lot of people into a corner, and I don't think they should be allowed out of that corner. And I've said that for me, I will judge where we're going on the 2nd of September, and that is when the transfer window shuts, because by then I'll know exactly what we're trying to do and not do, and then that's when I'll form my final opinion on the matter.
I think you'll know before then, Jose. You'll know after the first couple of signings.
But the thing is, it's not just about the players that you're going to buy, Adrian. For me, Brian said it earlier, and I've said it all season. It's about the worst. We've bought some bad players, all right, in the last 5 years or so, but we spent a lot of money. We made some poor signings. But the problem that we've had for the last 5 or 6 years, and it's been a big problem, is getting the players out of the club. And for me, I think it might be more important the amount of players and the players that we can get out of the club than the players that we actually bring in. And I know it goes hand in hand.
It is important, right? It is important to get them out, just to get them off the wage bill. But my argument would be, if I want it to be completely one way or the other, the important things to me is to get the players in. How the players go out the club doesn't matter, because we have the money to get the players in. If we're still bloated after a transfer window, so be it, because it's more important we take advantage of this window and maximise what we can do in this window, right? So, but I want the players out. I want them 9 out I mentioned, right? And we will.
Well, one's leaving this week already. We know that already because they've not taken the option up on a further year. So Sessegnon leaves on Friday. His last day at Spurs will be the 31st of May. On the 1st of June, he becomes a free agent. So he's definitely gone. So he's one off the list already. You can take off because he's definitely gone.
And Dombelli should go to Fray Bentos, right? And little joke there, but.
Brian's not in a jokey mood. You can see it in his face already.
I listen again. To me, there's a leak at Tottenham Hotspur Football Club, or whether the board and Ange wanted it to come out now. I just don't. This club, obviously, I've seen it last year when Levy out was big, and every single thing they posted, every single response was Levy out, Levy out, Levy out. The PR team have completely. I mean, the people that are actually on Spurs PR, when they say, right, can you put this out? They must be, oh Jesus, they must hate their job, because I just don't understand how.
They haven't got a clue, have they?
They haven't got a clue. The club don't. The club don't care about the fans. The club. It sickens me. Listen, I said it on my channel. We've got money for the hotels. We'll charge 6% season ticket price hike. We'll do the Save Our Senior, or we'll try and do what we're doing to the seniors. Whether you're against it, you're for, or not for it, but there's a lot of people that think that the younger generation, like my nephews and nieces and the younger people, because of the cost of living and the way the world is now, that they should be getting the concessions, the concerts, everything that's gone, that's pumped in money to this club, and you wanted the 6% in, and you had to get your season tickets in by this date. That was the cut-off date. This is what's going on. And the first thing they do is announce a loan for this. Like I said at the beginning when I came on, if this had been accompanied with a Gallagher, who I don't want, I'm with Adrian on that, but if he comes, I understand he has the things that Spurs or Ange midfielder.
If he comes, Ange wants him. It's an Ange sign.
Exactly. If it had been a Gibbs White, if it had been a striker, if it had been an Eze or an Elise, then I just... And you know what? Ben's just put a comment in, and Ben has been saying this for a while, and it is true, and he feels this all the time. We all love Tottenham, but Tottenham don't love us. And it's sad, and... especially with all the work I've put, not just me personally. I've been the one from my group that mainly are on YouTube and do all the work and promote it and do what. But I do that because I have my platform on YouTube, and I will promote it as much as I can to support the cause. And there's other people that do a lot of work behind the scenes with organize. But we've said this for a very, very long time, and we've gone uproar, and the abuse people take by and this football club just finds new ways to just rip your heart out, destroy you, deflate. This is the end of the season. There's been progress. We've got into Europe. There's a nice summer to come. There's a Euro Championship. There's a Copa America for people who obviously are from that side of the pond, or if you're a lover of football, to watch 2 huge international tournaments, and we've gone into it on this, and it just, I just don't understand. I mean, why? Like Chris Meta-TV was saying, we signed another injured player. It seems to be a requirement. Let's sign a player who's injured. It really upsets me. Like, you can see I'm deflated. Just the way they've announced it and done it like it's a brand new signing, and said it's Timo time again.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I'd expect that if we signed Harry Kane. It's Kane time again. Then you're like,
I mean, the money, Brian, I agree. The money we saved on Kane's wages would have more than covered the £3 million they're going to gain by taking my concession away, which is why I don't spend any money inside the stadium now. No more. So I'm saving 20, 30 quid a match game because I won't spend inside the stadium now. Not that it'll make any difference to Levy or co, like. But the other thing was, I said, like, the little touches for the fans, right? Friend of mine, ex-goalkeeper, 70 years of age, has a bit of a funny turn in the stadium. He's got to sit on the stairs because there's no seating around the concourses. Now, there should be seating with green crosses above there, like which they do for like medics and stuff like that, for old people, disabled people, people with walking sticks that get to the ground early and are forced to stand, right, before they can get to their seats. They don't be sitting in a stadium, you know, hour and a half before kickoff when the club would like them to buy a pint and a pie or whatever it is, you know. And my other argument is, where are the water machines on the levels as well for people that might be feeling a bit queasy or whatever, like you have in your office with that big bowl and a water machine? Where are these water machines? Not talking about going in the toilets or whatever. Where are they around the ground? There's peanuts, right? Little touches for the fans inside the stadium like that, right? I mean, all right, they do their bit for disabled wheelchairs and get the wheelchairs out, but now the carers are going to be charged if they're with a disabled person that go in there. They're going to have to pay for one ticket or whatever it is, you know. So, I mean, this is just the way that, I don't think it's just going to go the way at Spurs. It seems to be going that way everywhere. But there are more things the club could be doing, you know, to project a better image. But like, they fail miserably PR wise. They're always making PR blunders because they don't understand football. They don't understand fans. They don't understand their heritage and history. They don't understand it. All they understand is money.
Yeah, listen, Bill Nicholson would be turning it. I mean, you just need to listen to what Bill Shankly said with Liverpool. You just need to listen to what Bill Nicholson said for us. And you go back and you got the Ron Paisleys, you got the Busby Babes. You've got managers that spoke back in the day about what football clubs mean to communities, what football clubs are about, and how important the fans are. This guy is like, right now, I would love to see Daniel Levy right now call another AGM and invite some fans in and say, right, let's have another chat.
The real fans, you mean, not the manufactured ones that they
Not
invite?
even the manufactured. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. He does it. He did it with Poch when times were good, and he did it with Ange when things were flying high. Let's call an AGM because things are good. He's never around when shit starts hitting the fan like this. If there was an absolute outpour on Twitter now saying Levy should hold an AGM now, this club, I guarantee you one thing that would happen. The Tottenham Hotspur Supporters Trust will jump on board and go, oh, look, people are talking. Let's steal their thunder and say we're going to do something and then not follow through with it. He's the shot. Listen, I've said for ages that the best there's that saying, the best place to hide things is in plain sight. Well, Daniel Levy is dangling this right in front of your face. Or not your face, our face. And I just don't understand why there isn't. Listen, you might not agree with the way that me and my group deal with some things. You may not. And when I say my group, I don't mean I'm the leader or anything. I mean the group I proudly stand with. You may not agree with some of the people that are there, which is understandable. You may not agree with how we've got about things doing it at the stadium. But we've been saying this stuff. We've been saying this stuff, and it's amazing when I've been outside of that training ground, outside that stadium on match day, there'll be about 200, maybe 250 of us at our peak, which was like the Brentford game and the Manchester United after the Newcastle game. So many people come over and go, yeah, go on, get them out. I'm like, come and stand with us. Oh, no, I don't. Because they're worried because there's only so few of us. They come and take the photos of the banners. They go, keep up the good work. There's a few YouTubers that are there, including myself, obviously. So people want to come and say hello and meet, which I understand. I mean, the first time I was with Ben and Simeon for We Are Tottenham TV, you with those guys, every single second step can have a photo. They're brilliant with that. I understand that. But then when you get into the stadium, all of a sudden you have thousands of people singing Leave You Out. And I understand it's strength in numbers and whatever. But that just needs to come outside once. And this football club is, unfortunately, we're going to keep going through this. We're going to go over and over again. And I've heard, after Pochettino, I've heard, yeah, do you know what? He's eyed Mourinho, this is the last chance. If Levy doesn't do this, I'm done. Nuno, Conte, Stellini, Ange now. Directors of football, this is the summer. Oh, if he doesn't do it this time, I'm going to chat. And it's honestly like a bad dream. I feel like Groundhog Day.
But I think Brian. To my personal opinion on this is, I think that they've got themselves into a corner that they can't get out of after Conte's rant, and that's why I'm thinking to myself that if it doesn't happen this summer, there's nowhere for them to go. I don't think there's anywhere else that they can go. There's nothing that you can do PR wise. There's nothing you can't do PR wise. I think that you're now backed yourselves into. Conte's backed everyone into that corner before he left, and I don't think there's no getting away from it.
I think the crap would really hit the fan if Ange walked, and I think if he doesn't get what he wants in this window, he's half hinted about the background, about the fragileness of the club at different levels, and I did agree with him. I know we're well past the Spurs fans' views on whether to win or lose against Arsenal at home, Man City at home, rather, debate and all that. But, you know, one thing was noticeable in what he said. When he turned around now, whether the fans are subjective and got that opinion, that's fair enough. They're entitled to their viewpoints, right? But when he said that his staff at the training ground, he should all be pulling the same way with him, was sort of jokey about it and all that, that's out of order, in my opinion. That's out of order, because you should be loyal to your manager, right? You should be backing him and fall backing. Different with us fans, we're more distant, and I understand the views of both sides. You know, I'm old school. I believe we should win every game. I understand the fans that said we don't. That's all past, right? It's gone now. We're not in that position where we're fighting each other over that or biting over that, right? But that tells me, you see, if you've got that sort of attitude, this is a sort of poor attitude we've had at the club. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's too casual. You know, take the money and run from players and things like that. Not giving it their all, as you mentioned earlier in the post, Jose, you know, that the players should be coming and giving their all. And some of them haven't. They haven't. You know, they haven't in the past, little cliques that have removed managers that I didn't like anyway, but like, that's all wrong. You should never have. You shouldn't even have you shouldn't even have a players' council. You shouldn't have one, right? You shouldn't have one, because straight away you're setting up something that can be detrimental to your club.
It all goes back to the same thing. The culture at this football club. The culture at this football club has been broken. Could you... if Bill Nicholson was here, obviously we know he's not. If Bill Stevie Perryman once said there was a thing. There's one person you asked to a Tottenham, and if you had an argument with him, you lost whether you're right or wrong. It was Bill Nicholson, like Alex Ferguson did with Yap Stam and Beckham and all those.
Kanchelskis and all that. They all went.
Yeah, you did not go against Bill Nick, but now we're at a time. And listen, this is modern football, where you hear it's cheaper to get rid of the manager than it is. But we've just continuously allowed this to happen. There is no winning mentality at this football club. There is no... I watched the Newcastle documentary on Amazon, and I also watched when Newcastle qualified for the Carabao Cup last year. They did a tour around the training ground, like they did a little Eddie Howe interview. All the TV screens they changed to motivational speeches and saying it's been XYZ since we won a trophy. Just everything was pinned around winning this, like everything around the training ground. And you just don't see it. You just don't see it. What do? We have a documentary with Amazon, and this is how good Spurs are. We're about to sign Jose Mourinho, and you've got Daniel Levy and his lawyers talking about it amongst the first team in the cafeteria. That's the kind of culture we have at this football club. Not doing all these high things in the boardroom. The cameras are out. Let's show that this club is broken. It's broken. And sometimes, do you know what? It's going to get worse before it gets better. It's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. I am ready to start putting on the war paint and springing into action, because if this summer is not good, let's just say, Levy, you're gonna get to know me again very, very well.
Yeah,
I think
a lot depends on this summer, and it's going to be a very telling transfer window.
Yeah, and I think to be honest, and I don't. It's your fight, Brian, and I don't know whether we're up for a fight or not. But if they prove to do something different, then all it is a stay of execution, because you're going to expect that year in, year out. But if they don't do it this summer, then I think the traction really does begin, because I keep saying Conte's backed the whole of this club into a corner, and if they don't come out this summer and continue to do it every other summer thereafter, then they're in for a hiding. They're on a hiding to nothing. And if they don't do it this summer, then the hiding will begin very soon.
I hope so.
I have no doubts about that.
It's come to the point where I've actually heard people now say, right, this is it. This is the last season I have my season ticket. I know a load of people that gave it up this season, was like, right, that's it. Nope, done. Some of them are giving it up after 25 years, 15 years, whatever. But there is now a huge amount of people that I've seen that are like, this is it. This is the last. I'm not doing it anymore. We'll just have to wait and see, won't we? We'll have to wait and see. But if I need to come back, and it will depend on my health, I will be back, and I won't leave until the job's done. I won't leave. I don't care what I have to do. I just want my football club to compete again. I just want my football club to have some pride. I just want my football club to not be a joke. Is that too much to ask?
No,
it's not.
No.
Of course it's not. We pay good money. We pay top money, so we're entitled to see, a top quality team because we pay top money. It's quite simple. And we haven't seen that. We've seen, we failed better in the transfer market recently. We need to kick on from there. We have got a decent foundation with the team we've got. It's a decent foundation. It's a long way to go, but it's a decent foundation. And, 3 or 4 quality signings in the summer could transform us. I mean, you don't have to be a fantastic team to win the FA Cup. Man United finished below us, right? They won the FA Cup. We've been in how many finals we lost? 6, 8 or something? The last finals, I don't know how many it is, right? I mean, so if we got, if Ange is back, again, we're going back to this, we're rehashing what we know, what we do know, and I understand Spurs fans' fears after, if it's as it's been confirmed that Werner is
It's 100% confirmed. Yeah. It is 100%.
I understand fans' fears approaching the transfer window after that. So,
and, the other thing that pisses me off with this football club, and it's going to feel very, very minor in the grand scheme of things, but it's kind of things that hold dear and important to me. Brandon Austin has just signed a 5-year contract extension, which is a huge day for him and his family and whatever. And it's not a major signing. It's a backup keeper with Forster goes or whatever. Should all be about him today. Should all be about whatever. Well done, Brandon. Good luck. nice to see, but it all gets taken away.
Mm.
And his moment, I think his minute in the sun lasted less than 15 minutes before all this Werner news jumped out.
I got the Austin thing completely wrong. I thought the reason that Josh Keeley was sent out to Barnet, and the reason, because I thought giving Forster an extra contract after his injury didn't send actually a good message to Brandon Austin and Alfie Whiteman. And then I was thinking, well, just Josh Keeley's gone out to Barnet to get the experience. So I was going on, I said, well, I think I'm reading between the lines that after next season, Forster goes and Josh Keeley ends up as a number 2 to Vicario. But now Austin, who was under 21 goalkeeper, he is 24 going on 25, whatever it is. So now it looks like I'm wrong. Well, I don't mind admitting I'm wrong, because obviously they must want him. But he is also academy homegrown for Europe, which is part of one of the 4 that we need for the academy homegrown for Europe. That's why I think Skip will stay as well, although he should move on to further his career, really. But we need 4. We've got him and Whiteman and Skip. You know, Tanganga, who's going. We don't know what's going to happen with Parrott, because Parrott's academy trained homegrown as well. So that would make the 4 that you've got to have for Europe. So I can see Parrott being a member of the squad. He's had a decent season at Excelsior. Will he? I want some of these kids to be given a chance next year. I mean, we're on the same road when it comes to Divine. Me and you, we're on the same road probably when it comes to Mikey Moore now. If you've seen a lot more.
Oh, I've got Mikey Moore's.
I keep sending the WhatsApp group and all that. When I find something I believe of interest, I just blast it out of my group. The other 2 Facebook groups, some of my bins run other Facebook groups. Them 2, Twitter, and then on WhatsApp. Because I like to disseminate facts, Brian. And then make their mind up for themselves. Go have a look. Look at this, what I've sent you. This is a good article. I've sent this out. And then, like, people can make their own. I won't browbeat people. I just say, okay, make your mind up. You've seen this. What do you think of this player or not? I do it with players we're interested as well. I go, because I'm subscribed to Brazil Scout, so I'll pull them down. Like, and all the players, whether we get them or not, and I'll pump them up. So we go and have a look anyway. We're interested in this guy. You know what I mean? Or rumoured to be interested in this guy.
Sorry,
and
Peter, can you just tell me, you're telling Ellie you can see Ange walking. When are you saying that you can see him walking now, before the start of the season, or can you see him walking during the season? When are you thinking? Because I know that you obviously follow Ange because you're Australian, but when are you talking about you can see him walking? I'm just interested and curious to know. Sorry, carry on.
The biggest problem with that, I'd have to say the biggest problem with that, and I really hope Peter's wrong and he doesn't walk. I really don't want to see him walk.
Neither do I.
Ryan Mason will be our next manager. Ryan Mason will be our next manager, because no other manager will want to come here of any reputation. We've groomed him over the last 3 managers.
Yeah, we have, yeah.
It'll be easy to get in the door. And we are now becoming like Watford. You sign a contract at Watford knowing you're not going to see out your contract and you're going to get a payout from the football club. We couldn't get Arnie Slot through the door last year. He turned us down. Ange came in. I honestly cannot see. We all know these managers have WhatsApp groups, like the players have WhatsApp. Who in their right mind would come to Tottenham Hotspur? Should he walk? Should he? I hope he doesn't. Peter, listen, I can imagine Australia is going nuts now because Spurs are going nuts, and obviously this has brought up a lot. Listen, I'm fully behind Ange Postecoglou. I've never turned on a manager, but the pressure is on. Premier League, the pressure is always on. But I just cannot see who in their right mind, unless you want a payday, will want to come to Tottenham Hotspur.
Yeah, I mean, no one of note anyway. There's always people that come for a nice fat paycheck. But, I see Mason being groomed for a manager. Perhaps he should go and try his skills out with a lower league team to see if he is good. He's only took over in disastrous situations, so we don't know what we really got there. He's rated, funnily enough, out the club word is like they rate him, but we'll see. But if Ange is successful and he sees out his 4 years or even stays longer, because by then he'd be 62, 63, all right, it's not old. right? I'm older than him, right? So like, yeah. Then if he's successful, he'd get an extended contract. If not, like you say, I could see Mason there. I could even see Poch coming back in the future, in the distant future. He's young enough to do 4 or 5 years at Man United and come back. You don't rate him? I like Poch. But
No, listen, I loved Poch. Apart from the Paul Gascoigne years, Mauricio Pochettino, those 2 trophy title kind of charges or attempts were, apart from the Gaza days, the 2 greatest seasons of my life as a Spurs fan. When Conte left last season, and I was at the ground for the Brighton game, and I was a couple of away games, and the Mauricio Pochettino song started singing, I refused to sing it because as much as I rated him, I don't want him anywhere near Daniel Levy because it will be the same bullshit again. I said if we'd had new owners, I would have welcomed Poch back with open arms. That's before he went to Chelsea. He's gone to Chelsea. I don't want him back. I don't want. Listen, how many more times? I know he's originally a Spurs man or whatever. How often have us going to Chelsea worked? Yes, he was at Spurs, but it'll be. I don't want him. I come. Listen, Adrian. You and I are old school. Jose, you've got to manage Chelsea. You said you listen. Levy didn't go for him, and he ignored the fans, even though the fans were singing for it. So he wanted to go get a job. He got a job. Get that part. But you went to Chelsea. You said you wouldn't join Arsenal. Fair play. You said when you're a Espanyol, you wouldn't join Barcelona. You went and joined them lot. You went. I can't accept him back. I can't. I
get it. I get it. It's okay.
Don't get me wrong. Do I think he's a good manager and under new owners he could do something? Well, absolutely. But
and the other thing, it's a bit
Levy, never.
And the other thing, it's a bit like top scorer each season. If the 4 best top scorers in the Premier League left tomorrow, it wouldn't matter because next season you'd still have top 4 scorers, right? You'd still have it. And like by the time Ange goes, and I want him to see his contract out, and he gets all my backing for next season because I believe he deserves that amount of time, right? At least all of next season minimum. Then like if and eventually goes, by the time he finishes his contract, there'll be other managers that have pushed their head up above the water that have arrived on the scene from different clubs here and abroad because that's just what happens in football. New managers come through, and apart from that, you'll have the existing managers in the merry-go-round, which makes me laugh most of the time, So yeah.
Good times, isn't it, Jose? Great times we're looking forward to.
I mean, like you could describe Spurs like politics, no matter who you vote for, same bird, different wings. So, what I mean? It's same bird, different wings, right? So that's what you're getting, So, Jose,
yeah. So it is what it is. It's just another day in Tottenham being a Spurs fan, isn't it? Me and Ben from We Are Tottenham TV normally say just another day in a paradise at the shit show that is Tottenham Hotspur. And we haven't had to say that for a little while, but I have a funny feeling I'm going to be saying it quite a lot this summer.
Yeah. Let's see. As I said, for me, made it clear, 2nd of September. I know what you're saying, Adrian. We'll know before then. But the cut-off date for me is the 2nd of September. That I know where my club is. But the thing is, if my club does do what I want it to do and back the manager and do what we want to be done, it doesn't mean it's over. One swallow doesn't make a summer. You need to do this year in, year out and continue doing it. If they don't do it...
The Werner signing might be a deliberate ploy. Let's get him in, take the flak now before we buy all the players rather than do it the other way around. Get 3 or 4 players.
But what Brian said earlier, it makes more sense to bring in... But what Brian said earlier, to me, makes more sense because I'd do it that way. I'd bring in your 2-3 players, major signings, bring them in and then sneak Werner in as a padding up option. But to actually come out and bring Werner in first before you've brought in your signings, it's got to be a faux pas, surely. Surely must be a faux pas.
So you know what, Danny, and it just goes to show that this is a Tottenham Hotspur problem, the more I think about it, is when we signed Timo Werner, that deal just came out of nowhere. Like, no one knew anything. There were no links. There were no ITK saying it was like Spurs are going for, you see other teams get their transfers done, and some of them get done under the radar. The one that comes straight to my mind was when Danny Ings went to West Ham. All right, then he's a Premiership proven striker, but that deal happened. Like, wait a minute, when? How did that all get? They can get done. Yeah, these type of deals somehow, because it's around Tottenham, just so happen to get leaked and become like wildfire. We find out from the Brazilian national manager. Charlison is injured for the rest of the season before our football club. Ange Postecoglou has done a press conference saying, yeah, there's no new injury concerns. 2 hours later, the Brazilian manager is going, well, Richarlison is going to be in the club.
Not coming, yeah.
There is a big leak in Tottenham Hotspur. There's a big leak. Now, you would think if they wanted to stop this leak, they'd be able to work out who it is and get rid of it. But it keeps persistently happening. So there is listen, how football clubs want to go about their business and do things is up to them, but it's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing what happens.
I don't expect full transparency over how much we've got to spend and all that things, but I expect a bit more transparency. They could liaise with the fans much better than they've done. With the PR is total crap. We know that, right? So we'll see. Have they learned lessons? Well, I think they took a reality check with the concessions. The Werner things sort of like exacerbated things again, got fans stirred the hornet's nest up again. So now, let's hope. I mean, I'm hoping when we've got days to go before the transfer window opens on Friday, 14th of June, that like we've got some deals lined up.
We'll have to hope so. We'll have to hope so. Do I think we'll have any before the Euros start? No. Would I be delightfully surprised if we do? Yes.
Yes, I would be as well.
If they do I think they'll be at the caliber we need? No. Do I think we're here, so at least we tried? Yes.
I think Todd Bowley will sell us. I think it's likely because we need it. Depends on the Emerson situation. I think we will get Conor Gallagher, and I'm undecided on Chalobah. That will depend. Emerson's people have been talking to Inter Milan apparently. In which case, I think AC Milan. Then sorry. Then I think we could probably get Chalobah as well. Can play at right back and centre back. But are they sexy signings? Not really, are they? Can they do a job? Yeah, they can. They both can do a job. They've both proven themselves in the Premier League. Will they take us further forward? That is unknown. Because they're not bad footballers, so that's just if we get them, though. So I might be talking absolute rubbish.
We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. But, guys, I'm going to call it. I've been on for 4.5 hours. So,
is that all?
Yeah. Is that all he says? 4.5 hours.
It's been on right, I think.
Well, no. I've been streaming with breaks here and there between... I started at what time did I start? 10 o'clock my time. And what is it now?
I wouldn't have the energy.
And now, just so people know, Ben Kaufman and I are about to do a pop-up on Tottenham on Tour and probably get some guests on and shut the link out. So some more content. But Ben will
I'll jump over. I'll have it.
So yeah, it's going to be about 5 minutes for me to go. It's actually I put a load. In the summer, I always make sure I've got alcohol-free beers in the fridge. And I'm about to grab a load of them whilst we're on this stream because it's been one of those days. So I'm going to have my alcohol-free beers at the ready. But yeah, we'll be live very shortly.
Okay, so everybody, if they're going to be on shortly, get over to Tottenham on Tour to Brian and to Ben and get over to them. Can I thank Adrian, Chris Meta for coming on, and Brian for coming
Pleasure,
on,
brother,
and for having such candid conversations with
us. Big up to the chat
today, and thank you to the chat that stayed with us for the 4.5 hours. Your comments have been invaluable as per usual, and your support is always great, not only to my channel but to everybody else's channels as well.
Subscribe to the channel, guys.
So thank you very much for joining. I'm gonna start it off because I know what Brian's is, so I'm gonna start it off and I'm gonna say, come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
And Brian.
And as always, Levy out.